3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake.
A very warm welcome back, everybody, to more EWC qualifiers. You are back in Southeast Asia with myself, Sneeze, and Mr. 343 himself. Legend of Southeast Asia Dota, gonna bring us through some of these close qualifier series. We're gonna start things off light and fresh. Everybody up in the upper bracket, we already found out who's gonna represent 2 out of 6 or 7 of the regions going into this major tournament. And I think, you know, this particular region, we've only had talent in the invited teams, right? So which one of these 7 teams, which one of these 8 teams gonna make it there to join them in Riyadh this summer? That's what we're gonna find out.
Yeah, Boom probably the favorites, right? The only other FA team that's been going to LAN recently. But man, these OQs, I've been watching some. We got some Kukuis, we got some tech-free gamings. You know, I don't think it's an easy path for Boom, man.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Boom recently making some changes as well. This is a team that has added, on paper, a lot more firepower to their roster, but whether that has resulted in any positive change, we've learned this time and time again in the past. Just because you're signing big name players doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to automatically get better results, right? There's a lot about team chemistry, getting on the same page, and of course, a brand new patch to adapt to 7.39, still fresh and still being figured out. Of course, we'll take a look at our brackets here. Everybody starts out in the upper bracket, of course, and on this stream, we'll be watching Tech Free Gaming versus Yangon Galacticos first. In case you're interested in catching Boom Esports versus Kukuis, that will be on the other stream, which is EWC_Platinum. If you're watching on Twitch, on YouTube, it's all on the EWC YouTube live section, so you can check it all out there. But of course, Castaway Esports, another strong contender, at least in my mind. We got Execration, Interactive Philippines, and Ivory. So these are all teams that have been around for quite a bit already, players that have been around for quite a bit. I think that's the story of Southeast Asia, right? All these names, no one really knew breaking in and surprising anyone just yet.
Yeah, I feel like if anyone, Jikroy is probably just the latest addition to young talent, right, that I can think of. I feel like he's been around for a while, but I know he's busy studying because I think we went through like some recruitment and talked to him a year or so ago, but maybe he's done now. Been pretty active with Tech Free.
Yeah, gotta get the education out of the way in case, of course, the professional Dota player arc doesn't work out. Gotta make sure you get a good backup plan, I guess. I mean, these teams are all gonna be trying to face off and try and defeat Boom. We'll take a look at what matches we have on our stream today. We have our schedule for you, of course. As we mentioned, Tech Free Gaming versus Yangon Galacticos is going to start us off. Then we're going to be covering Interactive Philippines versus Ivory. That should be a nice little Rambulan situation. And of course, we'll be going on to find out more. Basically, it's going to be the winner of these 2 matches, right? Whoever wins the first match and the second match, we'll be covering them in the upper bracket, the continuation of our 3rd series. Of course, the timings are all in Singapore time, which is GMT +8. And those are basically set timing. So even if Tech Free Gaming versus Yangon Galacticos ends before 4 p.m, we're only going to start the second match at 4 p.m. That's to make sure the teams have enough time to prepare and they're all ready for their game when it comes around. So yeah, back to our first match, Tech Free Gaming versus Yangon. I think Tech Free Gaming, of course, it's basically Team Indonesia versus Team Myanmar, right? Except for the fact that Yangon Galacticos, of course, the big story for them is that they're getting JG in as their offlaner.
Yeah, I'm surprised with what happened to Mongols, right? It was kind of a waste that they didn't continue in Dota, or they let the team go more likely. They do have a roster right now. Before EWC and Riyadh, that roster looked pretty promising. I think specifically JG, right? I think he, in the past year at least, this player is not new, by the way. He's been around for quite a long time. I feel like he's improved so much. I feel like he has such a huge impact every time he plays the Force 3 right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely the shining star of that Mongols roster. We were hoping that they would go a bit further. Now, Mongols, you know, switching back to an all-Mongolian roster, can't really blame them. But that's not even, I want to say, the S-tier Mongolian players, right? The S-tier Mongolian players, funnily enough, are actually all on a separate stack called Trailer Park Boys. But of course, that's none of our business because none of these guys are in this close qualifiers. It's Yangon Galacticos up against Tech Free Gaming. And of course, for those of you not so familiar with Tech Free Gaming, it's Jikroy, Mamang Daya, DB, Dalul, and Varij. Probably those names will ring a slight bell in terms of multiple teams in the past, like Army Geniuses, that have made it through some of these close qualifiers before. The real deal is that we haven't really seen anyone other than Mamang Daya at a LAN, right? Even Mamang Daya his appearances have been few and far between. I remember in the early parts of his career, he had some issues with his health that kind of stunted him when it was looking like he was headed towards his prime.
Has Varish not been at LAN? I'm pretty sure he probably
I'm
has.
sure he has. Like, how long
With
ago,
AG?
though?
Yeah,
How
yeah.
long ago? How long
That's
ago?
fair.
I mean, all these players. Yangon Galacticos also, right? I think, especially in Tier 2, Tier 3 tournaments in Southeast Asia, they tend to do pretty well. I do wonder how JG's addition is going to affect the team, though, because, of course, for them, they have been an all-Myanmar team for what feels like forever, right? Of course, their previous off-laner decided to take a competitive break. I think that's why they brought in JG, not necessarily trying to replace him or anything like that. But whether there's a language barrier or some sort of maybe, you know, they've been playing together for so long and now they have a new player in, I'm not sure whether that's going to affect things for them here.
Yeah, we'll see. They have definitely played in a few of the, I would say, Tier 2, Tier 3 tournaments. Recently, we have the
Radiant team
just the
ban.
typical SCA games. Tech free. No surprise here. They go for the Pango. Big priority for them. Obviously, a flex pick between both the off lane and the mid lane. Really strong laner with this double jump talent.
Yeah, also somewhat of a deny pick, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, JG also likes to bring that to the off lane. In terms of recent games for Yangon Galacticos, of course, most recently they were trying to
5
vie
seconds
for
remaining.
the TI Open Qualifier spot. Unfortunately, got defeated by Kopit, which is a mixed stack of, I believe, some of the Malaysian players.
It's the
led by
Ponyo
Chucky.
team, right?
Yeah, Ponyo, Chucky, some of the
Oh wait,
other
no
familiar-
Ponyo.
No,
Ponyo's
yeah,
in solo
sorry.
leveling. Sorry,
Yeah. Solo leveling didn't actually make it that far, funnily enough. But
unfortunate.
yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, it's not like this team has lacked practice. They have a couple of games already on the new patch, and no surprise to see Shadow Shaman come out as the second pick here. Just feels like the overall strongest support in the 4-5 role.
It's just a very neutral hero, right? Obviously you have these hex breaks at some point. The Supreme Wards are
Radiant team pick.
a cheat code for taking towers in the early game, and just this all that it offers in team fights and scaling is just
Dire
insane.
team pick.
Silencer ban makes a lot of sense with the Bane coming out, so that's going to be your two supports picked up very early on. A lot of single target control. You can grip one, you can sleep another, you hex the third, and then you shackle the fourth. What's the fifth guy going to do? They'll just stand around and scratch his
10
backside, I think.
seconds remaining.
Get enfeebled.
Yeah, true. He's still got that feeble. Maybe a
5
chicken finger on
seconds
top of him
remaining.
as well. Why not? That's going to make it very hard for the Pango to get a roll off, because anytime he
Dire
comes
team
in,
pick.
that's just going to be a grip. You need to find a way to put a stop to that. Tech Free Gaming go for a pretty early gyrocopter pick. I wonder whether this is going to be pause 1, because we know that Varish really likes to play it on pause 5. Slut as a follow-up as well. This is a hero that had a bit of a nerf to the Barracuda. A bit too much healing from that passive. But still bring it out here, Tech Free Gaming.
Yeah, Jar's definitely just we pick it early, we see how it goes kind of pick. Something
10
that I don't
seconds
like
remaining.
specifically from Tech Free right now is that they don't really have cancels for the
5
shackles and the
seconds
grip,
remaining.
other than obviously the roll, a homing missile, but it's not like a insta cancel, right?
Yeah.
You have the Death Shroud, sure, Slug's a nice save, but I don't know if Slug into Bane and Shaman is like easy to play. I think it does sound pretty hard.
Yeah, I feel like, especially if you're thinking about a Slug on paper, what he wants to do in these laning stages, whether he's support or core, is he wants to get some good trades in, right? He wants to get some hits, stack up the essence. Bane and Shadow Shaman are not heroes you can afford to really trade into. You need some sort of overwhelming damage in the lane to really stand up to them. Just in a one-on-one situation, they're always going to get the better of you. So I completely agree with you. I wonder whether Tech Free Gaming are respecting the control coming out from these two supports enough. That's going to be a Queen of Pain though, so burst damage to throw on top of some of these control spells. Kind of like where this Yangon Galacticos draft is going already.
Okay, something cool about this Queen against Slug is Sonic Wave actually pushes
Dire
you out of
team
Death
pick.
Shroud, because Death Shroud doesn't follow Slug, right? It's just a smoke screen on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
That is kind of nice. I also assume this quad pick is just to deny the Pango going mid. QP obviously one of the better matchups against Pangolier in the mid lane if you don't go for the double jump facet.
Well, what makes it a better matchup? Do you just max that Shadow
10
Strike and
seconds
put him
remaining.
to hell?
Pango just doesn't trade very well with you, and I
5
think it's like a
seconds
maybe
remaining.
65-35 kind of lane, and then he stops your rotation. So every time you roll, Sonic Wave drops and you don't get to move, right? In the roll,
Yeah,
with like
that's
1 or
true.
2 seconds. So I think generally how the games go is like Quap versus Pango, you feel a bit pressured in the lane, you want to roam. or you want to clear stacks. And Queen is really good at denying that. It's like if you make the first move to any lane, Queen's TP actually trumps your TP anytime.
Yeah, that's true. I can completely see that situation playing out, right? The Pango, not really the type of hero that just wants to sit AFK mid, wants to make use of those strong early spells to get the tempo moving. Tech-free gaming, they will round things out with a Lycan on the 18 though, despite what they see, not too worried about the control. That is the one weakness of these two supports. They don't do the best against summons, although I don't know, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable about this tech-free gaming draft. It feels a bit all over the place right now.
That's just their style, right? They like to flex their heroes, though. It is a good Lycan pick. I think it kind of, I'll say it disables both supports on YG, right? Like, look at Bane Shaman. Like, how do you actually play against Lycan? Like, even the other heroes. I think Quap and Tiny are okay. They're not like, wow, Lycan. But once he gets the Helm of Overlord, I actually like this pick from Tech Free a lot. I think it makes their draft super simple. I think they addressed the problems that I had earlier with them not having cancels. Now they're like, okay, I'll just kill you.
Right. Death is the ultimate cancel type beat, right?
It's true. They also have this like vision abuse, right? With the wolves, with the Slark. I think that's something that's super important in the early game as well. So this, you have this like tempo, and you also have map control. I think that's really something that's Tech Free has over YG in the draft right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this Lycan versus Tiny, and I'm not too inspired, although I can see where you're coming from, because if Lycan and the rest of his gang kill all of your supporting cast members, then there's not much really for the Tiny to do. It's not like a hero that can 1v5 into this lineup. I do wonder, though, I guess with this Lycan pick as well, they still have kept things pretty flexible, because the Pango can go 2 or 3, and then Lycan can be...
10 seconds.
Worst case scenario, you could even put him mid if you really needed to.
Yeah, it's most likely an off-lane Lycan and a mid Pango at this moment, I think. I don't know if Jikroy plays the Lycan. I've definitely watched some RTZ Lycan streams, but
yeah.
So far, I think it's mostly just run in the off-lane, get this helm timing, you play away from him. And YG, they choose not to show their off-laner yet. They do have last pick. They want to see what Jikroy is going to end up playing. We have a Mars ban so far. Nothing too special with the bans. YG removing the +5s, assuming it's going to be a carry gyro, which wouldn't be too surprising. Jikroy has looked really good on the helicopter so far.
Are we worried at all a little bit? Because Yangon, it feels like they pretty confidently picked that Tiny into Slug Gyro Pango. Is there anything about that hero in particular that sings out to you as being a good pick in this phase?
I do not actually. I think it's just a whatever.
Okay.
I don't look at opponents' heroes and go like, oh, this is a Tiny game, you know. I think one reason they could pick it is maybe they flex it to the offlane. I feel like some SCA teams do like to do it, even though I don't really agree with it too much, but I have seen it before.
I mean, Tiny Shadow Shaman is a really strong kill combo, right? You have so many strong spells. I'm not even sure whether the Gyro can stand up to that. Although the Gyro, one thing that we didn't mention just yet, if it's going to be Jikroy, Gyro, and Lycan in the offlane, that Howl is going to have a lot of value. Tech-free gaming, a lot of physical damage on their side right now. I think fighting during nighttime is going to be a big deal for them, right? Making use of the Slug Vision, making use of the Howl as well. They end things out with a CM. So, as you expected, probably, I want to say Gyrocopter position 1, CM position 5, and then that's going to make whatever offlaner JG picks very, very disparage, just because he's going to be eating frostbites, rocket barrages, and all the like.
It's a very hard safe lane to draft into, right? Because YG has last pick here, so Tech-free go for a pretty stock standard lane, right? Like, even if they pick a strong counter pick, whatever that may be, you can just kind of push out the lane with Flat Cannon and Nova anyway.
Yeah.
So, denying a lot of YG's choices here. Go for the Ursa, so we will probably see the Tiny offlane.
Okay. What do we think about the way this draft has rounded out here? I mean, Ursa coming out, definitely one of the premier heroes of this patch in terms of the carry position. I feel like if it's not those ranged turret position 1s, it's these Svens, these Ursas, high physical burst damage heroes that can take down just about anyone. What are we thinking of these drafts? Which side are you favoring more as we settle into our hero picks here?
I like Tech-free's draft a little more. I think it's easier to play, and their heroes are... It's just easier to kind of play together on their heroes. But that being said, I don't hate YG's draft too much. I feel like this Tiny might suffer, though. The reason we don't see this Tiny offlane too much is because he's a decent laner when you see our matchup and you can actually stand in the lane. And the problem with his hero is like he's not really a stack clearer, you know. He's not some Darkseer, some whatever Sand King Timbersaw that you can like stack up and just recover after the laning phase. So I'm curious to see how YG try to enable this. I also think I would have liked the Swen a bit more than the Ursa here, but Ursa does give them Roshan. Might be a hero that KSH is just comfortable with too.
Yeah, I think Ursa's kill threat in lane is probably a bit higher as well, right, into the Lycan compared to the Sven, just because the Sven throws out the stun and then the chase potential is not quite as there, or the burst damage isn't there in the early game. But yeah, we'll see how it all plays out here. It's going to be a DB Lycan with Alpha Wu, so really looking to just bully out these supports. The Bane and the Shadow Shaman aren't going to be having the best time. Notice that the Shadow Shaman also went for the massive Serpent Ward, so trying to maybe make use of that facet to get some solo kills in the early to mid game. We'll see how it all plays out here. This is game number 1. You're watching the Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers. We're on the road to EWC here, finding out which one of these teams is going to Riyadh. I'll be real with you. I don't know if it'll be either of these teams. Although I feel like if they wanted to start off, you know, with some momentum, it begin at this juncture, right? In the very first phase of these close qualifiers, you want to build some confidence in the strategies you prepared coming into it. And JG, I mean, this is a player that I think fans have been wanting to see succeed for a little while already.
Yeah, but this Tiny is not a JG hero, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I don't hate it, but I just feel like JG, when I think of him, is like this Doom, this whatever Centaur Mars, you know, like those are
Yeah,
heroes
Centaur
that
Mars, right? Like maybe he goes Tide and then he goes like hyper carry Tide mode and stuff like that. Like, I don't really know how to describe it, but maybe JG will prove us wrong here. Maybe it's a fresh face for him coming into YG, you know? He's trying new things, spreading his wings a little bit, soaring up into the sky. Tech free. I do really like this gyro pick though.
Something I want to mention is that this Queen hero has been, it's kind of different from the normal Dagon Queens we see recently, right? Because obviously you can go for this Blade Mail build now. And this is a pretty damn good Blade Mail game. If you look at their heroes, CM Gyro, those are heroes you want to buy Blade Mail against for sure.
Oh, absolutely. They're just gonna kill themselves on your return damage. Of course, the whole reason, for those of you sort of not as familiar with the current meta, the whole reason why Queen of Pain can do that now is because of the adjustments to the bondage facet, right? The fact that she also gets spell damage or spell lifesteal from her Blade Mail and damage return. Kind of popularized this new play style of Queen of Pain where you're more of a body, you just run in there and you try and soak up and return as much damage as possible. So a bit of a late smoke there coming out from Yangon Galacticos, but very annoying is DB with the Wolves just scouting out just about everything. No major advantage here. I believe bounties were 2 apiece.
Little chomps in the mid lane.
Yeah. Just using the remainder of that duration, but yeah. You were talking about how this Pango into Queen matchup is kind of tough for the Pango. Mamang Daya still willingly takes it in though. What are we kind of expecting? Is it just going to be young PH watching to match those rotations?
I'd probably see them play for some stacks to scale into the game. Mamang Daya is a veteran Pangolier player, so I want to say he probably knows what he's doing.
Sure.
I just think this Queen for me is not really addressed by Tech Free Gaming. I think their early game, they don't have that much catch. I think the Blade Mail Queen is something teams don't really register. Like, for me personally, every time I see Queen, I'm like, oh, this Queen's gonna buy Dagon. Like, oh, this is gonna play a certain way. But I think the timings on this Blade Mail Queen are pretty different. And I'm not sure if Tech Free can fight into a pop that wins his lane, gets ruined, and has an early
bot
Blade
lane.
Mail.
DB just being run down. That's the power of the Ursa that we were talking about. Getting the first blood on KSH and Zorain. Very, very nicely done. That Orb of Frost investment immediately paying off for him.
Kinda expected Ursa against this 2 melee is kinda nice. Obviously you don't want to feed the bear too much, but I guess just one of those heroes that even if he doesn't have the best laning phase, he's able to recovery farm super fast.
I think small thing I want to point out, the Ursa went for the bear down facet, so increasing the debuff duration. That applies to the Orb of Frost as well, so keeping the slow going. Forcing a TP out from Dilil, nice sleepwalk into the tower. One more swipe and they would have got him, but missing out on that kill. So, okay, well, YG, we know what their plan is for this lane, and Tech Free, I think they can't afford to engage, right? They're just going to try and pull waves as much as possible and keep things safe for their Lycan to farm.
So far, so good. I mean, he gets the small camp pull stop, and DB gets to farm under his tower. Gonna get level 3 off this. He's pretty happy on his own. I don't think he's too bothered by how the lane is going. DB actually has a Mask of Madness queued up. I think this is the more normal build right now.
Dyer's middle
Yeah.
tower is under
I mean, he's
attack.
playing sort of the build that we saw back when Alpha Wolves was pre-nerf, right? Just go for that facet, and then you're standing in the jungle, Mask of Madness farming, and then your wolves are out there doing all the dirty work for you. Basically,
Yes.
occupy the triangle perpetually.
I'm just wondering, this felt like a Helm game to me.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
We
were both thinking.
I pick Lycan, you know, I buy Helm.
Yeah, you get the summons, you run at them, you know, it's gonna do a lot of damage. Help you with some of the tower push as well, which is something that's a bit lacking from Tech Free until the Gyro's ready to start punching into those buildings. Curious, we'll see.
Let me talk about this little Bane Slark matchup. So Bane is actually one of the better heroes against Slark, simply because of the night vision the hero gets. So Slark, the whole point of, I would say one of his biggest strengths is the nighttime, right? Like you get to see people before they see you with this like huge AoE vision. But Bane's one of those heroes that's able to cast spells on you before you actually get Dark Pack off. Just because he can see you, he can hide in the trees, wait for you to come in.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary. The Lula's gonna have to watch himself rounding those corners, that's for sure. No chicken fingers means that Mamang Daya can just waltz his way out of that one, and you were talking about how Mamang Daya is a veteran Pango player. It's showing in the CS and denies right now, 15-7. Kind of dominating Young PH a lot more than we were expecting, right? This Queen of Pain you were saying was gonna get off to a good start, miss a kill though, down bot into the Lul. Looks like they were just able to run down the slot, but yeah, Young PH, he's putting out some harass, but compared to what Mamang Daya is doing back the other way, it's not really working out for this Queen of Pain right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the lane's supposed to be like this. I didn't really see what happened, but maybe just some nice shield crash trades. Doesn't seem to care about the Shadow Strike too much, right?
Yeah,
Because of this
a
shield.
lot
from
of it
the
is just
jungle.
being blocked.
Oh my god, this lane looks smart.
I mean, Mamang Daya is doing a great job making sure that he not only gets last hits, but damage onto the Queen of Pain every single spell that he's using. Definitely maximizing his resources here. Young PH. Yeah, that's kind of one of the downsides of maxing the Shadow Strike as well. Your farming speed is going to be impacted, so if it doesn't really work out to a lane win for Young PH here, it might not really be worth. Oh, these Blightstone swashers, man. They hurt.
There's a rotation though. Mamang Daya, he has no mana. Uh-oh.
Nice sleepwalk. Pull him
Right,
into
Mamang
skill
Daya.
lane. There's the Hex now, overplaying his hand a little bit,
Deny,
not
deny.
respecting the rotations from
Oh
the spots,
my
but the deny Barish! That's
Good,
huge,
good,
and if he can
good,
turn around with a kill onto Young PH, that'll be even bigger. Nice Lotus, force-fed into the Queen of Pain. That could have gone a lot worse. Mamang Daya overplaying his hand, but Barish there to bail him out.
That was insane. That was so hard. He had like the shield from Shield Crash too.
Dude, can you imagine a CM auto attack is the one that gets the last hit? That's crazy stuff from Barish.
He almost gets the kill on Young PH too. Lucky Bane had a Lotus. That would have been pretty huge. If you get this quap ahead, you know, you have the wave. Obviously, it's a free second kill most of the time. You know, Lycan is suffering in the jungle.
Yeah, already exiled to those corners. I think Lycan, as much as he can recovery farm, I feel like the games that we see Lycan lose are the ones where he's too scared to exist on lanes, right? That's, I feel like, one of the main components of the hero. Among Daya of a Haste Rune, looking at Zorin, looking at Young PH, can't really decide where he wants to go right now. Bit of a setup on Queen, but she's already under the tower. Quite a bit of burst damage
one
coming out.
creep away.
Yeah. Has to blink away though, doesn't want to risk it.
How often do
Party
you
in the
see
mid lane.
both mid laners level 5 at 6 minutes? Also,
Yeah.
look at their net worth. What is happening in this mid lane? Look at Mamang Daya's inventory. He has 2 mangoes. He has a tango.
What's
Young
happening?
PH has been just playing the dash solo mid, you know.
Yeah, except for, you know, it's not exactly solo mid. There's a whole
Wave?
bunch of people here. Wave is a bit too late, and Mamang Daya gets the bump. Young PH gets tipped, and understandably so. He could have thrown that out a lot earlier, but now look at the movement from Tech Free Gaming. They can now stampede into this triangle, and maybe even contest some stacks if they want.
Double TP is bot. Trying to kick KSH out here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Good protection of their wisdoms, and now the stacks can be contested. Mamang Daya and Varys. But why do you know this is going on?
JG's
Be
gonna
a
stroll
little
on
careful
over.
here.
As an Avatar, so Mamang Daya can't afford to stick around. They'll at least be able to defend the stacks, but some heavy losses being incurred. It doesn't really result in a major net worth advantage just yet though. Tech Free Gaming less than 1k gold up, and JG forced to farm that stack. That's gonna be a nice little bit of money in his pocket. We don't talk about this Tiny just yet though. He seems to be doing okay in the lane, but compared to Jikroy, look at his net worth on the gyro. My goodness, close to 4k already.
Not lane, we've kind of talked about it all right. It's past 8 minutes. Jikroy just happily farming up here. It's just kind of surprising, right? Because not surprising that he's farming, but surprising that this CM gyro lane isn't like popping off.
It's kind of hard to have a CM gyro lane when your CM's busy in the mid lane, I guess. Farish now gonna get held in place. Trying to contest the rune, at least secures the arcane for the Pangolier in the bot lane, but gives up her life for it. I don't know.
Maybe.
Like, honestly, maybe if he gets off a value Rolling Thunder with the upcoming arcane, get a few kills, perhaps.
Let me introduce you to what I call the Perivision special.
Okay.
It's where
let's hear
the
it.
offlaner goes to a jungle and the +4 9-class Slark just takes the lane forever.
Yeah. I mean, funnily enough, the Lul is probably a bit more survivable down here thanks to the Dark Pack and the Pounce compared to the Lycan, who doesn't have any form of mobility up until that shapeshift. Hasn't even opted to level it just yet.
And this actually benefits you because Lycan's one of those heroes that can clear Ancients early on as well. Obviously, you can still contribute sending over your wolves to other lanes, which we have not seen just yet. Just kind of stalking Zorain down here. Looks
I mean, he's been using his wolves mostly just to farm, right? Now, Zorain gonna start to get gone on here by both supports, and some wolves will sleepwalk himself, hopefully out of trouble. Still needs to turn around and brain tap. Mamang Daya swooping on over, looking for a Rolling Thunder with the Arcane Rune. That should be a very dead Bane, chased down by the wolves. Mamang Daya can't even get the touch in. Nice little pick off there for Tech Free.
Bane against Lycan, baby. That's just life.
It is. Meanwhile, top lane, X'd up is the Gyro. They don't have any damage to put into him though. KSH just TP's top, but Jikroy, he is so farmed and tanky up here. Level 9 on the Gyrocopter, throws down all his spells and is completely undisturbed.
I was wondering who was going on who there. Jikroy doing a nice job of this double stack too made by Baris. Has the crystal, is probably gonna clear it now, so probably jump a little more in net worth. Very ahead at the moment. KSH not too far away, and that's with first blood and a kill in his lane too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
KSH has done a great job, but when it comes to farming up a storm, that's the Gyro's
Radiant's
territory.
bottom tower is under attack.
I feel like carry-to-carry matchup, if you put both heroes against each other, and I have to hold that thought, a Sonic Wave coming out, Young PH in some trouble again, pounced up, should have a blink away to safety, but whoo, that was close. Here comes JG, looking for an avalanche. TP's in to at least punish Barrage again. That will be the kill on the Crystal Maiden as the dust settles. Mamang Daya able to walk out of that, so is Young PH.
Try to force a bit too much. Nice rotation from JG, and they'll be able to pressure mid off this as well. AD rune on the Queen. Not sure if Tech Free can defend. Mamang Daya is regenning, has the roll.
Dire's middle
Probably see them
tower
rotate
is
in
under
real
attack.
soon.
I was gonna say I was a bit worried about the map movements from YG, but they've seemed to even things out at least for now. Rolling Thunder coming through. Will just be onto this Bane, but he turned around with a pretty fat brain set. Getting a lot of his HP back. Barrage
my God,
try
is he
and
gonna
come
get
in
the
on
block?
assist. Young PH! Oh, he's gonna get swatched down? Seriously? Oh, Mamang Daya is just flat out outplaying him at this point. It's freezing field in the middle of the lane and a double shield crash coming in. Delul able to claim. And even though KSH and Skillay are here now, they're a bit too late to really punish. That's 2 kills for nothing. And all it took was 3 heroes from Tech Free. Meanwhile, look at YG, they had to bring everybody here to achieve nothing.
It's
Radiant's
a
bottom
painful
tower is
rotation.
under
You
attack.
TP heroes in. Hey, look at Tech Free's map. Jikroy's in the top lane. DB is still in his house, in his little nest. Okay, the 2 neutral camps on the right side. Look, what looked like a pretty interesting roll from Mamang Daya at the start. Just catches Young PH off guard. Just bounced twice, and I feel like that just could have gone way better for
Dire's middle
YG.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, now they're gonna try and force the issue here, at least take away this stronghold that Tech Free have been playing around for what feels like most of the early game. 12-minute rune also grabbed by Young PH, so that shield rune gonna keep
Dire's
him
middle
safe for
tower
now.
Has fallen.
Tech Free, they don't want to bring the numbers to this defense, especially with the massive Serpent Ward coming down. not something they can contest. Comes to low. If he landed that pounce, Young PH might have actually gone down there. Quite a bit of damage coming out from the Tech 3 side, but...
Ooh, 200 gold. I wonder if another reason he went for this Serpent Ward facet is just so that like the moves that you can't really kill play. See Young PH here, he just goes. And I feel like he had no business getting bonked by the roll there. Like way, way too easy.
There's a few small factors, right? The fact that Crystal Nova comes down to slow the Queen of Pain as well, just getting her on the second bounce. That was really nice stuff from Tech 3. Ooh, KSH, bit unfortunate timing on the Crocus. Hunting Party is here, has an Enrage available though. Just got that Battle Fury, wouldn't want to lose his life, but the Rolling Thunder coming out again, and KSH uses his skill lane. TPing in, that's gonna be a bonus it seems like, with the help of the Wolves chasing through, and Mamang Daya is on a killing spree. Veteran Pango indeed, he is just making everything happen for his team right now.
It looks like he's... I mean, he just did really well in his lane. He's been playing really well. Some... What I want to say are questionable roles, or maybe a little unnecessary is more the word, but Tech 3 making a really good job making it work so far.
Talk about Queen of Pain, you know, this Blade Mail build maybe being a bit unfamiliar to some opponents, but I don't know what timing she's gonna hit at this point. She is poor as shit. She's the lowest net worth core by quite a margin. Meanwhile, JG at least able to get something on the low. Was that the blink reveal? No, not even grabbing it. That was just a solo kill. Okay, very nicely done by the Tiny to at least find something.
She's doing the treatment.
Now want their hands on her.
They have no grip cancel.
Don't really have a way of getting Zorain in as well, though.
There's a regen rune.
Of course he does. Of course. Everything. This is the Mamang Daya show right now.
It does seem that way. When he's poking on Young PH, I feel like I would have wanted him to just kind of go away from this Shadow Strike skill build. It's affecting his net worth a lot. I think he still does have a place in the game. Obviously, Queen has really strong spells. It's just that his time is a bit later, and I don't know about going for his Blade Mail, but once you have this facet, you're kind of committed to it, right?
It does feel that way. The Dagon loses a bit of value now that you're not getting that much spell burst. We'll see. There's the blink reveal. JG pulling back in. Mamang Daya. Rolling Thunder comes out. Interrupted by the sleep for now, and they'll get the shackles off. Not wanting to extend the Sonic Wave for this kill, they will find it. It goes into the pocket of Young PH. That is important.
Nice dagger reveal from JG. He's been having a pretty good game so far. Nothing too surprising, just very little rubbish time other than the TP mid lane, but I feel like the problem for YG now is they have this... It's just about this Ursa versus Gyro, right? KSH obviously not doing too bad. 8k net worth to Jikroy is 9k. I think YG, as much as this Quap is not having a good time, he's actually doing pretty okay.
Or is it just me?
And now it just feels like YG, their game plan is to try and connect the co-op to these moves, right? They want to move around the map with JG and their supports, want to get as many pickoffs as possible. Fallout 2 in the mid lane. Doesn't seem favorable for them to go towards, though. Maybe if they can find 2 or 3 more kills in the next few minutes, they want to try and rush this Roche. Get that objective out of the way early on.
Dire are scanning.
The wolves are always going to be so annoying in scouting.
Dude, their heroes don't kill wolves, like all 4. It's like if they see a wolf, like, what do you do? Nuke it as tiny
Dire's
as
top
Queen?
tower is under attack.
They turn it into a chicken, obviously, as skill A. That's his only play. Maybe drop a mass Serpent Ward just to scare them off.
They want a Roche.
Dire's
I think
top
Tech 3 is
tower
kind of
is
aware
under
of this.
attack.
They're already coming in to scout. They have the Snake and the Ursa though. I don't know if you can actually fight here.
Yeah, I mean, they'll put the sentry down now, but again, there's no way for them to kill these wolves. They have to commit an avalanche for it just to deny that vision.
Are scanning.
Tech 3 smoking out.
They're
It's a
gonna
roll
try
and a
contest
cooldown.
this. Might be a bit too late though. KSH already grabbing that Aegis. Nice little move there.
Might try to find
Even though they
kills
had the
anyway.
knowledge, Young PH, nice illusion rune, getting him out of trouble. Now this is another quote-unquote questionable role, as you've been calling it. Mamang Daya pops it out a bit too late. It felt like the response from Tech 3 Gaming came slower than they realized.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Of course, the mid tower anyway. No Serpent Wards. I see a toss
Initiation
back
here
here.
from JG, toss back. They can grip if they want, but they just opt. Oh, double grip. the hate onto Jikroy is so real. Sonic Wave onto the CM and 2 additional heroes. Varish not going to be able to get out of this one. Great defense there from YG, understanding that Tech Free have no business forcing that tier 1.
Yeah, just again, no cancel for the shackles or the grip roll already used. No shard on the start, which is kind of their only save. I wonder if Dalul is rushing the shard here. Probably is. I would think he wants to buy it if they are gonna be together. Wait for the Yules. Okay, so not buying the shard. So Yules is gonna be his method of cancel when he eventually gets it, and Jikroy is probably gonna just go back to the jungle. It's kind of hard to hit building. This toss back into shackles is way too strong.
I'm not gonna lie, with the start that Mamang Daya had in this game, Adam, I was kind of under the impression that Tech Free was starting to run away with it, you know? You were talking about how the gyros farm in
Dire's
freely,
middle tower is
Mamang
under
Daya's
attack.
having
Radiant
wonderful
are
game and
scanning.
the Lycan had so much space to just farm. But now we're looking at a situation where it's KSH, the one leading the charge, another toss back, the control is there, and no one's around to help Mamang Daya. The shackles don't come through before the swashbuckle does, but still, the claws come out and KSH rips him apart. I mean, these kills look so easy for YG to grab, and now Tech Free are the ones on the back foot.
Structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Gonna try and pounce away. Use that Cobalt's Cup move speed, and lucky for him, he's gonna get out of trouble. But still, this massive Serpent Ward makes it so that this tower is so hard to defend, and they don't have a glyph. So tier 2 just dropped. This is such an early timing for YG.
It's not like they have a level 16 gyro at minute 18. Feels like they're on the back foot. Losing both the tier 2, I think Mamang Daya needs to be a little bit more aware of the opponent's heroes, because they definitely do have kill power from KSH.
He's showing that kill power, alright, running straight into the slot. Freezing Field stopping him for now though, but JG there with the interrupt and Varish, he can't do any more damage into the Ursa.
This is
Swipe
like
down. Yeah, I mean, he's trying, but Jikroy
Can we
in
get a
big trouble.
on the
They
right?
will at least be able to finish off young PH, but the chase is there. They're looking for Jikroy. He's a bit too fast for them though. Slides back out the trouble. Meanwhile, Mamang Daya cleans up on the backline. Zorin going down as well. The Lycan and the Pango finally getting it done.
God, can we click on this Lycan right now? Did you see this, Mike?
Yeah,
Yes,
no
yes, no
shapeshift.
shapeshift. What the hell? That fight could have been so different.
Why does he not have shapeshift?
I don't know, he's not ready. He's farming. Bruce
Radiant's
Wayne
middle
before he
tower
had...
has fallen.
What, Wayne, what's it called? Oh my god, I don't remember his name. Help, Mike.
Wayne
Wayne Enterprise.
is the... It's one of the two. I mean, we'll take a quick look at that fight because it kind of got messy in the middle of it. It looked like YG were the ones aggressing, and then suddenly KSH dropping a bit too low, not feeling too comfortable to continue to get into the fight. And that is the Lycan counterplay that we were talking about the whole time, right? Yes, the grit comes out onto Jikroy, but it doesn't stop the Bane from just straight up dying to the summons. And then that control is lost. Jikroy is able to slide back out to safety. Most importantly, though, they don't lose the Aegis on KSH, so they still have a bit of time left to play around with it. 1 minute to be precise.
That was a sick roll by Mamang Daya. Hitting like all 4 heroes. I don't know if anything else would have saved
Is under attack.
Jikroy there.
Dire's structures are fortified.
This Bane seems to be a bane of their existence so far. No saves until Luz comes out. Gellish, I think this is kind of deep, my friend.
And he has a second life. He's not too worried about it. Rolling Thunder coming in, looking to finish it off, though. Is that homing missile? Full retreat is there. Nice sleepwalk. Rather, sleep dodge on that missile. They can still keep going, right? They don't really have cooldowns on this lineup. All they need is the blinks. A Basher complete already for KSH. He can lock down those targets easy peasy. And we'll have a BKB by the time this Aegis runs out as well.
They need more items. Especially until this Lycan can participate with, hopefully with his ultimate in the next fight. He kinda just seem more perma jungle. Dude, this is what my pubs look like, you know? The perma jungle never come out. So he has no... Did he level stats?
Yeah, he has 1 level in stats.
Is there a reason he doesn't get shapeshift?
Is under
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't want to get shapeshift because you're farming, surely something like, you know, the Howl armor
Not
reduction on the wolves.
stats, right?
Yeah, like, you know, Howl armor reduction has got to be something, or even the wolves damage because you're alpha wolves. A little bit weird, but it is what it is. Bane
what
gets
it
a
is.
shard for free thanks to the Ursa. So now you have that AoE brain set. And a lower cooldown as well, so maybe that's going to help Zorin survive a bit longer in these fights.
is very nice to have against Lycan, but unfortunately for him, it's just 2 wolves. HP is HP, right?
True, yeah.
So far, I'd say pretty lucky for YG that DB has not been participating in any of these fights, because I feel like if anything kills the Bane, it's probably this Lycan, right?
Yeah, we saw it happen in the previous, and that was without shapeshift. Can you imagine if those wolves are running in at full speed and just chomping at him? It's kind of
he's
strange
running in.
because we were looking at Tech Free Gaming's draft, and we saw this Lycan. We're like, oh, the supports can't play, but then Lycan's not really. He's not really doing what we thought he would, which is participate a lot more often. He's mostly doing the send his wolves and AFK farm type situation. I guess their perspective is they have 3 cores that scale pretty well, so they're not too worried about being a bit greedier, but I don't know, man. This Ursa's looking pretty scary.
I guess so. I don't know, I just don't see this picture where someone sees like Shaman Bane and goes like, pick me Lycan, I'm gonna jungle for 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at as well. It's a less than 1k gold lead for Tech Free. They've been farming up a lot on their cores, but barely not enough to overthrow Mr. KSH on that Ursa. Had a very early Battle Fury timing and it's still continuing to power farm up. JG going a bit more for that utility tiny build, so not worried too much about scaling into damage himself, just trying to be the control for the team.
Pretty quiet game so far, at least things have kind of died down after KSH Aegis expired, but we'll see a smoke out from YG here. Probably looking to wrap around, take the mid tower with the Serpent Wards.
Oh,
Hello?
JG, that was... I thought he...
Yeah, he stopped, right?
Yeah, he stopped his animation at first. And then he kind of doubled back and was like, yeah, you know what? I'll throw rocks at this guy. Screw it.
Radiant are scanning.
Don't know about
Morning
that.
games, man.
That's true. Still waking up. 12 in the afternoon, a bit too early for a Southeast Asian gamer, I think. The real strat is the 2 p.m. wake up into lunch at 3 and then first pub at 4 p.m, I think.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The gamer lifestyle does choose you.
That's true. What's the schedule like for these things? I mean, surely when you're preparing for something as important as a qualifier for EWC, you gotta make sure you're sleeping right, waking up on time. I mean, I know that when teams are at boot camps, there's like strict schedules and stuff like that. Everyone tries to wake up by a certain time. Do you think these teams have that kind of regimentation as well? I know they both have coaches.
I can't speak for everyone, but I would think so. If your game's at 12 p.m, you should be waking up at like at least 10:30 every day, right? You wanna play Dota by 11, 10, 10:30. I assume that's what it is. Usually we try to follow the tournament schedules, at least way back when.
Yeah.
So if our game's at 5 p.m, we try not to wake up early, you know? Like, you actually can't be waking up at 9 a.m. if your game's at 5 p.m. or 8 p.m. It's actually kinda awful.
Yeah, I can see that. By the time your game rolls around, you'll be awake for far too long. JG with the immediate blink out. Spots them coming a mile away thanks to that creep wave and Tech Free Gaming.
It's a
Not
data
sure what
less on
this...
Vicroy.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's going to be quite a bit of damage.
They're set up here.
The JG sticking around.
Try to
He is
solo
pretty
kill,
tanky,
excuse
but...
me.
Yeah, I don't know about that. They saw the entire team. I mean, the little running out at you like that as the slug has got to indicate something. And JG still decides to run in and die. So that's going to open up a nice little path of play for Tech Free to pressure this tier 2 in the top side.
Radiant structures are
Did a really strong timing here, Tech Free. Daedalus on Gyro, and DB has his BKB and Shapeshift.
Thank goodness. 2 levels too. Wow. Look at him go.
YG, one no part of this. Looks like they're gonna drop the snake.
Radiant's top
Where's the snake?
TP in. Swiping away onto Jikroy. The BKB's pop, forcing it out from Jikroy. The gyrocopter on the run now. KSH still trying to close in the gap, but a bit too fast on the helicopter and will be able to swoop out to safety.
is under attack.
Okay. It's just a CM kill.
Melee Rex is being soloed by the snake. He
Alright.
also got the
very
tower
cool.
by himself.
Dire's top barracks
And massive
are
serpent
under
ward
attack.
things, guys.
Yeah, I'm
Very
gonna deal
cool.
with this. Hello.
I mean, the creeps are gonna get it. So, it's thank goodness. Now that opens up Roche. Okay, well, it looked a bit weird from JG on the Tiny, just going in like that, but more than opening up a play for Tech Free Gaming, it allows YG to just run it down mid and top. They get some objectives, get a kill, and now they get the Roche for free. Okay. Pretty simple stuff. KSH with the Aegis again. You get the Roche banner on Zorraine. Now you can make an actual push towards the mid.
Jikroy needs to not be in the front, I think. I don't want to see this fight again where he gets started on by the Ursa. I think it's pretty scary for them because he's their biggest DPS, but he's a bit glass cannon-ish. I know that's weird to say about this 3000
Radiant's
HP
bottom
gyro,
tower
but
is under
if he gets
attack.
tossed back or just gripped into Ursa punching him a few
Radiant's
times,
bottom
he
tower
just
is
can't participate in the fight anymore.
Yeah, it kind of needs to wait until Satanic for him to have that turn potential, right? Where even if you get gone on first, you turn around flat cannon and then you heal back up to full. It's just not the reality for him right now.
Dire's
YG on
middle
the front
tower
foot.
is under
This
attack.
game, gold lead-wise, has been very, very close. No real team has been able to get an advantage over the other. Yule's up to stop that enrage. He has that second life though. KSH is gonna lose it. Where's the rest of the team? Nice grip onto Mamang Daya, gets a nice stick off and some healing. Still being
enrage
chased down.
from
Mamang Daya
KSH.
can no longer participate in this fight. KSH has to pop the BKB. Beautiful force staff and avalanche away. JG with the save. They will lose Zorian as a result. Now JG might be the one in trouble. DB with a shapeshift chasing forward. That's a tiny forfeited as well. Meanwhile, Shadow Shaman with the rat. Okay, he gets himself another rack. So I guess this is worth it. I was wondering where the Shadow Shaman was in that
Radiant's
entire
middle
fight, and
tower is under
he's a little bit
attack.
busy
Dire's
winning the
top
game and all
barracks
that.
is falling. Radiant structures are
Nice play by him, just trying to get a good trade. KSH going a bit too far there with the Aegis. His team was not in any way ready to walk uphill with him. Nice punish from Tech Free, and we'll see the first, honestly, significant Lycan interaction of the game, other than Wolves biting the Bane. I actually wonder who's happier with that. I feel like if you're Tech Free, you're kind of okay with just that one lane, but you probably don't want to lose the mid one.
Mid's the big one. I mean, wave clear wise, I guess you're not too sad. I mean, your supports can clear the wave as well, so not too big of a deal.
It's okay.
Although that does open up the fact that a wave is always going to be pushing in the top lane. So if Shadow Shaman wants to repeat the process in the bot lane, it's going to be a lot easier to just cancel that backdoor regen.
There's a tier 2 tower right now, so it's okay for them. I think the game is just gonna come down to probably the next Aegis. Jikroy is hitting this big satanic timing right now. I think that's something that's gonna just help him outright stay in front. And Mamang is going for a Lincoln, so I like this not only because it stops the Bane grip on the roll, but if Jikroy wants to hit high ground or just kind of hit towers, I think the Lincolns is gonna be a big help. The Lul
Yeah,
also
something
has
we
the
didn't
shard
mention.
now.
Radiant
Yeah, I was gonna
are
say that,
scaling.
like, we didn't really see it come out in that previous fight. I think things have been a little bit
Yeah, this is the
messier.
previous fight?
I'm not too
I
sure,
don't
but he
think
has
so,
it
I
now.
don't think so.
Okay. 80 rune for Jikroy. Rutro. Yeah, I don't think you fight into this YG. They are smoked up looking for an angle, but
He wants his
with
satanic,
double
man.
damage gyro.
Give me right now. Alright, go smoke. Right now.
Okay,
Wow.
okay, GG. Half duration still on this amplified damage rune. You want to make the most of it. Yeah, they come.
DB, get out of the jungle, man. YG is the one that's actually gonna smoke. I don't know if you wanna run into this. This is very tech-free gaming favorite right now.
I mean, they don't know, right? They don't know about this AD rune. Start running up to the high ground. KSH on the front line. Looking at Varij. Immediate Yule's up. There's the catch from JG, but this is into Jikroy with an AD rune, like you said. And that Tiny is going to melt into dust. KSH just has to escape. Meanwhile, you've lost the Shadow Shaman, 2 DB, and the summons. And yeah, exactly like you said, that was a bit too tech-free gaming favored for YG to really ever find an angle. Tech-free, they're going to be the ones barreling forward now, trying to take some tier 2s.
You say DB and the summons, it was just the wolves. He literally got solo killed by 2 wolves, and there's a gem in the river right now. I don't think anyone knows. Especially by the
Wait,
bottom
what?
rune. It's just a gem sitting there. It's a ping
Oh!
coming out.
Radiant's middle tower
Alright,
is under
okay,
attack.
well, Shadow Shaman's going to reclaim it with his
Alright, thank you.
little courier there.
It's the
Yeah,
bottom
Delul's
courier.
going to be like, wait, where did it go? Okay.
It's hiding.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
has
look
fallen.
at Mamang Dai's career hunting.
Yeah, little squirrel hiding in the tree. Okay. Well, finally an advantage now for Tech Free Gaming off of that very fortuitous AD rune, but the gyro, he's hit critical mass, right? This is what we were waiting for from Jikroy the entire time. Yes, the Ursa matchup is a little bit difficult, but you can definitely stand your ground as this gyro at this juncture. We'll see it happen again. KSH breaking onto the high ground, but the immediate duels from Delul removing him from the equation, and he just has to BKB and TP out. He understands that this is not a fight that he can win.
I think that was a very heads-up play. I think JG could have BKB and 4-staffed himself and might have survived too if he tried to TP. Actually, I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
Probably go down to some crits. Fiend's Grip to stop some Jikroi's damage could have saved him, but... Well, one loss against the DD Gyro is okay in my books.
Just can't let it happen the second time.
It's true. Lincoln's now complete for Mamang Daya.
Dire's
Take a quick
bottom
look at the
tower
items.
is under attack.
Nothing too significant. Nullifier on the Lycan, that's a big one. No more
Ooh.
no more Ghost Scepter from the Bane or Glimmers from the Shaman. Speaking of Bane,
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
He's trying to TP
oh
out.
my god, no stuns.
Wow. Okay. He's gonna survive there. How did he get away with that? That was crazy.
Let's
He's
see
just
the-
up there maybe trying to deward or whatnot, but
Just walking in and Tech Free Gaming, living up to their name. Forgot the stun tech.
yeah, that's true. Now that I'm looking at it, it's just Mamang Daya, right? With a stun and like
It's
a
literally
frostbite, that's
roll,
about
yeah.
it.
So I said the shackles and the grip in the early game are like insane. I think even honestly until Dalu gets like some blink dagger, they're gonna be. It's hard to cancel grip. Like Death Shroud is probably the best grip cancel. This is actually such a huge Death Shroud game too.
Yeah.
Ursa goes onto Jikroy or grip comes out, you know, you throw that out and I think everything's gonna be okay.
I mean, the thing is, apart from like a Sonic Wave pushing them out of Depth Shroud, there isn't really a counter to that shard, right? Like there's nothing in terms of items that the Ursa can physically buy to stop the Depth Shroud. As long as Depth Shroud comes out from the lull, Ursa ain't hitting anyone in that little cloud for at least 3 to 5 seconds.
Yeah, there's always the interaction of Sonic Wave, right? Pushing them out. But the thing is, it does cancel grip. And it does cancel shackles. Like you can't pull while they are Death Shrouded, you know? So even if it lasts for like 1 second, you do get the cancel at least. And that's bare minimum.
Dire are scanning.
DB is
Oh, DB.
kind of reaching monster territory. Has the 15 talent. Obviously a while ago. The 350 wolves health. I don't know who made this hero, but he definitely hates support players.
Yeah. I probably got Bane gripped a few too many times in his Dota career and was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a hero that's just gonna kill this guy. Just really
From the
mess
other
him
side
up.
of the map.
Yeah,
Won't
from the
even
other side.
die
I don't
to the
even need to
hero.
be there. Alpha Wolves, baby.
Radiant are scanning.
It was such a... Okay, so let's take stock of this situation, right? Tech Free Gaming and Yangon, they've been pretty even most of the game. I think now that Tech Free have really started to get their items up, that's where it's a lot harder for these two supports that were picked very early on, the Bane and the Shadow Shaman, to find that impact in the game comparatively to Delul, who just is getting slipperier and harder to kill. I say that he's getting full committed on and punished. No grit? Okay.
Has fallen.
Here comes the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, don't bonk him in, Mamang Daya. No, Mamang Daya, no.
Mamadaya, they hold him in place. He's trying to sleepwalk over. KSH gets the claws out onto the Gyro. The Gyro's in trouble and the Gyro goes down. Oh, the bait of the Bane. He ends up going down, but he's done his job. Now DB trying to commit, but KSH, he's just a bit too strong on this Ursa. Will end up dropping at the end of it.
Real carry.
Now it's the mid and the off lane. The real carry is DB.
running,
He's been
DB.
farming for this the whole time. Young PH will at least get Mamang Daya, but Young PH needs to blink out. The only thing saving the Queen of Pain there is the Defender's Gate. But yeah, DB is the real carry in this situation. Just absolutely beating Yangon to a pulp.
No, if DB did not run and dish Mamang Daya there, I'm sure Young Fish would not have killed him. Because he was one hit away. He was like, oh, I'm out. Mamang Daya's like, no, help me.
It's like, he just turns to his left, looks at DB like, bro, what are you doing? Bro, you're full HP. Why do you do that? This is a bit tricky for them at first. Mamang Daya trying to get everyone in to bully the Bane, but that results in Jikroy going down. And the fact that the lull is not part of this entire equation, you don't see a Depth Shroud, you don't see a Yules, KSH just raining free and smacking them to bits. But at the end of the day,
at DB.
it's not
It's
going to
like,
be
oh,
enough to really
oh.
stop DB. Young PH.
So much there.
Really waited until the last moment for that blink to get out of there. That could have been really tricky. Oh,
The
still
bully. Alright, let's watch this. Half health.
Avalanche like tickles. Okay. Very cool.
Say, well, you've been doing the same thing to my buildings.
That's true.
I really like to see DB go for a blink instead of this AC. I think just blink in BKB nullifier. I feel like no one really is able to fight him. Probably go for it next. I also think this is really cool by Jikroy. So he buys the Eagle Song. He sees the MKB on the Ursa Warrior and he just changes it up. It's like, okay, disperser.
This butterfly doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, Rosh, yeah. He's super fast. Oh my god, look at Roshan.
Oh, they are ripping it up.
It's easy
That's
mode.
a Howl. Howl, AC. Okay, well. Don't know which lineup has the Ursa of how fast that Roche went down. Aegis for Jikroy means that he's not going to get burst down too easily anymore. And a cheese on the Lycan. Interesting.
I feel like he doesn't even need it, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He barely took any damage in that previous fight.
To Mamang Daya, man. But I will say with the Aegis on Jikroy, DB might become a target now. So I feel like they cannot actually commit their heroes to bring this gyro down twice. MPH is not at the point where he does enough damage. He's like all about this like very slow fights. It's really just KSH who is the main source of damage right now. JG has a more of a utility build.
Yeah, it feels a bit conflicted because the way that YG want to play, they need to burst the target down. But like you said, this Queen of Pain with the Bondage facet, it's a lot more about surviving these fights, throwing out spell after spell. You eventually want to... I mean, she already has the Aghanim, so she just wants to Shadow Strike non-stop, but it's not doing enough into the tech-free gaming cause right now.
I mean, on paper, you know, you start this game, I'm like, oh, this is a pretty good Blade Mill game. I'm gonna go
Dire's
for this
bottom
facet
tower is
and
under attack.
ends up leading Mamang Daya. Bondish not working out. The rat.
No Mass Serpent Wards. Bam. Alright, 40 seconds without your Shaman. 7k gold lead now, tech-free gaming. Getting themselves up to a pretty solid lead, I think, for... It's been going up ever since they won that fight in the top lane. Now feeling very, very comfortable. Oh, Jikroy. He'll get tossed back, needs to watch himself. Still has that second life though. The buyback on the Shaman, but Jikroy able to just slide out of trouble thanks to that Disperser. Shrug off all the disables coming his way. And now even standing his ground. Young PH coming in with the BKB. Throws out a lot of magic damage, and JG there with the second toss in. Nice little combination play from YG, but can they find anything more? They've taken down the Roche banner, but I guess scaring away Tech Free is good enough for them.
It's the end of the push.
Isn't this such a weird game, Adam? I feel like every single time we think one team has an advantage, they run up and they die a lot faster than they probably expect. And they're like, oh yeah, right. You guys can do that. Okay, I guess we need to chill.
I think both teams have similar problems. Like if YG fight outside their base, these supports kind of die to DB for free.
Yeah.
Jikroy is hard to man fight unless you kind of burst him down or get the initiation before he presses BKB. But on the side of Tech Free, like how do you touch this Queen of Pain? He has 3,700 HP. He's just standing in front of your face. He can actually man up to Jikroy pretty much with this facet, and I don't know if you can actually burst him full to zero. You need a really nice roll.
You get the roll, out it comes. Up onto the high ground, looking at JG, looking at Zorin. These are pretty good targets to take out the equation. So much for being safe next to your tower. Even JG isn't spared. Mamang Daya makes that one look easy, and still they're trying to TP out. Oh, they break him up. That's way too much damage, and passive pops cancelling the TP. That's a dieback on your Shadow Shaman. And you don't have buybacks on the remaining supporting cast members. YG, all you have is your Ursa and your Queen. So much standing in front of it. Not much left to stand on.
The DB popped BKB without shapeshift. Just walking around doing nothing.
Okay. Well, the push continues, I guess. I don't really know how you contest this without the Shadow Shaman and the Tiny. The tossbacks have been your major play to defend yourself, and look at these buildings just absolutely shredded. That's the AC and the Lycan coming into play there. 2 lanes of Rex.
Has fallen.
That's an Assault Cuirass Tiny, and it just melted, man. The howl, like you said, Jikroy's physical damage is so much. So now,
I try and burst down Young PH, but he gets the BKB off. Turn around, Sonic Wave hitting absolutely nothing. Just DB on his return from the outward stab.
Dire's middle tower tower
That's gonna be
is
basically
under
all the
attack.
resources used on the Queen of Pain
Radiant's
for
bottom tower is under
really
attack.
nothing super serious. Tech-free gaming. You can choose to try and stick around and continue this push, but with the Shadow Shaman coming back up in 7 seconds, they'll just play it a little bit safe. There's AD rune in the top river as well that they can go back to and grab.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Spend your gold before you go high ground. Look at Jigroy rolling in the door, 8,000 gold. Flying a Lincoln's out. Among Daya 3k, probably see a Basher 4k actually. Basher would be really nice this game. I think even a Qualifier would be okay to let him kill the supports on the door. Let DB move on to the fighting course, possibly. I feel like this
Either
point with
way.
the Nullifier, I don't even know if Ursa can fight him.
Mamang Daya opts for a dispersal of his own. I like that so much, especially into the Queen of Pain Axe build, right? Just removing all those pesky Shadow Strikes, doing a ton of magic damage to the tech-free gaming lineup right now.
Yeah, that's really cool. Look at Dalil too. He goes for the second save. So knowing that the only way they lose is if they burst Jigroy, he goes for the Wind Waker. He has to be a little careful though. I feel like he dies to random spells. It's because of his HP pool, but most of the time he is at the back.
He's just waiting for his opportunity. He has the Magnifying Monocle as well, so he has a lot more cast range to work with. Now smoke up. Tech-free gaming looking to put an end to this game. One more lane of Rack stands in their way, and if they can take down some of these heroes, well, there isn't buyback available on anyone other than the Bane right now.
Just a repeat process. Send in Wolf, Sea Hero, roll. And this time with the refresher on Mamang Daya, so a lot of space being made.
Rolling Thunder in onto JG, controlling Zorin in the backline as well. The Ursa can't hit anyone because of the death shot, and the Sonic Wave doesn't connect on anyone. Zorin has a buyback, but he... Oh,
Now, nobody wins. Now,
okay.
nobody wins.
Like, question mark
That-
from our admin.
No, understandable, because what... Yeah, well, that's... This is very awkward timing, but we'll still get back into it here. Mamang Daya at the tail end of this Rolling Thunder should be able to get back out to safety. We'll just refresh, look for another one. Young PH on the front lines. Like you said, using that Pyrrhic Cloak to return the damage. There's the Fiend's Grip, but the Wind Waker saving the Lycan, and the second roll coming in. Cancelling Zorin's Aghanim's Fiend's Grip. They'll try and shackle down DB, but he's just gonna turn around and swipe away at the bear. You're not the king of the jungle, I am. And now JG, he didn't build to be a carry, but they still will be able to take down DB even through the cheese. The defense somehow, some way is successful for Yangon. And the nice Sonic Wave will clean up a third. They get Jigroy in the end of things, thanks to Young PH being a frontliner. They somehow hold off of that Bane buyback.
Slippery enough.
Yeah, it's just the Wind Waker being used to save DB, right? But I feel like the damage is all being done onto Jigroy, and once the gyro falls, the fight's kind of hard. Shapeshift ran out as well, so no chasing power. They do get KSH though, but again, this Queen continues to be a monster.
I mean, I'm looking at the dev summary now. Most of the damage on this gyro actually was a mix of the Blade Mail and the Pyrrhic Cloak. So he's just standing there. He's trying to stand and deliver, but Young PH, like you said, is, with this facet, a major thorn in his side. Don't think we have time to go for a replay of that fight, especially if 3 buybacks on tech-free. They can turn the tides if YG choose to try and push the issue, although I'm not sure if you really want to do that without your Ursa.
One lane of barracks left. YG Rosh. It's not. Is starting to spawn soon. Can't do damage.
He's gonna try and help him out. KSH with the claws out and yep, finishing the job. Very, very nicely done. Starting to see a bit of a problem. Back to live. Looks like Young PH is in a bit of trouble there on the Queen of Pain. Still able to blink away
No
and
way,
BKB.
no way these heroes kill.
Oh yeah, they can't get him. Okay. Well yeah, we'll see the end of that fight as well, where Young PH able to do so much, even get back to the fountain and reset.
That's an angry Abyssal Blade buy. He sold his power trades and full out bought Abyssal Blade, no buyback. I don't really know if I like this.
DB?
I think I would have liked the Swiftling a bit more. I feel like as long as he goes in, presses BKB and bites someone, they're kind of dead to Nullifier. Barring the Queen, obviously, and the Ursa, maybe. The other 3 heroes just kind of melt to this Swiftling icon.
Even just now, KSH was under so much pressure just because the Lycan was beating into him. Speaking of, KSH jumps forward, forces the lull to the ultimate. Trying to de-ward, but can't get that done. Look at the Rosh and how fast it falls again. He's gonna roar now, disarm. YG know this is happening. This could be the fight that decides the game. YG, they need to be careful about their approach, but they can't wait too long. It could be a roll stopping them from coming in. There's young PH getting bumped immediately. JG gonna come in, look for the Roche. The Radiant actually slay it, and JG grabs the Aegis. That is huge as DB hiding away in the Outworld staff. Will turn around and get the first life of the Ursa. But the Tiny's gonna come right back in. Ursa popping that BKB now. JG being controlled inside the pit with a massive Serpent Ward. But young PH there to provide the damage. Death Shroud covering their tracks for now as Jigroy able to stand and deliver. Not threatened by young PH this time round.
Please don't hit the wall. Nice fight from YG, very timely Sonic Wave, and JG just gets the Aegis. He ends up giving his life for it though, unfortunately, but he does have buyback, I believe. That was pretty scary for DB, no buyback there. So gets the catch here.
Bounce.
Lockdown there.
I mean, she still has BKB, so she's just chilling.
Yes, everything, my friend.
You know, this Queen of Pain was not looking the hottest in the early laning stage, but now that she's scaled up to basically being 6-slotted, it is so hard for them to deal with her.
Jigroy wants to hit the high ground here. I'm not sure if they actually can.
Waker, young PH just to get that D1
Zorin might
off.
just die here.
Thunder, Zorin is just gone if he doesn't pop that E-Blade. Man, just get it off, but Jigroy, he's in trouble, he's getting burst down again! All the saves just not in time. The saves are just not in time. And now you're gonna lose more here. Shackled up. Another Wind Waker holding him in place so that Mamang Daya gets the escape out. Trying to TP, but you're not getting out of this one. KSH swipes him up, and that's a buyback from JG. Well worth it though. As Tech-Free Gaming, it feels like they keep trying to slam their gyrocopter's head into this wall, but it's not working out.
What are they doing? Wind Wakers on cooldown, Death Shrouds on cooldown. How are you hitting high ground? It's insane.
I don't know. I'm here scratching my head as well. I mean, Tech-Free Gaming, they do have buybacks to work with, but that could not have been the fight. This is what feels like the second or third time now where you're trying to full commit the last remaining lane of Rax. I get it. Mega creeps, they're great, but surely it's not worth giving fight after fight win over to Yangon like this.
This game is getting very scary for Tech-Free Gaming now. I don't even know if they can win a fight with the network they're feeling in. Look at this. He uses heals early on the hit.
The Lowell really only has one job, and that's to save Jigroy, but he's not really been making it happen in that regard. Mamang Daya, it feels like he has so much work to do, already landing some killer rolling thunders in the fight, but Zorin with a very clutch E-Blade surviving there and getting some of his spells out. That was important.
Dire's bottom tower has
You don't
fallen.
even really need anyone else to hit the tower when you have that massive Serpent Ward going to town.
It's kind of dying. Not anymore.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So I actually wonder, Varus didn't go for it, but do you actually? I wonder if you actually should take attack speed in this game. He goes for the freezing field talent, right? But is it realistic though? Are you really using freezing field? I feel like if anything, the attack speed to hit the serpent wall is probably more value.
Yeah, I don't really know either.
Give me
At this
that
point, I feel like
Dragonlance, yeah.
yeah. You just transition the right click call, you're like, damn, okay, if you guys are gonna focus Jigroy that bad, I guess I have to do it. Yeah, it's been a tough game for Tech-Free. It's a 9k gold lead, but I think at this point in the game, these gold leads don't even mean shit, right? It's really just about who gets their buybacks, who gets the next Roche. One last lane of Rex standing for YG, that's all that's keeping them between mega creeps, but
It's just about who dies, right? Like if this pin is in front and he can die, then the game becomes easier for Tech-Free. Same for YG as well. Just getting these burst tossbacks on Jigroy is super easy. The low.
oh, the
Nice
low
knockback.
has to use his ultimate just to get that
This
T-Ward.
is
They're rolling
very
onto
deep.
KSH. This is a nice
nice
little
Lotus
position. Lotus Orb preventing the grid from coming out at any form of control. Jigroy and DB on the chase now. Zorin in a very bad position on that Bane. That's probably going to be a forfeited life. JG now, nullified up
buyback.
and chomped down. That's what you were talking about with
the
DB.
homing missile.
If he hits onto anyone, the homing missile getting the kill onto the Queen of Pain. She has to buy back. BKB from the Shadow Shaman controlling Jigroy, but this time round they don't have the additional damage from the Qua. Tech-Free Gaming, have they finally broken through? Starting to gander onto the high ground now. Yep, they need to chill alright, especially that buyback coming in. Don't have a creep wave near enough to really cut through that backdoor regen. But really nice Lotus Orb, like you were saying, from Varish, coming in clutch, stopping the control from Jigroy.
Stop the grip. That was so huge. I thought Jigroy was in trouble for sure. Now Jigroy Satanics up, and you're gonna go knock on your high ground. Young PH has no BKB. Or he has it now instead of the winning free, but I think they touch him anyway. I know they are waiting for the roll. God, it's
Fight
so
started
annoying.
so awkward. After the high ground control,
Oh my
it's
God,
the
the dark
lead.
red.
One last hit. KSH
no mana.
has the BKB and run away now. He's out of mana though, and he's just gonna get dropped. He does have a buyback like
the
Sonic
Wind
Wave, but the
Waker.
Wind Waker dodge. Are you serious? The lull, he's taking them for a little bit of a dance right
Let
now,
him
and
cook,
that's not
baby.
one that they're coming out of alive. Not onto Jikroy, but he can just stand his ground. You don't got the quad damage, you don't got a toss, you don't got a game number 1 in your hands. And now it's GG call as Mega Creeps go the way of Tech Free along with this game. It was a bit of a struggle in the later parts of things. YG definitely made them work for it, but Tech Free Gaming will take this win.
Man, what an ending. What an ending. Just Dalo baiting in KSH 2-3 times in a row. Felt like
Right,
every
I
time
mean,
is...
You can't really blame him, right? Because KSH, he knows that he has to eliminate that slot to start things out. If not, it's going to be Wind Wakers, Depth Shrouds galore. It's going to be a mess, but at the end of the day, feels like Tech Free Gaming, they didn't really answer the Bane and Shadow Shaman early on in the draft, but they did it with their itemization, right? These Lotus Orbs coming out from the CM, nice little nullifiers, Yules, all these things helping them out in that regard. And Tech Free Gaming will be able to take this game number 1 win.
It just kind of... I felt like all the fights before that though, the start was kind of ignored. Like, he wasn't like causing problems for them. And obviously, as an Ursa full slot, you know, you see this one item, 1.4k HP start coming for a duel. Like, okay, I'm going to kill this guy like real quick. But there's no real follow-up. Like, what if Young PH went in with him, you know? Or something. I think the fights could have been like way different. Like if anyone just kind of went in together, maybe a bit of lack of communication or cohesiveness there, and it kind of takes them out in the end. I feel like it was their game to lose towards the second half, especially when Young PH reached this unkillable status. But just maybe just a little wake up call. I also want to see JG play a different hero. I feel like, you know, he did nice things on the Tiny, but this is not the JG I know. I feel like he has so much potential to be so much more than just this Blink 4 stuff Tiny.
Yeah, it just feels like he was just forced onto the initiation, and by the time he'd go in, he'd be nullified, he'd be killed. Not much variance in terms of things that he could do. We'll see whether that changes in game number 2. We'll be back for Tech Free versus Yangon after a short break.
chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. thousand steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all I ever wanted. To you, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We
A little bit of back and forth, a little bit of push and pull. That's what you like to see, especially round one of these close qualifiers. We're back on the road to EWC and finding out which one of these Southeast Asian teams is going to join Talon in Riyadh this summer. Will it be Tech Free? Will it be Yangon? Well, first, they're going to have to get through each other in this upper bracket match. Sneeze and Adam here bringing you the action. And, I mean, that was honestly a lot closer than I expected. I don't know which side I thought was going to take it, but, you know, there was an early advantage for Tech Free, and then suddenly Yangon are pulling it back, and then in the very last moments it feels like Tech Free, they finally stopped running up onto high ground all willy-nilly and started playing the fights a bit slower.
Alright,
He's
so
back.
I apologize for that. They try to go high ground over and over again the same way, right? It's like they pop this Pango roll, you know, Jikroy goes to hit the tower. And then I feel like if Jikroy does not hit the Ursa, then there has to be a counter play, right? Like, because the
5
Ursa is the one
seconds
what's
remaining.
killing Jikroy. I just kind of go all in with this young Pierre standing in front. So I think that was an issue as well. I would have liked to see, again,
Radiant
maybe just go
team
for the
ban.
blink, maybe even the Swift blink. Just to kind of be the one to go in when Mamang Daya rolls
team
someone. Like
ban.
for a Bane, for example, if he blinks in with a nullifier, the Bane is just dead. Same with Shaman, same with whoever.
Radiant team
Even
ban.
Ursa, if you get a nullifier on him, that's no overpower, right? I feel like
Yeah, we
it's
didn't
so
really
special.
mention this, but Yangon in that game, they didn't actually have any save, right? Like, if you pop a BKB, if it's not the grip, you're literally just dead. Like, DB is just gonna make quick work of you. I like that coming into this game, number 2, Yangon Galacticos immediately ban out that Jikroy Gyrocopter though. That's like, yeah, they're like, screw that guy, go for the AA, and Shadow Shaman's still available in the pool though.
No more flex, no Dusa, no TV, no gyro.
Yeah, stop messing with us. Okay.
There's a Darkseer here.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, they go for the Pango though, Mamang Daya's favorite.
Why fix what's not broken? Very
What do
strong
you
laner
do?
into AA. But
Like, what do you do when Mamang Daya picks Pango first phase like over and over? Like, how do you break that?
I feel like,
remaining.
was it I don't know if he played the lane wrong or if it was a matchup misunderstanding, because I feel like Queen is favored against Pango.
Okay, and do you feel like it was only that good of a game for Mamang Daya because his lane went okay? Because I feel like even in the latest parts of the game, he was getting these killer rolls off, and I mean, what do you even
Dire
do?
team ban.
I think that's mainly because they didn't really have a counter to the roll, right? It was just Finn's grip, but he went for Lincoln's. So to enable himself to obviously get these rolls interrupted. Maybe see something. What else is even a roll cancel? It's also because Young PH never really waved the roll, right? Like we talked about. He had to kind of save the wave to kill the gyro most of the time, which ended up working out pretty well for them. It's just annoying, I think, that Tech Free had this unstoppable roll. It's just this team fight chaos, and once he had the refresher, it felt so difficult for them.
10 seconds
I'm quite
remaining.
surprised that they just straight up ignore the Shadow Shaman here in this second game over the Angle. I guess, like what you said, if aim broke, don't fix it.
Team pick.
Shadow Shaman feels like it's such a premier support at this point. You ban out a couple of the little heroes as well in the Dark Window.
It's just their favorite hero, I think, this Pangolier. YG also, I think, kind of changing their approach. They go for this A and they ban out all the carries, right? Or quote-unquote flex carries, post 1, post 3, obviously.
10
So
seconds
maybe just
remaining.
feeling like they want this carry-to-carry matchup to be simpler. The reason
5
this A is so
seconds
good is because
remaining.
it stops a lot of the satanic buyers in the late game, right? So heroes like, obviously the heroes that are banned out, TB and Medusa, don't care about that so much, which might have been their plan all along.
Okay, well, this is certainly a way to make sure your Pango initiation doesn't get spoiled by anyone grabbing the silencer for themselves here. I want to say probably a position 5, just because 4 silencers is a bit awkward.
10
YG
seconds
probably opt for
remaining.
something like a Tiny or Void Spirit here to pair with the A. I think that would be kind of
5
nice. Maybe
seconds
don't pick it
remaining.
up so early. Go for the offlane first. There's also still a Darkseer in the pool if they want to pick a combo here. Some Darkseer +1. Something like Tuskar or... I'm trying to think what else has good interactions. Stark's still in the pool.
I mean, whenever I see a silencer, I immediately get a bit scared, especially when it's picked early, because then I feel like Yangon have the potential to draft a strong offlane duo. that just runs at you, right? Something like a Dartseer and a CK, something that has aggressive potential, maybe you get a task, close the gap. There's nothing that the silencer can really do in that situation other than just chain feed.
Yeah, but for example, you pick like, let's say Darkseer, Tasker, right? And then Tech Free has the carry pick that kind of enables the silencer to play a lane. So I think that's kind of scary. You also have a lot more of these niche safe laners right now, right? Like Ursa is probably the best hero against Darkseer right now. There's Sven as well, which we commonly see. YG, they'll go for a Storm instead. So they do choose to reveal their mid laner. I talked about Voice Spirit and Tiny a bit more because I feel like Storm kind of gets countered by Global Silence in a sense, right? Like, it just feels very easy to
10
kill.
seconds
But
remaining.
I think because Puck is removed, maybe just going up
5
on the
seconds
priority
remaining.
list is the Storm Spirit.
Radiant team pick.
Oh,
What the hell is this?
it's a I wanna say skill lay special. This man has been playing Earth Spirit since what 2015. You roam mid, you
10
know, you
seconds
pull the wave
remaining.
top. You have Ice Blast. Yeah, Earth Spirit's a pretty strong combo.
5 seconds
So the problem with
remaining.
Earth Spirit all along has always been the laning phase, right? But if you figure out a way to kind of get out of it and get levels before hopefully your opponents get something like a pipe, then I think their game is heroes
Radiant
not
team
the
pick.
worst.
I feel like everyone's been lamenting. I feel like a few popular personalities have been talking about how this hero is so dead, and I can't help but agree with them. I wonder what it is about this particular game that's making it feel like time to bring the Spirit Brothers back out to play.
10
I completely
seconds
agree with what you're
remaining.
saying. I feel like the Storm Spirit gets quote unquote countered by the silencer.
5
I guess when
seconds
he doesn't have
remaining.
global silence, it's free reign for you though. This hero doesn't have any stuns, but now they equip themselves with a very solid stun in the Dragon Knight. I want to say that's gonna be their pause 1 hero.
It's probably a Mamang Daya hero, I think. Just picking a DK
Yeah?
against the Storm is a super favorable matchup. So at this point, you have a poor Storm that's
team
going to play
pick.
against Global Silence and an early Blink Dagger from DK. So I think this is really good from Tech Free so far. Not a big fan of the Slug pick just because I feel like they could have doubled down and pick a stronger support just to kind of play in the mid lane with the DK. Something like what's a good example?
10
Mirana
seconds
even.
remaining.
Something a bit
Yeah,
more
like something.
neutral.
I guess Dark Willow would have been the best case, right? Because you just run
Yeah,
that's
overthrows
banned out.
Brambles pre-6 like that. I think that kind of archetype of hero that can contribute from a distance and set up the Dragon Knight for a kill. I do wonder what the orientation is from Yangon gonna be though, because I feel like this slot can't really run to the mid as reliably, but he is gonna give AA a very hard time.
Yeah, lane's pretty nice for Slug. You also get to dispel Magnetize, which is kind of cool. I just feel like the Death Shroud save isn't as valued this game because you're playing against Earth Spirit. There's just a lot of AoE, you know. I also feel like their heroes, they want to go in. It's like, I want to roll, I want to blink stun with DK, I want to kill heroes with Global
Dire
Silence. You know, you
team
don't really
ban.
want to play this defensive style with the first 3 picks of Tech Free.
Radiant team ban.
Back for the Ursa there over something like the Sven. That's certainly interesting. The Global Silence can really mess you up though if you don't get the Enrage off in time. I feel like Yangon, I'm not sure whether they're giving this silencer as much respect as they should. We'll see whether they're right about that read or not.
10
You only can
seconds
Global
remaining.
Silence one of us. Alright, to be fair, Tech Free doesn't have that much
5
burst damage, so his
seconds
Blink Stun
remaining.
Global is like, it's okay. It's not like, wow, super strong if we reach a point where you have items. I think
Sure.
it's probably just a comfort pick. I am worried for the lane though, because this double jump Pango against AA Ursa sounds super free. And if he gets an early diffusal or even Vessel this game, I feel like I'm looking at this Pango, like 10 minutes he has a Vessel or he has power treads, whatever.
Radiant team
So
ban.
unkillable. Like, how do you kill him? Until
Yeah,
your
that's
AA
kinda
gets
what
6, your Esprit gets 6.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm worried about too, right? Because the Ursa in the previous game, when you have sort of a Bane in your lane, that's something that is just gonna be able to stand his ground and fight and push away
10
the Slark and
seconds
even help you
remaining.
get the
Dire
kill.
team ban.
And of course, you're playing against a Lycan who can't do anything about that. But now with Pango as 2 mobility spells, a great way of trading into your heroes. And the AA walks out of position just a little bit, gets pounced, he's dead. And the Ursa can take a lot of spell damage in the process. So not really sure whether this is going to go the same way as KSH is expecting.
10
We'll have to see
seconds
though.
remaining.
The final bans, take out the Tidehunter, take out the
Dire
Centaur.
team picked.
Some JG classics here.
Veno
They ban
ban.
out the
Radiant
Veno.
team
Interesting.
picked.
Okay.
Protecting KSH. Go for Timber. So tech free. What can they go for here? Lina?
Okay, this is a big JG hero though, the JG Timbersaw. I've seen him carry games on this pick, so I'm not sure what it is about this particular game that it's calling out to
10
him. Maybe just
seconds
some of the
remaining.
other favorite offlaners banned out, but
I think it's
5
just a good
seconds
pairing with Earth
remaining.
Spirit in the sense that Earth Spirit pulls for you, you stack a bit. You have damage to contribute later on with the Storm Pool. Earth Spirit, Storm. All these heroes have like huge damage. This DK, if he tries to pressure mid around past the first catapult, I want to say like around 10 minutes, 15 minutes, he can always die.
yeah.
Of damage to Pango too.
Something we didn't mention just yet is this AA, as much as it is a weak laner, that's a hero that can run mid, drop an Ice Vortex, and suddenly the Storm Spirit's kill potential gets a lot stronger, right? Same thing for the Earth Spirit. It suddenly makes this hero probably feel a lot more burst heavy than he otherwise would, and now you actually have a ton of burst to pair with that with the Timbersaw, so...
It's a Bloodseeker game.
Ooh.
I wonder if Jacob plays it. This Bloodseeker Silencer looks insane here. Like JG won't get to play Dota at all. You have lane with an Earth Spirit into Bloodseeker Silencer. Oof.
It's still available. The Rupture is going to be insane into 3 out of 5 of these
It's a bad
heroes.
matchup against Ursa though, but I don't know if you care. I feel like you'll get so far ahead that you actually don't care.
You just play for that early tempo, right? You completely ruin the lane in the Timbersaw Earth Spirit and put on so much damage. I don't think Timbersaw can actually survive
What
against
else is
that.
there? It's like some Clinks Lina kind of hero. But you want Lina Silencer lane? I think you're fine because it's Earth Spirit Timber, but I'm not too sure.
What
else
kind of
is there?
carries?
I mean, the good picks are like Sven, but it's like you don't really want to pick it into particularly this Timber lane. Sven Silencer is a good old combo as well. It's all Viper, so it is a DK carry.
Okay. Offlane Viper to ruin the day of KSH. Not really a hero that we're seeing very often. I think most recently, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Mobe bring it out a few times in the mid lane, playing a very aggressive Blink Orchid type build, just playing for that single target disable. Very interesting build up. We'll see whether DB focuses a bit more on the right click or maybe gets an early Orchid and a Blink himself to play off of the silencer a bit more. Yangon Galacticos, though, this break is going to destroy the Timber. This early laning stage is going to be very rough for the Ursa, and it's never going to be an easy hero for the Storm Spirit to burst through. It's kind of a crazy last pick.
I don't know. I don't like them moving the DK away from the mid lane because I feel like Storm against Pango, Storm's going to have an okay game. I feel like they had the option to set themselves up to completely ruin Young PH's game. And if Storm has a decent lane, this Viper is actually going to get kicked out at some point.
You reckon? The Storm can actually do enough damage to kill DB?
Yeah, of course, with these heroes. They have A or Spirit. Like, it's not easy. It's easy for them to bring heroes to the safe lane. It's
Sure.
my issue. Like, if DK is going to play alone top, like, can you really kick out JG with DK Silencer at like 5, 6, 7 minutes? Sure, maybe in the lane at the start, yes. But eventually, no, I think his Timber is going to be fine. He's going to clear stacks. And I think it's just this Viper needs a place to play. It's going to be a lot on Mamang Daya and Nalu to kind of break spots and protect this Viper.
3 wins in a row for this Barrage Silencer. We'll see whether he can make it a 4th. This is game number 2 of Yangon Galacticos up against Tech Free Gaming. Of course, Tech Free taking that first match, looking to make it a quick 2-0 to start out their run here, the road to EWC. I think these two teams definitely not the immediate favorites, right? I wouldn't even necessarily say either of them are dark horses. It's not like they're coming in with all this hidden bristling potential that we haven't seen before. But we'll see whether they can surprise people here in these qualifiers. Some good lucks coming out, some tips. Nice to see that they're all just being friendly with one another. Young PH, of course, in that earlier part of the first game, didn't really have the best time on that Queen of Pain, getting caught out by the Mamang Daya Pango here and there, but hopefully on the Storm, bit of a different story for him. That's what he'll be hoping for.
I don't know about friendly. Varys was definitely tipping him for his first 2 deaths in the previous game. Maybe a little bit of beef that we don't know about his players. To look at YG's draft, does this not look like some what's the second LGD team's
30
TI? The
seconds
one
to
Afu
battle.
had the 3rd place run.
Oh, yeah, of course. Earth Spirit, it's only a few players that have
What was
had
their
those
team's
notable
name?
runs. I don't even remember, I'll be honest with you.
It was like the second LGD team, right?
LGD Forever Young.
LFY. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn, you got it.
Yeah, Forever Young. What an iconic ass name. How can you forget that?
It's true. My bad.
Some of these
I
Chinese
remember
names
the
are,
Y.
Begins.
Yeah. Some of these Chinese team names are hilarious. I think not just in Dota but across esports. Like some of those like Edward Gaming. Like what do you mean?
Oh man.
Just put some dude's name. Can you imagine if you name your esports team Adam Esports? Like what?
Dude,
What are
but
you talking about?
that what matters, I feel like in China they don't care about the name as much, but they prioritize the tag. It's like the tag looks nice, you know.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
EDG,
yeah.
actually
EDG.
is so nice. It's the
That's
same
true.
for what's it called? RNG, right? RNG's
Yeah,
full name
yeah,
is
they-
like kind of
Royal never
RNG
give
is
up.
so
Like what the
nice.
hell is? Dude, it's definitely one of those cases where they were like, oh, you know, we want the acronym RNG. What kind of words can we put in there? They flip open the dictionary, try and find it. Skill A with an early move up here to the top side. Tri-lane on tri-lane action. The kick is in, but DB, he's doing a lot of damage back to KSH. The Viper will find the burst blood, but it costs him his life and TPing away on the Earth Spirit. Now back to base to heal up. Both teams seemed to know exactly what was going on. They were prepared for that.
Yeah, that was a really good play by them. So heads up, right? Like Dalu gets the ward in lane, and Baris has been just camping top. Doesn't show. I don't know if that was communicated, because I think the goal was kind of bad if they knew the answer was there. I think tri-lane on tri-lane favors YG a little more, because Viper wants levels. Gonna farm anyway. And
Sure,
this
yeah, and I
Timber
mean-
against DK 101 is like, at some point, having JG have high levels on his Timber Saw is like really huge, right?
We were thinking maybe they'd even pick a Bloodseeker to slow down JG's Timbersaw. You get to a point as JG where I think you can actually kick this DK out of lane 1-1-1.
Let's see how lane goes. Sansa isn't the easiest hero to lane in against. Also, he has a Earth Spirit, so I don't really know how it's fully gonna go. He has a win lace, so I assume they're gonna try to pull creeps, but trying to get past this Sansa to the backside to kind of pull the wave isn't the easiest.
Yeah, the annoying thing, I rarely see it these days, but I feel like every time you see a position for Earth Spirit, his game plan is unironically he wants to sap EXP, right? Because when he's level 1 and even level 2, it feels a bit awkward to get things done on the map. Even these early ganks don't feel quite as impactful, so you're just there basically taking away some resource from JG in hopes that that translates into some sort of map impact later on. And it kind of feels like it's the opposite of what Timbersaw would want from a position 4.
I think the ideal Earth Spirit game is you want to pull the wave, right? To get level 2. So these melee heroes, they usually have this level 2 plus level 3 timing. Like for example, you play with Darkseer and Timber are probably the best two examples. Like a level 3 Timber has like a huge spike, right? Like the level 2 in Rolling Dive or Timber Chain, it gives you kill power. And as Earth Spirit, you just want roll and kick. Same with Darkseer, you want the level 2 shell before you kind of want anything to happen. So until that point, you kind of want to dodge the lane. Kick him out. Let's do it. Kick him out.
Arcane Curse comes out though. Kille has to roll out, leaving JG
guy
in an
goes out.
awkward position. Not sure, but I feel like they could have just kicked out the DK. Stolen the Lotus for themselves, but now a full commit onto the Dragonite is going to be that much harder because he secured the Lotus for himself.
Dude, have you seen the, like, I think in some games like these Wisdom Runes fight, all these displacement spells, they like let you charge up the Shrine of Wisdom or the Lotus to like a certain amount, right? Then you just kind of kick him out with like some Flame Break or Vacuum or whatever, and just yours. Ooh.
Ooh, that's big. Oh, the tips come out as well. Young PH gets his revenge. We were worried a little bit about how you beat the Mamang Daya Pangolier, but Young PH confident in this storm. Meanwhile, KSH in the top lane going down, and DB's gonna find himself a second, maybe make it a third. Cold Feet not gonna happen. And DB, he doesn't even have feet to freeze. He's in the skies. He's all over your face.
I saw it in the mid lane earlier, but Young PH, he's been trying to pull the shield crash. Like, look at this, Mamang Daya's shield crash is on cooldown because Young PH keeps pulling him when he jumps. And it's honestly such a big deal. It's probably how he got the kill as well. Stopping the armor that Mamang Daya is trying to abuse. Doing really well, but top lane is, I want to say, a disaster, and for some reason bottom lane is not having the best time either. I'll say this is the Earth Spirit effect.
Yeah.
You lose your off lane, and then you go to a safe lane, and then you lose it too.
Yeah, now JG is gonna get chased down. Some high ground misses. He doesn't have a level in Timber
Bounty
Chain though.
rune.
Going 2 reactive armor, he's gonna at least get a bounty rune. Start healing up. Oh! He stopped for a little bit there. I don't think it would have really made a difference. He ends up going down anyway. That's a -1. Varish starting that brain drain bright and early. And suddenly it's just your mid lane for YG that's going well in this early stage. Everyone else on the side lane's suffering big time.
I think this top lane, you just kind of try to zone the slug out together. Then we want to make sure you have a full camp and wait for a storm to come eventually. Because this Earth Spirit coming is not enough. Like, you don't have damage right now on these two heroes. Unless the Viper is already kind of low, or maybe he comes to contest the pool camp and he's in a weird spot. Like, I can see that. But with the first blood, this double Wraith Band DB is just a little too tanky for them.
That's kind of tough, right? Because Tech Free Gaming, I think they've done a good job making sure that they eliminate the Ursa first, regardless of how many heroes are there. And that's like 99% of YG's damage in that trio. So
It's also a slug, right? Like, he gets stacks as he hits you, so it gets kind of scary. You commit on this
longer you
Viper a
take.
bit too long,
Radiant's
yeah.
bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, both ways it sucks because if he's not getting Essence Shift stacks, then you're getting Poison Attack stacks. So, right, as long as the fight starts, it feels like you're almost on this timer. Skill A just gonna get caught out, trying to make a rotation, maybe help with the 6-minute rune.
What can you do?
Gonna be top, at least denying it from Young PH there. 2 supports coming to the mid lane. That's been something Tech Free Gaming have been pretty good about with those rotations.
Young PH just forced Dalu to pick the rune though, so no shield rune for Mamang Daya. I think it's a huge deal, but the supports on YG, they just need levels, right? They want nothing to happen, secure runes. It's kinda really all you want. You have, I would say, quote-unquote greedier heroes, right? Compared to Tech Free, who went for a more laning-esque kind of setup. Battle in the top side. Arish is up here now.
Yeah, Tango's moving over as well. This is gonna get nasty for YG if they decide to stick around. I don't think they can defend this tower.
Do you really want to group 4 heroes to take a tower in this point?
I don't know
I
whether
feel
they
like-
care so much about the tower. It seems like they care about getting some of these kills.
I think the tower going down is probably gonna favor kills.
Dire's top tower
I don't know
is
the
under
farm against
attack.
this Viper at all, but if your tier 2 goes down and you don't pull back the wave, Viper's gonna be in a pretty weird spot. No second spell as well to clear stacks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Did they see the Slark in the bot lane chasing down JG on the Timber?
Storm's tipping bottom.
In a little bit of trouble is the Timbersaw, but there's the TP. Looking to punish the Lord. Pull him in, but nicely timed Dark Pack. It's not going to be enough though. The burst damage is there, but Young PH, he's out of mana. Hiding away to the right side of the tree line. Jikroy will at least be able to get a return kill onto Skill A. Again, another situation where it feels like that's just the Earth Spirit effect coming into play. Meanwhile, top lane, they found Zorain. An easy dive for Mamang Daya to make with that Rolling Thunder.
Did they not get the
Dire's
shrine, or
top
is he
tower
level
is
3
under
after the
attack.
shrine on the Earth Spirit?
They
But sometimes you
got
just
the
have
shrine-
to
they got the
accept,
shrine.
accept that your life is patience, right? Like you're level 3, you try to kill someone, you're probably feeding, right? Even if he rolls into the silencer, in all honesty, he probably will die. Zero does not contribute much till later, and the thing is, the more you drag your level 6, the more it feels like you won't have impact when it comes around.
Dire's top tower is under
Zorain
attack.
being chased through the tree line, trying to set what EXP he can up here, get to that level 6 that you mentioned. It's so important, especially on both of these
Dire's
supports,
top
but
tower has fallen.
no Cigar, just being pushed away by a solo silencer. Things are not looking the best for YG in this early part of the game. It was quite a similar story in game number 1 as well. See whether they're able to find some moves to get themselves back in this, because net worth wise, look at the Ursa and JG. This Timbersaw is not really having the time that we expected him to.
Just pulling waves. DK going for the Yana go. Nothing too surprising. I'll try and kick JG out. TP from Mamang Daya.
Timber Chain? What levels of Timber Chain? We don't have a life. Rest in peace, Jikroy. Makes that kill look easy. Now DB.
Goodbye, kids.
Level 6. Throw out the Viper Strike. Zorin can't do anything
he
about
was
this.
slow?
Is that just a dead Ursa? Okay, enough poison damage. Young PH coming in. Ice Vortex amplifying the damage. And now with the Urn Charger, Skill Lay will at least find that kill. Nice bit of net worth for the Earth Spirit, who still is only level 4.
Yeah, he took the gold away from Young PH. I would actually be mad. There's so much gold for the kill 600. It's been so nice for a Storm.
Yeah, man. That's kind of... I think that's a slight grief.
Dude, is there a reason? Look at AA, right? He's not slowing KSH at all. Like, why? He had every spell.
Yeah.
Killing Touch,
I
Electric Vortex.
mean, just at that point, you might even want to just run your body directly at them to try and distract them from killing your Ursa, right? That's the most value you could probably
Hey,
get.
I'm really cold.
Like, please, just take me, please. Okay, well, Skill A trying to contest for the rune. Again, another situation where a support gives up their life just to secure the arcane for Storm, so that could be something. But more deaths going the Earth Spirit's way, just really, really far from ideal in terms of the start. A 3k gold lead built up already for tech-free gaming.
You know what's funny? This First Spirit, eventually, he's gonna get a vessel because he's... That's just life, right? Like, your team fight, you will get gold.
Sure.
It's gonna be useful. At some point. I
Yeah.
don't know what point, but at some point.
Dire's middle tower
Hopefully
is
for
under
Yangon, the Earth Spirit's going to be useful at some point this game. He still has a long road ahead of him.
He's getting there.
You know what I will say though? I think one thing about Earth Spirit that I always forget about is this guy has a lot of strength gain. So regardless of whether he has items or not, he always just gets so tanky. Ice Blast off the mark. I don't know whether this kill is still possible, especially if the Global Silence and the TP is coming in. Zalol, he is on the prowl looking for a pounce. Slight miss there. Young PH, 1 little centimeter away and his ass would have been toast. A little bit of missed execution on both sides, but still tech-free gaming come out on top of that one. All they had to use was the Global.
Man, that was painful. The Ice Blast hit, I'm sure they could have got Jikroy there. No global now though. Mamon Daya has his first diffusal. They want to pressure anyway. I don't know if this is good for...
Oh, Zorain. I mean, he's gonna instantly die, so it looks good now. Not even needing to use the Rolling Thunder. They were waiting patiently on that TP. Nice positioning from Tech-Free
Radiant's
Gaming.
middle tower is
A lot of
under
wasted
attack.
time though. And PH gonna push out mid. They see Storm, he zipped in.
There's nobody else there because everybody's busy bot, so...
Hey, tower defended. Storm
Yeah.
gets yet another rune. And now Mamong Daya has no TP. I wonder if they'll make a move here. Where's towards the bot side or the Viper? I think either way
Dire's middle
works for
tower
them.
is under attack.
I mean, the annoying part is Zorain died on that TP in,
He's
right?
level
So he's
4.
not gonna have it. Oh, skill A?
Yeah, just go sit mid or something, man. Come on.
Oh, KSH! He had a Fairy Fire! Oh, man. I don't know whether that would have saved him, to be honest.
Probably not.
This rune. The lull comes in. Finds the bounce. Mamang Daya looking at a roll. There's a roll from Skill A to help him out. And a nice Ice Blast. Okay, Earth Spirit, he's doing it. He's probably going to... He lives? Okay.
Huge.
That's actually... Yeah, that's unironic. Like, it sounds like we're kidding, but that's kind of huge.
Dude, that's so big for him. Like, not for his team, not for anyone else, but for him. That EXP is what he needed. I'm happy for his spirit.
Dire's top
He is
tower
almost level 6. He's halfway there, guys. 13 minutes in, level 5 Earth Spirit on the prowl for his ultimate. Will he be able to find it here? They're going to try and smoke to find DB. They know he's up here.
are
Prowl
scanning.
for the Viper, more like it. No Ice Blast though. They need to wait for this. This is... They definitely need Ice Blast.
They're going to try. Yeah, Global Silence comes in now. DB's just got to turn around and kill the
Ice
AA.
Blast.
They don't have Ice Blast, but they do
Skill
have
A,
magic
baby.
damage. Okay. Well, they get the kill. Skill A still doesn't get his level 6, unfortunately, but at least they get the Viper kill after
chasing.
feeding him a double. KSH now pounds slightly off the mark. The Lul's still going to come forward and throw a couple slaps KSH's way because he knows that he can. And
Dire's
YG,
middle
another
tower is
situation
under
where they
attack.
had to lose quite a bit just to gain something small.
With no Copium though, that's a Viper kill and Global Silence for your 2 supports. I actually think that is not too bad.
Sure. Yeah, that was a bit of a, like... I guess they were trying to go ahead of when Tech-Free Gaming would be expecting them. Kind of caught them by surprise, but that's the power of the Global Silence. It's foiled their plans quite a few times already.
A also just needed to use his spells at the start. Like he was looking somewhere else.
Yeah,
This
it's almost
slow.
like he was waiting for someone else to use a spell first.
let
I
me
feel like
just
that's been Zorain's
Bumper
entire
card is
experience.
Viper.
Yeah, right. Like,
Tower
let me just
is
walk
under
next to him. You know, give him a little kiss on the cheek. You know, let's really think about what we want to do here.
Jigroi's in the mid lane. They're looking for a fight here. They didn't set anything up though.
Okay, skill late throws a
Radiant's
spell
bottom
out. It
tower
doesn't do
is under
anything.
attack.
What
Does
is
he miss
happening?
us?
No stuns. Tech Freak.
Yeah,
gaming
what
once
is
again.
happening? Jigroi gets a kill onto JG on the other side of the map
Why?
randomly.
It's like, yeah, I ain't looking at this no more. JG still on recovery mode. They will smoke out here. YG finally hitting level 6. You know, Jigroi is stuck here too. Use his
Radiant
TP
are
to
scanning. Dire are scanning.
here.
Oh, he reads that move though.
It's a
They have
nice
full
scan.
vision of the enemy jungle.
Oh, look
So
at
they
KSH
know that
top lane.
YG is on the prowl, but Tech Free, they're making their own move up to KSH. Find him in an awkward location. They need to stop this TP. The Rolling Thunder will come
Wow,
through.
DK in the bot lane though.
DK in the bot lane, being focused down. That is a big kill. But with the Global Silence coming in, they have to give up Zorain again. The rest of the YG members will be able to TP out, I want to say. Yep, clean escape there. So YG, they are finding things on the map. They are connecting on some kills, but it still really isn't doing anything to this insane lead that Tech Free have. 7k, 8k now gold lead at the 16-minute mark. Your Mage Slayer complete on the Viper. Your DK has a Mjolnir done almost at the blink. And Mamang Daya's almost at his blink too. Tech Free are gonna hit a ridiculous timing.
I think they have hit their timing so far. It's more like YG has no timing to play for right now. So far behind. Mamang Daya starts feeding in the mid lane, which might be possible. They see the Storm decided not to walk over. Yeah, the nice thing about YG's heroes is that if you look at their heroes, if they have worth, they do have spells to cast. Electric Vortex into Timbersaw combo into Ice Blast. I think most heroes on Tech Free do die, DK included. It's really just the Viper with the Mage Slayer that is tanky enough. And it's not easy to stop combos like that with Global, right? Because you can kind of throw all your spells together.
Yeah. Maybe something like the Glimmer Cape would be pretty useful. The lull, running straight up into Zorin. I mean, the Slark is just ruining a lot of their plans here. Every time they try and find a little sneaky angle, there he is to smoke him out. And
It's very
map
difficult
continuing to grow smaller for them.
to play against this hero when you're behind YG. They want to do something about it though. I'm not grouping up right now. Skill's going for you. He gave up on his Vessel Dream.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Changing sides of the map to the right. Can't really go on the slug here.
Yeah, Roshan's being done though. Very easy pickup for Tech Free Gaming. This time round, this game, a lot cleaner than game number 1, right? They are off to a great start. They're pushing the issue. They're furthering their lead. They're doing everything right, it feels like.
Far so good. I like this dagger pickup from Jigroi too. He's so far ahead. He has the Aegis now, so being able to play more aggressively.
Radiant are scanning.
Especially with a core like Viper on your team, you kind of want some hero to fill this up.
Haste Rune.
Deny the haste.
Radiant's bottom tower
Pound's
is
gonna
under
deny
attack.
it, unfortunately, and nowhere for him to go. He'll blink right back on top of young PH, and nice little setup there from Delul with the Yules.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Game's looking tough right now, YG. No global silence though. I wonder if they'll try to make something happen here. I feel like even if Jigroi has this Aegis, like he's worth touching. They do have enough damage to kind of just kill heroes.
Yeah, it's just these. I mean, we've seen YG group up around the mid, try for a smoke, try and move on the map, but Tech Free just are not giving them really any opportunities. They're sticking very tightly to their side of the map where they have full vision. Varish running around ready with a global silence potentially in these cases. He used it for that storm pickoff, but we'll have it back very
There's
soon.
a TP,
YG.
they want Jigroi.
Mass TP is looking for Jigroi. Despite the Aegis, they'll start out with a roll. They know there's no global available. Kicking towards the rest of the team. Line up with the Ice Blast. That's not too bad. Skill lane does go down though. First life of Jigroi. Can you bring down the second? The rest of YG sticking around. Varish is there, but here comes DB. Jigroi, he is in big trouble. The slices of the axes coming through, but they just can't finish him off. He's gonna hide away to the tree line. Meanwhile, the rest of YG dropping now. They will zip forward, look for Jigroi. They finally get the Dragon Knight, but it's gonna cost them. Timbersaw goes down. Now young PH, he does have mana. Tries for a zip back out. Far away just enough, but Mamang Daya tags him with the swash. Does he know? Right around the tree line, spots him. Rolling Thunder for the chase, no.
Oh, I'm surprised he didn't go there. I was gonna get him.
He can
though.
still try.
Dire's top
A
tower.
little jumping forward.
Nice.
Hopping that shadow dance, but that's gonna force him to low ground where Mamang Daya is waiting. A pack of sharks just hunting their prey, it feels like. Tech-free gaming all over the map. They lose Jikroy and that Aegis, but they come out on top of that engagement.
Just went way too early on the Earth Spirit, I think. He didn't need to die there, maybe wait for a team. Your damage and your stun just has to go together. I think that's really all you do. The later half of the replay here, Jikroy, so much HP lost, that's half his health gone, but no amp from the A there.
DB coming from a very, very difficult angle for them to deal with too. And not to mention, that Earth Spirit literally died to Silencer spells. He went in, the DK smacked him around a few times, and Varij just with the last word and the... I guess the curse just literally killed him.
Yeah, I'm still questioning his item build. I feel like this use is kind of weak. I think just make a Vessel would be really nice. You really need the boots this game either. But I think Vessel gives you a nice timing to kill Viper and DK.
It's kind of hard in these situations because at the end of the day, we are critiquing an Earth Spirit pick, right? I feel like there's a whole bunch of other
From the
position
draft.
falls. Maybe you could have... Yeah, right? Like you could have... I don't know, a whole bunch of heroes can buy Vessel now. It's the build up a lot more forgiving. KSH, Global Silence comes out, denying the Enrage. So come through with an Arcane Curse. Last word, he ain't saying shit. KSH lets out one last roar before being swiped down by Mamang Daya. It's the Lul who's trying to claim it, but Rarish will find the last hit on that. More int going his way. And the sub diff, what can you do? That's brutal.
KSH not having as good a game as the last one. DB's Viper just coming in the last pick slot, shutting him down way too much. YG also kind of kicking themselves in the foot, I want to say, with some of these
Dire's
rotations.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Doesn't it kind of feel like they just... I mean, this Silencer was overall second pick.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
It feels like another situation where maybe YG just weren't really respecting the counterplay to their picks. They picked the Storm into this. They picked the Earth Spirit, who then has to build a Yules into this. And the Timber,
Dire's
it's
bottom
like...
tower is under attack.
I mean,
Yeah.
Varij is just having a free-ass game, right? He's running around, pressing Q, pressing E, and just ulting when needed, and just kind of owning them.
Radiant's
Much as I want to agree with you, I don't feel like execution has been a bit of an issue here. Props to tech free, especially with the level 1 move just being ready top side.
Yeah, they knew the only way that Yangon could turn the tides of that laning stage was to start out with a juicy kill, and it's a very common Earth Spirit move. No way of stopping the TP though. KSH will get away with his life this time round, but still, this is another situation where DB is just forcing you out of the way very, very easily. Hurricane Pike complete, looking at a Nullifier now on this Viper.
He's so farmed.
He's so far.
Once this Nullifier comes out in, it's actually such a value Nullifier game. Timbersaw Aghanims and Ursa Overpower. Those are like two very, very big aspects of the hero.
Ice Blast coming through, they're trying to burst down Varij, but Global Silence still comes out. He's pretty tanky because of that Pavis. And now Young PH the one in trouble. They don't have a save for this Storm, and he is gonna fall to Mamang Daya. JG now. Timbersaw getting controlled up. Will be able to Timber Chain out to safety. Skill Lay able to save him, but Zorain goes down on the backside of the fight. I mean, can you imagine you waited this entire game for JG to get an Aghanims, and then as soon as he gets it, you're met with a Nullifier on the Viper?
That's what
I mean,
playing
he
from
literally
behind
has it
is.
complete already.
It's tough. It's really tough. They need this Viper to die. They actually need to go in, kill this Viper, and blow all their spells. That's the only way they win fights. And then they need to drag after that with the Aghanims from Timbersaw.
Dire's middle tower
I
has
guess they somehow
Yes,
also
said
have to
and
hope that Jikroy and Mamang Daya are not in there just completely ruining their day. Mamang Daya hurt me on that second part. Just an easy kill onto Skill Lay again. And Mamang Daya has his Ags complete already. This is a 24-minute Blink Ags Diffusal Shard Pango.
They are 20k ahead at 24 minutes. Is it really that surprising? It's pretty much playing turbo at the moment.
Damn. There's that Nullifier. Yules, Shard, everything you could ask for. The Lul though gets their ultimate off. They were ready for it. Tech free. Spot them out with the ward on the high ground. Knew that move was coming, and now Zorain, he knows what's coming, but can he get out? The low on the chase, DB with the Hurricane Pike forward. Just around the tree line. It's daytime, so Slark through the defender's gate. They still will chase, and my goodness, the damage just rips him apart.
It feels like you're just playing the Hunger Games right now. Oh my god, there was one hit. Why stop? Who can kill you?
I've never really played a lot of these Battle Royale games, but this literally looks like YG dropped in a location where all they had was a baseball bat, and Tech Free Gaming somehow landed in a location with an entire barracks of high-grade military software and tools. Because it just feels like you're bringing a water pistol to a machine gun fight right now. Skill day, this Earth Spirit pick just has not worked out for him at all.
Yeah, again, I think they just had to be a little bit more patient with their rotations. It felt like they weren't ready to make the moves that they were trying to make in the early game, you know. A bit too much pressure about this Ursa versus Viper too. I feel like they could have just started the lanes normally, get levels, and then eventually move. You have this Storm against Pango. Young PH was doing really well too, so you just help him secure rune and eventually he moves to the Viper lane, right? Kick him out, and then Ursa is like, okay, I'm back.
There's something that we didn't mention as well, but YG, the way that they've drafted makes it very obvious what heroes are going where, right? So there isn't really an option to dodge matchups or anything of the sort. Whereas with Tech Free, even if they pick that Pango first, there's still always the option that they bring it to the off lane. Look at Jinkroy just up on the high ground. 4 hits that KA. Meanwhile, the Lul kills KSH all alone up there in the top lane. Yeah, this one, I don't even know, but I think YG are out of this, because, you know, I hate to call it so early before Rex has even gone down, but to try and put up a fight, I'd say try, more like zip to the side and say please. Yeah, okay, well, it's done. GG is called. YG, they're gonna take a very early entry to the lower bracket, and here the road to EWC as Tech Free will be moving up on ahead and waiting for their next opponents. Whether it's Boom, whether it's Kukuis, we still have yet to find out. Oh, GG Young PH, damn, that's cold. That is cold. I guess it is some sort of beef after all.
I don't know, man, but you talk, you know, you want shit talk, you should shit talk before you win. You know, if you shit talk after you win, that's
a little cringe.
That's L. That's a big L.
Yeah, I get you. I will say that this is a very similar result to the previous time that Yangon Galacticos and Tech Free ended up facing off. There were 2 very big storms both ways. And this was at a smaller tier 3 tournament, Cringe Station, and yeah, Tech Free did end up winning an hour-long game at the end of it to close things out. But this time round, very, very convincing, right? Maybe some mistakes in game number 1, not fully awoken yet. Like we said, it's a bit too early for Southeast Asia Gamer hours. But yeah, YG, to be honest, if they want to make any sort of run, they have a lot of work to do.
I feel like they just didn't really prep too well with the drafts. I think Tech Free had the upper hand in both games, in my opinion, at least. Yeah. Other than that, maybe just some small moves, and it just kind of snowballed, right? Like you look at this early game, Earth Spirit TP stop, they die 2 moves. One was the TP, and one was the one where they tried to get first blood, and Varus was ready for it. That's obviously props to Tech Free for being 1 step ahead. But after the 2 moves, it just felt like the whole early game was over. And they had 1 salvaging point, right? The Storm Spirit in the mid lane that soul killed the Pango. He was doing well, but again, no one was able to come and help him with runes, and eventually Maung Dai just got rune after rune because the supports were too low level, too poor to kind of change things around.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, when you're winning your lane, you look to the left, look to the right, everyone's in shambles. It's kind of tough to figure out what you need to do in that regard. But now, Yangon will have to figure out what they do in the lower bracket. We'll have a glance at our brackets and how they've shaken up so far. Of course, we're just at the initial stages of these qualifiers. As we can see, Boom Esports 1 game ahead of Kukuis. I believe that game 1 went a bit longer than some of our games here on the B stream. And of course, the rest of the teams still waiting. But as of course, with the result of this particular series, we see Tech Free moving forward to face off against either one of those 2 earlier mentioned teams in the quarterfinals, while take a quick glance at the lower bracket. That's where Yangon Galacticos will be waiting for their next opponents, whoever loses in the lower end of that upper bracket. So yeah, let's try and be a bit more constructive here, Adam. If you got a little phone call to Yangon Galacticos, you got 1 minute to try and help them fix their shit, right? You've been a coach before. It's kind of tight because you don't really have a lot of time until your next match. You have maybe 1 day to try and rest, reset, and get ready. what work can you do? Like, what can you say? What can you try and sort out before tomorrow's games?
You take a piece of cellophane tape, then you open the draft, and you find the Earth Spirit hero, and then you just put it there. Hero does not exist. Don't pick it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that definitely was a bit iffy, but anything else that maybe we can try to apply?
I think just need to be a bit more aware. I think in at least game 2, Tech Free, they drafted for lanes. I also didn't like the Storm into Silencer in particular. I think they had like a lot of options to go for. I also think they didn't really have a quote-unquote answer to the Pangolier, even though Tech Free first picked it. Obviously you do research, you look at their Dota buff, they play Pango like every game, first pick, second pick, same thing, they play Pango. Like, I feel like there's no full response to it, so maybe probably a little better, talk about like what heroes you want to play against their heroes, and hopefully moving forward we'll see a bit of an improvement from YG.
Yeah, hopefully that's the case. If not, we'll be saying a very quick goodbye to them here in the road to EWC. But of course, we are only at the starting point of these qualifiers. For now, we're going to be taking a bit of a longer break, 2 hours to be precise, before we come back here on this stream for our next series. That's going to be Ivory versus Interactive Philippines. But for now, you can entertain yourself, because back over on EWC_Platinum, there still is Boom versus Kukuis. Head over and watch that. But we'll be right back at 4 PM for this game coming up.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how
Choose your hero.
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Radiant. Radiant courage. Dark power is under attack. Radiant's courage has been killed.
Come to my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
Radiant's courage has been killed.
Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how you're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all I ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how
A very warm welcome back, everybody, to the road to the Esports World Cup. My name's Sneeze, and I'm joined by Mr. 343, and we're taking you through the second part of the first round, I know, of the Southeast Asia League of Things. Earlier on today, we unfortunately had to send one of the teams to the lower bracket already. That's how it works, of course. Tech Free Gaming able to dispatch of Yangon Galacticos pretty convincingly. And coming up now, we have Ivory up against Interactive Philippines. Two more usual close qualifier participants gonna try and make a good run.
Yeah, both teams fairly been around for quite a while. You see players like Secure PUV on Ivory, IP, we have teams like Ken Rupido. These players have been around for what feels like past 3 seasons at least.
For sure. I think definitely the newer kids on the block are Interactive Philippines, right? But we'll take a quick look at your bracket, refresh your memory on how things are going to shake out for the rest of this one. Of course, it's a classic double elimination bracket, meaning we have an upper bracket and a lower bracket. Each of these teams is going to start out with 2 chances to make it all the way to the grand finals for the single slot. Of course, on the A stream, we saw Boom Esports take a pretty convincing 2-1 win against Kukuis. They'll be facing up against Tech Free Gaming in the quarterfinals. That'll be happening later on, I believe, later on tonight. And of course, Castaway Esports versus Execration, that's happening on the A stream. But for us here, we're going to be covering the all-Filipino showdown. Ivory, definitely, like I was saying, the more notable names. Let's take a quick look at the lower bracket because, of course, we know who's down there, but it'll be Kukuis versus Yangon Galacticos. And down in the lower bracket, of course, that's how it works. It means that you are only going to have 1 remaining chance. So Kukuis could just be at the end of the line here if they don't wisen up and take things serious against Yangon Galacticos. We'll see how that goes tomorrow. Of course, both teams will have some time to reflect and then, you know, figure out what strategies they want to bring. But what about this upcoming one, Adam? What are your thoughts on this matchup? Because we already talked about it, you know, they've both been around, they've been playing these tier 2, tier 3 tournaments together. What are you kind of expecting from these teams?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. They're both underdogs, right? I don't think anyone is very favored in these matchups. I feel like these teams probably have played each other a lot the past 1 year or so. Just curious to see if there's anything new they'll bring this qualifier. I feel like, you know, like I said, Ken Rupido, these players have been around for quite a long time. They have their like short stints of success on Execration or whatever teams they have been on previously, but no real stability we've seen from either one yet.
Yeah, I think the main thing that sticks out to me about the Ivory lineup is none of them have really reached any prior heights, right? I think when you look at some of the guys on Kukuis like Gabby, these old, I guess, dogs of this SEA region, you always think, okay, you know, there was a time where they were at tier 1, there was a time where they were making it through these qualifiers. Don't really think you can say the same about much of the players on Ivory. I guess the closest thing you'd have to it is Ken and Rupido back on their time at Neon, but we have a draft, so we're going to throw that up while we continue talking. On the flip side, Interactive Philippines, these guys are all basically newer, right? We haven't seen them so much as qualify through any major tournament so far, apart from playing the regular Southeast Asia tier 2, tier 3 stuff. But I will say that in the recent meeting that they had, which was around 1 patch 1 month ago, Interactive Philippines were actually able to best Ivory 2-0. So that at least is a promising sign that we're going to get a bit of a competitive series here.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, Yoda has looked pretty promising to me in some of the games I've watched so far. I feel like he's been doing pretty okay.
10 seconds.
I think the mid-match is probably what's going to interest everyone the most is Ken versus Yona, both
5
Philippine
seconds
mids that have been
remaining.
around for quite a while now. Pretty similar hero pools as well. I guess Lina is probably Yona's like biggest signature, and it's kind of back in the meta right now.
Sure. I think bringing a
Radiant
Lina to the mid
team
lane,
back.
don't think Magic Lina is real anymore, to be honest. I feel like that's a bit of a really niche pick that takes a specific setup. You generally, every time you pick that Lina mid, you kind of get a bit more of an active position 1, and you're hoping that that Lina becomes that machine gun in the end for you. No surprise at
seconds
all that
remaining.
Interactive Philippines are picking this Kanka up. This is a hero that they have first picked
Radiant
non-stop.
team back.
Of course, we did get to see some Interactive Philippines games recently on this patch because they played the open qualifiers for TI. Unfortunately for them, I don't think they made it very, very far. But still, Kanka is a hero that they keep going back to. It's such a flexible hero as well because they like to put it on position 1 for
10
Jet Baby,
seconds
but
remaining.
you could very much put it on off lane and mid if you needed to.
5
I think it's
seconds
also
remaining.
good with the heroes they play. At least what it looks like to me is they know how to draft around this Kunkka. It's generally one of the a bit more move making heroes. Like I say, Jonas
Yeah.
a bit more of a farmish mid, plays a bit slower heroes. The Puck, the Lina, sure not the slowest, but heroes that just take a while and have much more impact in this mid late game. So I like the pick from Kunkka IP, looking good in the draft. Also a nice hero against A. So our
Dire
interaction
team
that's
back.
interesting is that obviously the Emeralds from plays a part, right? Like it stops
Sure.
the damage that comes in. So it kind of prolongs the duration of how you keep your HP up, right? Before the shatter kicks in from the ancient apparition.
Ah, right, because
Dire team
AA
pick.
only shatters you if you reach a
Radiant
certain
team
threshold,
pick.
but while you're affected by the rum, you're basically taking delayed damage, so you're not really getting to that threshold as soon as the AA would probably like. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I passed my Dota mechanics class with Adam 101 this time round. Maybe the next lesson will be a bit harder, but
10
yeah, this one,
seconds
it's always
remaining.
these type of interactions. I think the damage over time with Kanka,
5
it's been
seconds
something that he's been really good
remaining.
against. They go for the Naga Siren, and the Void Spirit is an immediate response. So this almost seems to me that Ivory know for sure that this is going to be a Kanka, I guess, in the safe lane, and they go for a pretty early Void Spirit. That's quite surprising because wouldn't you want to see your
10
mid matchup
seconds
first?
remaining.
Okay, so I think the reason they go Voice Spirit is they think it's a neutral hero,
5
and I have
seconds
seen some
remaining.
teams run
Dire
this in the
team
offlane, similar to like the Tiny
Wow.
JG ran earlier. Although I'm not a fan.
Sure.
I think this hero is a good pairing with AA though, because the Voice Spirit lacks damage. I feel like as a hero, as like he has very weird timings. Like he doesn't always feel strong alone, but with the right heroes around
10
it, AA is
seconds
probably
remaining.
the best. I think Darkseer is one of the other heroes too. Like he becomes quite the monster
5
because he's so
seconds
tanky, he's hard to
remaining.
kill, but he doesn't kill you either. He's just
Right.
annoying. He's just there.
And the
So-
AA, of course, makes that balance tip into his favor thanks to the amplification.
Correct. This Voice Spirit against Kunkka is not an easy matchup though. I'm pretty sure it is Kunkka favorite.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It almost feels like they are so sure that this Kanka is going to be played position 1 that they're like, okay, we can pick a Void Spirit into it. Even if it comes mid, it's not that bad. They have the Ringmaster for the save up against the Kanka, and these two support heroes don't really feel like the strongest into Naga illusions, but I guess you have a decent amount of catch now on the ring, like with the Ringmaster, some damage over time, I guess, into the I'm not too sure, but it gives them some control. So already seeing two support heroes that can run to the mid lane and connect with this Void Spirit, run around the map with him,
Dire
make things
team
happen.
pick.
Not too bad of a start there. Timbersaw is the immediate snap up from Interactive
Radiant
Philippines. Pretty
team
early. And they go with the Sagiri Baby Dark Willow. Okay, so getting their off lane, something they feel maybe comfortable into the AA with.
It's just something we know their players like to play, right? Both Timber and Dark Willow going for their, I want to say, signature heroes. I think the Ringmaster
sure.
pick was just a save against the Kunkka, same as
10
Bane Sleep
seconds
Disruption. You have the
remaining.
box. At least it's something. So
5
Wheel is a nice
seconds
counter
remaining.
initiation to Song. Other than that, I'm not a huge fan of this hero at the moment. I feel like there are just better
Radiant
heroes in the
team
game.
back.
Silencer, Warlock.
Are you referring, what exactly, which hero are you referring to?
The
Like
Ringmaster.
Naga?
Dire
Oh,
team
Ringmaster.
back.
You're not a fan of the Ringmaster?
Yeah, especially as a post 4. I feel like there are heroes that just do your job better. Like, I'd rather
mean,
see
who
some
can-
SD or Bane, than this Ringmaster right now.
Really? You prefer the SD to the Ringmaster?
Yeah, especially with the Void Spirit in the pool.
Okay. Well,
10
we'll see whether
seconds
you can make
remaining.
magic happen with this Ringmaster Drake on this position 4.
5 seconds
You know what
remaining.
I'm surprised about? I'm surprised that Interactive Philippines didn't go for an early Mars because in their recent run at the qualifier, they've been snapping up that combination of the Dark Willow as much as they possibly can. The Mars Spear into the Willow Brambles feels like it'd be pretty nice. You can catch that Void Spirit with it, it'd be pretty solid as well. Timbersaw, on the flip side, doesn't really give you quite as much lockdown. So I wonder what the thought is, and the immediate Ursa comes out. So they don't ban it out, which means this is going to be a very strong safe lane duo for, up against the Timber. You just keep building those Fury stack swipes. Kind of half of the Timber's lane.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a pretty good Ursa game. Kunkka and Timber do nothing to you.
5
Willow and Naga are not
seconds
the best at
remaining.
killing Ursa as well. Obviously, you get to dispel everything that comes onto you.
Yeah.
I feel like IP might... what can they go for here? What's
You're thinking
good
of a
carry
mid, right? We're
matchup
thinking
into
probably of
Ursa?
an overall last pick Yona choice here.
It's hard to pick a mid simply because I think the Lina snipers don't fare too well into this voice spirit that just goes onto you.
Yeah, later in the
I
game, the
think
Ursa can jump as well, right?
yeah, picking a carry makes sense. I think picking an offlane to kind of pressurize Ursa makes sense too. Like we can see something like a Viper that we saw came out earlier, although I don't think a lot of teams would draft like that right now.
Oh, so you're saying you're thinking that this Timbersaw might actually be going mid into the Void Spirit?
I think it's an option that they have.
That's
Although I
true.
do feel like they should just pick a carry here.
And what
One
carry
kick.
do you reckon would be good in this situation? Because I'm trying to think of what can actually stand its ground versus an Ursa, whether you need to try and play it a different way and not take these straight on team fights.
Should think of like the butterfly heroes that take the Aegis away from the Ursa are nice. What is in the pool though?
There's the Deucer's band, the Terrorblades band. So these are the two heroes that don't really care about AA that could probably stand up into the Ursa. Trying to think of what else is available. Based on what Interactive Philippines have picked in the past, they've gone for Gyro.
Honestly, I like Gyro.
Radiant team pick.
I feel like with their heroes,
Naga
they play
team
at a
pick.
fast enough space that they can just pick Gyro here.
Oh, I
The
really
Naga
like this
Gyro
last
is
pick
really
Underlord
nice.
though.
I think some like SF Razor kind of hero like would work as well, simply because they have the Naga. I think the
Okay.
SF Naga is a old school that we've seen some teams run. What else is there?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, now it just feels so scary because Ivory, they're pretty much set up to throw
5 seconds.
every single
remaining.
spell in one set spot. Like,
It's a
they have
Weaver
that
game.
Vortex, they throw the Ringmaster ring on you, they put the pit down, and Void Spirit Ursa just jump in. It feels like you really need to be on point with these Song of the Sirens to save a hero. You don't have any proper save outside of that. Interactive Philippines, what do they want? Could
I
it
like
be the
Weaver.
SF Weaver?
Right, they have like no lockdown, yeah.
The pig?
Supports are super easy to kill. I think it's more like you get to farm these supports. And if you look at Ivory's heroes, once the supports dies, there's actually not much utility.
Okay. Let's see what they choose to go for.
Drow
They go back for the
choose
Drow
your
that they
hero.
brought out in the past. Maybe just something that they're comfortable with in the lane. The Drow Naga, a pretty solid combination. I don't know whether I like it so much. I don't know how strong it is really into the Underlord. It feels like you're kind of giving Underlord a pretty free lane because he can always just back up and farm some stacks. It also doesn't really get a lot done on the map because if you show in the wrong spot, you could just get jumped. I don't know. I'm not really feeling this Interactive Philippines draft right now.
Okay, I feel it's just gonna come down to like how the fight start, right? Like if you have a fight where this draw is just showing, he's definitely gonna get ult in, and I don't think Song of the Sirens gonna do much to save you. You have this
Yeah.
Ice Blast with Voice Spirit just throwing spells on you, sub-linking, and by the time the song comes out, you're probably already dead. That being said, this draw is able to do a lot of damage and it poses a big threat. Like, well, it's one of the, I would say, not so bad matchups against Ursa. One of the better heroes. You have silence early. You obviously, the way you itemize this draw is to keep your space. You go like Manta, Pike, Silver Edge, these kinds of items, which are really nice against particularly Underlord and Ursa Warrior. So I don't hate the draw pick. I just think they need to be careful about how the team fights start out. Because if you look at the front line for IP now, I feel like it's going to come at a point in the game where no one really can stand in front.
Yeah, that's a bit of my concern as well. I think early to mid game, Kunkka and Timbersaw are going to be fine with that, but later down the line, Ivory, the burst potential that they have between Aizen and Ken, it's going to be quite scary. Now, we didn't mention this. I was just talking about the Naga song, but they also technically have a Terrorize, right? That could be a bit difficult for Ivory to deal with, but it's gonna, at least for me, it's gonna come down to the lanes. I feel like, okay, I'm gonna say something that might be slightly controversial. I have yet to see a Timbersaw that has impressed me. I feel like every single Timbersaw I see, they somehow end up getting dogged on in the lane or not getting as much, and then by the time they get Ags, the opponent team gets a Yules or whatever, and it just feels like he can't really get to the point where he has an impact. And we've seen what happened before. If you let the Ursa get off to a good start, it's a pretty free game.
Okay, I do agree with you. I think Timber has looked a bit lackluster, at least in the games we've watched so far. But I think playing against AA, you do get away with the laning phase somewhat. He also
Okay.
goes for the Shredder facet here, which is super rare, so prioritizing the lane a little more. The reason people went away from this facet is because most carries, they Quelling Blade the trees in the lane, right? So you don't really get to play around with the Shredder at all. And having two Chakrams is just kind of strong.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the whole point of this draft is to enable the Drow to press right click, right? As long as your drow is right clicking, you're not gonna have damage issues, especially once she gets a few items. So maybe that's what we'll see the Timbersaw build into, tech into some more tanky items between himself and Yona. Just try and draw attention away from the Drow Ranger. That's kind of what the draft has devolved into. It seems like we are having a slight situation because everyone has disconnected. I think there's a remake, so we're going to get that onto you guys very soon. But yeah, let's talk a bit more about this draft at the moment. What are your thoughts in terms of the team's timings? Because Ivory, with this Void Spirit and the AA, it feels like if they get off to, you know, decent start to the lanes, level 6, they're just going to run around as a duo and chain kill some of these cores.
That's very possible, right? I mean, the thing about IAP is I feel like they have stronger lanes. I think this Timber Willow is pretty strong into the Ursa A simply because it's A, obviously. And I think Timber Ursa is a very lane favorite matchup. It's more about the supports, and Willow definitely is the stronger one here. I feel like in the safe lane, I'm trying to remember what the heroes. Go Naga, Underlord, Ringmaster. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Ringmaster very much. I think Naga and Dro can kind of punish down here. We'll probably just see Underlord push away, play for stacks. He goes for the Demon Reach facet. Nothing too surprising. The most common thing. They also have a nice Crimson Guard timing. Like Crimson Pipe this game is super value right, for the heroes. Protect the supports. They are squishy. You know, this A and Ringmaster again, just really easy to die heroes.
I mean, the one thing is that they don't really have the best backline jump, right? At least in my mind. The way that I'm seeing the lineup, apart from the Ursa just being the one to pounce in and stuff, I'm not really sure whether they'll be able to actually reach the supports. So I'm trying to figure out, because you got Kanka, who is going to be on the front lines. The Timber basically has to find some sort of insane angle to cut through and get to Ringmaster and A. If not, they're just going to be throwing down spells all for free. Your supports aren't going to help with the reach, you know. I know you don't like the Ringmaster, but I just feel like I've seen so many situations where the box comes in clutch and it's like, okay, whoever you were trying to go on, whoever you're trying to burst with the Kanka combo, suddenly they're in a box. They're not hit by the boat at all, and it's like, whatever.
I feel it's just one of those games where you probably get to set up with Song instead of defensively. Like I feel that defensive Song isn't super high value in this game. You get to Song, you set up a Bramble, maybe you get Ensnare and Terrorize off on a core as well. I feel like that's how they want to take the fight, and the boat comes in the ship. So you have this like whole setup for yourself, but for the opponents, let me just get in the lobby real quick.
Yeah, you might have just missed it because I think they've started already, but it's okay. We'll have a nice little program feed for us here. Of course, apologies for the delay, folks, but we had a bit of a bug with one of the players not being able to select stuff on his screen. I don't think he could pick his hero, so we're just going for a quick little remake. Yeah, we're gonna hop straight in here to not the draft. The heroes have already been drafted. We're just getting the picks in ASAP so that we can get this game going. We can go over some of the selections again. Now, one thing I was a bit curious about is Ivory not opting for the Doom, because I feel like every single time we've seen Kanka come out, it's one or two heroes that really deal with him. Ursa is one of them, Doom is the other, and I feel like Doom provides you such flexibility, because he can be 1, he can be 3, so not too sure about that, maybe just a player comfort thing.
I feel like Doom's mostly 1 right now. As an offlaner, I have not really seen much offlane Doom. I feel like it's generally always a pos 1 right now, even though in everyone's head it's probably like, oh, a flex pick, we can put it offlane. But how often do you actually put the Doom in the offlane, you know?
That's true. I feel like that has fallen out of favor. We've seen so many different carry Dooms at this point. Okay, let's just make sure everyone's in the lobby this time. Hope everything's okay.
Oh my god, the Timber can they not pick their facets or what? Because I don't see their facets being picked.
Yeah, I think they just need to sort some stuff out. Let's just make sure everyone's in the lobby this time. Hopefully the settings don't screw us over. And we'll be back into the game very shortly, folks. So again, apologies for this. Don't worry, this is not gonna happen again. It's just one of those, you know, new... It always happens. You know, you get a new patch, suddenly different things break. I know when they first had this new patch, it was so annoying because I don't know if you experienced it, Adam, but we had an entire situation where couriers were just not delivering items. Do you remember that?
I remember. So I used to play like Turbo at some point. I think at some point the courier was bugged because in Turbo when you put your item in the courier, it like auto sends. When I went back to play real Dota like after a while, and it just every time my career goes out halfway, it just goes back.
Yeah, I don't really know what that's about. Like, I know they were trying to get cute with it because they did the whole, okay, you know, now we have the auto deliver, which I personally think was a really great feature. Like, now every time I mark something for sale, the courier just picks it up, because every time I'm in the middle of playing a game, I don't want to be like inventory managing. It's just messy. It's just annoying. So I'm glad. I think recently the Dota 2 dev team has done such a great job adding all these nice little quality of life settings and quality of life features. All these things they're testing out at Dota Labs with the selective targeting and stuff like that as well. It's been really nice. I know the players have been liking it as well. Okay. I mean, I like the big mini map. I think my problem is that I haven't found opportunities in the game to be like, hold up, let me pull up the big mini-map. It feels like it makes more sense for when, you know, you're watching a broadcast and they want to show you something, right? Then they throw it up and then you can see everything really clearly instead of squinting in the side of your screen trying to see the details. I don't know, what about you? Do you like the Dota Labs features? Okay. Well, do you at least use the high visibility health bars? No? Yeah, it might be. I mean, they're just trying to find small little ways to get it better and better, right? It's I don't hate it. I'm glad they're still finding these little opportunities too. And again, folks, don't worry. This time, everyone who's here needs to be here. So we're not gonna have any situation where this is the third remake. Don't worry, we're getting into the game. I promise. Interactive Philippines versus Ivory. Of course, just a refresher in case you're joining us, the reason why we're having a remake is because there was a bug in the first lobby where a player couldn't select his hero, and then we had some further issues from there. But we're back in. This is, of course, just the first round of the upper bracket, meaning that both these teams, if they lose here, they still have a second life, but of course you want to cruise on through to the upper bracket. You don't want to be fighting for your life down there. It's real rough, right? So starting things off, I know, Adam, you weren't too big of a fan of the Ivory draft because of the Ringmaster, but apart from that, you're pretty fine with it. At least for me, I'm liking Ivory a lot more just because I feel like the timings are more obvious to me compared to Interactive Philippines, where I feel like they're going to have to rely on that Timber to do very well.
Okay, I think if I close my eye, if I don't look at IP's draft, I think Ivory has like easy to kill supports, like easy to bully, you know? But if I look at IP's draft, it goes back to your point, right? Like, who is actually going to go kill these supports? Because they have heroes that all kind of want to go on the front line here. And that's when Ringmaster shines, right? The box, the wheel, everything, the counter initiation, it just comes in.
Yeah, I do think this Drow Ranger last pick is like, it's mostly because so many of these other carries are banned out that they don't, you know, they don't really have much options other than that. Quick look at the facets here. Was there anything that we missed that was significant? We got Carney Classics, Bear Down, nothing too crazy.
It's really just the Timber
pretty
Saw.
substandard stuff.
I think it's super
Yeah, it's just
interesting
the
that he
Timber
went for this facet, by the way. I feel like it's almost no one goes for this facet. Double
Do you
chakram
feel like
is
it's one of
way
those
too OP.
facets that just doesn't have value outside of the laning stage? Because in theory, it's like every single time you use a Timber Chain, the slow comes out, right? It sounds like it should be useful throughout the game.
It's mainly for the lane, I think. I think the logic used to be like mid Timber doesn't get it and side lane Timber gets it. Then everyone just realized like, hey, we have 2 chakrams. This is OP. So I have not seen anyone go for Shredder anymore since then. Maybe playing against the Ursa, he wants the little splinters to come out.
You're in deep now.
Or
Yeah,
maybe it's one of
I
those
mean-
lanes where he might max Timber Chain. You know, the good old 0-4-2 build. No
Why
rolling
don't
death.
people do that anymore? Is that bad now? I feel like I remember the days of max Timber Chain and you were just zooming left and right in the lane. It feels like they can't touch you. You're just constantly getting CS, and it's not like the mana cost is that bad, right? Like 60, 70, 80. Why don't people do that anymore?
I think it's mainly the stack clearing makes Timber very simple. So you're playing for this like timing. You either go like Blink or Kaya, right? Level 9, level 10, you have all your spells. I feel like Timber Chain is not really a spell you can use in lane most of the time. You need to like kind of save it for your getaway.
Sure.
So it's hard to like spam it, like you said, right? Like go all around. Like once you go right to left the first time, you don't have the left to right. You might actually just go down.
And then they point at you, they're like, this dumbass used Timber Chain, get him! And then they start beating the shit out of you, and then suddenly you lose lane on the Timber. Yeah, I can see that. I think people have also just gotten better in general, right? I think in the past, I played a lot of Timber back in the day, back when nobody knew how to use Smoke of Deceit. And it just felt like you would be able to get away with lanes because you had so much damage that you could put out. But these days, people are so much better at punishing this hero. There's some good lucks coming out in chat. Nice to see that they're just friends all around.
I don't know, man. Every time I watch this Pinoy's play, I feel like sometimes the banter is like, I mean, maybe in my culture it's like not normal, right? But I think in Philippine culture it's like the banter is like super normal. Like I saw Boom's game just now, and Armel and Gabby were like kind of, I'll say borderline trash talking each other.
They were going at each other pretty hard. Some insults were being thrown out that I feel like it's the type of thing that,
is that
you know, you
banter or
only...
is that insults? I really don't know, you know? To me it's like, is this normal?
Okay, I mean, it's the type of thing where, you know, you're such good friends with people that you guys are just shitting on each other all the time, right? It's just, you know, in most friendships, that's kept to maybe like your friend group chat and not like in a lobby of a professional Dota game that's broadcast to people while you're trying to qualify for the biggest esports event in Saudi Arabia. So yeah, that's kind of the difference there, I think.
Part of the Rambulan.
True, part of the Rambulan indeed. Wait, what is a Filipino battle without some spice, right? What's the point?
That's true.
The battle
chat's where it's at.
begins.
At some point, we need battle passes that just give all chat lines.
Do they not already? I
I
feel
mean,
like
they have
there's
chat
some-
wheels.
What else would you want?
We need
like,
more.
like just...
We need more.
Oh, that's true.
That's like the whole point, right? Like it's the new gen thing.
Yeah.
The
I'm
all
hoping
chat.
that this year's TI brings about some pretty nice voice lines, because I don't know if they're gonna do the battle pass, but
They're
it'd be
doing
nice if they added more voice lines. I feel like that's where the money's at. But okay, let's see how things go here. Early laning stage, any particular matchup that you'll be keeping your eye out for, Adam?
I wanna watch this mid lane. I feel like this Kunkka should do particularly well against the Void Spirit. I feel like that's the history of the matchup. I don't know if anything's changed since the last time I've seen this, but they picked Void Spirit into Kunkka, so maybe Ken just being confident here.
I mean, realistically speaking, you're never going to die to the Kunkka combo, right? Because there's no way he gets you before Dissimulate comes out, and you have Astral Step, so you're pretty safe. Maybe just the farming part of things will be a bit difficult, but Ken seems to be keeping up just fine, at least for these first few waves.
Yeah, it only gets harder because Headbringer is painful.
Oh, good try there.
Wait, what happened to the Remnant?
I think he got tanked by it.
Did it? No, Ripple anything. Okay, anyway, there's also this Ursa Willow lane that I feel, sorry, Timber Willow, and I feel they'll do pretty well down here. I'm not sure how good a lane this is for Ursa.
We'll have to see. I mean, he went for Timber Chain level 1, so maybe trying to play off of that Splinter like you mentioned.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
I might choose this to do.
I think the third out onto Ken here. Okay, nice little deny there.
I also feel like this Kunkka at some point he can just kind of invade Ivory's jungle. Like, how do you actually punish Kunkka with your heroes in the early game? You know, like before the supports are 6, if he gets a rune, you know, with the rune rotation or something like that.
Oh wow, that is a nice Brambles. They were trying to make the goal onto V, but Whirling Death gonna finish him off. Aizen drops to the deck, and the Timber Willow, you called it out. Not so easy for the Ursa to actually make a move. He tries before V hits level 2. Ends up biting the saw for it.
Just a product of the 4 denies that both V and Sagiri Baby have down here. 5
Okay.
now. He is still level 1, both level 2 before Ivory.
Okay, let's take a look at this top lane. Drow Ranger, Naga Siren versus the Underlord and the Ringmaster. I mean, a large part of my understanding of why Naga's pretty strong in the lane is just because of those illusions, right? They're able to trade up against you. But it feels like something that Underlord doesn't really care about. The other day when I was casting Western Europe, I saw Naga Siren first pick answered by an Axe. Just because it's one of those offlaners that doesn't care about your illusions. It feels like Underlord is kind of that same brand.
I think Axe and Dawn have been the two most significant ones so far. The Dawn in particular is really good because you don't cancel. You're just a 5 without a stun, so you don't cancel his combo.
Uh-oh. Jets dropping very low. Nice little pickup there, Drake. Tanking a bit of the tower, but so worth it, especially since he gets the best souvenir of all. That strongman tonic gonna make the next engagement even easier for them.
This is actually so OP in the early game. It's like having a Lotus. If you have
Yeah.
Lotus and Strongman tonic, it's like equivalent of 2 Lotuses, right? Like, it's so...
Yeah, you
it's so
just get
strong.
your... It's like an early game cheese, basically. It's
Yeah,
kind of
it's-
disgusting.
Doing well. Probably not expecting the pit to come out for Rupido there.
We see more Underlords kind of opt for this early level in the pit, just catching people by surprise in the lanes. I like that a lot, because I think in the past you would just max out Atrophy and then you don't really have a lot of aggressive potential, because no one's gonna stand in the Firestorm, right? But
It gives
some
you
of
a
these
very
heroes
nice
like the
spike.
Drow
Step
can't
lively
really
now. Your admiral is
escape
on board.
from that very easily. Nice little rotation from the Naga Siren to deny the Water Rune from Ken.
Keep doing with the bottle here. Empty bottle, so probably gonna get harassed down. It's gonna get a bit harder for him. Yona's gonna turn level 5 after this creep wave, and he has no ball charges, so might wanna ferry out a salve here. Shouldn't that spike me. Damn, look at that damage, my friend.
Look him.
Mark the spot.
He's getting cooked a little bit, but there's the Dissimulate. They're gonna tank quite a few auto
He
attacks.
can't
though.
lane
Ken.
anymore. There's no bounty rune as well.
Dire's courier has been
He
killed.
needs some help from the supports, man. He's about to tank another Tidebringer, wipes out his entire Sanctuary
Most
shield in one
level
shot.
3 shield is gone.
That's tough. My goodness. Oh, you did say it was gonna be a hard matchup. I didn't know it was gonna be this bad.
He's doing well
Rona
CS
able
wise.
to. I mean, as long as he doesn't die here, he should be fine, right? Like he gets to level 6, maybe he looks for a rotation near the side lanes.
Yeah, honestly, all that came down to was he loses himself. Unlucky. It just came down to the Naga denying his rune, right? Like, honestly, Ken would have been fine if he got the water rune there. Of course, this lane does get harder, but even in CS, so all good so far. Big winner, the Dro, who unfortunately has 1 death, but CS-wise is doing completely fine. A bit of a pause. Team's looking at net worth. Timbersaw leading. This Ursa is. I still feel like it's
this
a really
is-
good Ursa game.
This is like the one weakness of AA, right? If you're able to exploit him in the laning stage, it can be very easy to get him on the back foot. Suddenly that level 6 is delayed, we can't make as many moves. We saw that in the previous series as well, when that AA was just struggling towards that level 6. You get it eventually and then you make moves, but then it just kind of feels like you're one play, one
Radiant
timing behind.
Your admiral is
6
on
minute
board.
runes now. Support's trying to rotate over, scanning each other out. Gonna be a rune in the bot lane, stolen away by Sagiri Baby, trying to save that for the Kunkka, but has no skin in the game because it's not like he has a bottle, so gonna snag that away.
Making a move to the top side. They should know about this though. Ken already pushing in the mid wave, even pulling the creeps away. Probably
Step lively
caught him
now.
on a
Your
ward.
admiral is on board.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Yeah,
a
there's
ward,
a ward there,
right
okay.
next to him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Don't lose much for that attempt, though.
Once back.
Alright, so we were talking a little bit about Ivory. I think, at least for me, I see the Ursa. I kind of know what type of game it's going to be, right? This guy's going to go Battle Fury, he's going to go Blink. He's going to try and get himself an Aegis, and then that's where they start to run at them, perhaps with the Underlord Auras as well. So far, we've been seeing a lot of Void Spirits go for that Aghanim Rush. Pretty solid this game, stopping the Timbersaw and the supports from casting. But what about Interactive Philippines? They have themselves a less than 1k gold lead. Their cores are all doing well. What is their timing this game?
I think it more than item timings, they have. It's how they fight. I think that's what their lineup is, right? It's like whether they can actually start the fight, can get a Bramble, can get a Torrent. Because I think once the spells come out and they can pour, it's pretty easy for them to pour in damage.
We're gonna see that attempted right now. B sliding through the tree line. They found Grims. And this is what we talked about. Very hard for the AA to stick around down here. Boat is gonna finish off the job.
Dire's middle tower
Now
is
they're
under
gonna put a
attack.
ton of pressure on this tower. The Ursa can't get anywhere nearby. A TP back to lane for the Kunkka means that Void Spirit might be free to roam up to the top lane. It's still a level 5 Drow dropping pretty low.
Dire
You
are
need to be
scanning.
careful here.
Already know, starting him out.
Very
Let's just use bottom instead.
Gonna of unexpected setup onto V under the tower. Still, the Timber Chain away. They'll have to settle for Sagiri Baby, trading support for support. Timbersaw still sticking around though, but understands that he can't continue to push the issue. Will back up. So both mid laners make an excursion down to the bot lane, finding a support. Not much else though.
Nicely done from Ken there, realizing that he was scouted out. Top lane.
Nice little setup. I didn't know roots interrupt multi-shot. That's interesting. Okay, Rupido. Oh, he knows. He saw Yona coming on a haste rune and will just Fiendscape back to safety of his base.
Well, he probably wanted the refill as well, so nice value coming out. I'm sure at some point Yona has to know like the river is watered, right? It's like the third time he's walked up here.
Yeah, and not to mention the ward that they placed in that top side of the river got de-watered, so if that doesn't tell you that there's vision around that area, I don't know what will. Still a bit concerning that this Timbersaw has gone unanswered so far. I know they have damage eventually, but he's starting to ramp up in a very big way. Getting his tower down to half HP.
Radiant structures
Well, 6
are
now too.
fortified.
Yes, he's Grimm's here. Grimm's, goodbye Grimm's.
Yeah, rest in peace. Okay, one Bramble, one Saw, and jump away. Aizen's gonna come on forward though. Ken is here, but a nice Timber Chain all the way to the left side where the Naga is right there to help. No
he
enrich off the mark though with the Timber Chain. That might just cost him. Ken doesn't have any more tools to use. That's gonna allow V to preserve his life. They need to watch out for these cooldowns though.
Yona's coming down here.
One last little chakram. Yona is on his way. Ken is out of mana. He's trying desperately to bottle up, but it's not gonna work out. One more set of chains and they hold him in place. A big early swing for Interactive Philippines, getting the better of their opponents in this bot lane.
Man, suddenly 1.2k net worth ahead of the Ursa. Let's start with this Grimm's. The walk in the trees against Timbersaw, my friends.
Not where you want to be. A nice Timber Chain all the way to the left side. It looked like the Ursa might have been able to finish him off, but just not enough HP. Imagine how different that would look if the Ursa had level 6. Not the case though, unfortunately, and that's going to bring Interactive Philippines up to a 2k gold lead at this early stage in the game.
Nice Shredder Facet paying off. Looking real good on the levels, but speaking of levels, Grimm's is now level 6, so the kill combos will finally be able to come out. We see an insta smoke by the Void Spirit here. Can use the Ice Blast really soon.
And they know the Timbersaw is going to stick around and try and be aggressive. They have a ward for him. Remnant slightly off the mark, but he walks back into it, and that is the kill combo that you talked about. Ken, earlier on when he was using his spells on the Timbersaw, it didn't really look that threatening, but you can see the difference when that Ice Vortex is right there.
Let's really just this Ice Blast as well. Void Spirit TP's top now, still has a step. Jet, how is he gonna go down here?
Ruh-roh. Not the tankiest
Can
of
he
the
get up?
Drow Ranger, able to get out of the pit. Beautiful terrorized, but dodged out by the Void Spirit. Jet,
Ken in trouble.
he's getting body blocked in the trees, but a beautiful torrent stopping him. They get Ken, and looks like Rupido is gonna drop as well. What a response from Interactive Philippines. They don't allow their Drow to go down for free.
Beautiful rotation. I thought the draw was dead for sure there. He somehow
Yo,
managed
same.
to walk out of the pit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was just placed a bit too, I guess, one-sided, because she got rooted once, just kind of
slow
walked
too.
out of it. Yeah. Damn, okay. Well, that kind of changes everything, because now they're gonna be the ones pressuring the tier 1 instead, and you don't really have your Underlord around, so you can't defend this wave.
He's coming. Ken has no TP though, so I think they probably know this. They saw him kill Timber bottom and then show up top. They look for a fight here, but Ken's on the way. I don't know if he won this.
I mean, they are just stopping Rupido from coming in and firestorming the wave. They'll be successful in doing so. You need to be careful though. There's an Atos available on the Underlord, pulling in Sagiri Baby. Still should have that Shadow Realm. Doesn't get away from the Ice Blast. Meanwhile, Song of the Siren used just to escape on that Drow Ranger.
Protect your king.
I mean, that's the story of this game, right? Interactive Philippines, they drafted this Drow Ranger, and all they need to do is protect her and let her cast spells in the fight.
Oh my god, this is the biggest clean I've ever seen. He goes for Blade Mail on Konga. Is that really clean? I guess it's okay.
I mean, what would you rather see? Maybe something like an Orchid? Gotta hold that thought. Drake getting sliced apart here, looking for one more cleave. Doesn't have the range for it, unfortunately. These Naga illusions just chasing them down. Interactive Philippines, they're doing a really good job at closing out this outer quadrant of the map and herding Ivory back to the side of the base like sheepdogs.
I know his blade mail makes him pretty unkillable. Like, how do you even throw spells on this guy?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you don't need to get greedy, right? I feel like sometimes we see Kunkkas go for that Radiance when they're having a good game, but he knows what his job is. Not gonna get tagged. Going forward for the pit though, Rapido. Gonna put a bit of damage onto him. Ice Blast coming through as well. They don't have any further follow-up.
Okay, I think that this guy sounds super unorthodox, but Glimmer actually owns this game.
On who? Sorry?
On anyone on IAP. Like,
Okay,
if
yeah,
Timber
no, I
goes
see
Glimmer
it.
right now, like if Voice Spirit jumps, you really just press Glimmer and there's no more damage anymore.
I can see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, maybe a callback to a couple of metas ago where everybody and their mother was going Glimmer regardless of the position. It's an excellent item this game. I'd love to see it come out from the Naga Siren if she's not
Admiral is on board.
trying to build up a solar crest for her drow.
I had a pub like maybe 2 weeks ago. This Konka, he went Radiance, SNY into Glimmer Cave, and we just couldn't kill him like ever.
That's kind of badass, I'm not gonna lie. Still Dissimulate available. There we go from Ken. Save the Torrent though, Yona. They're on the chase. Try and tag him now. I mean, do you have any further control? He still has an Astral Step. That was an ambitious chase to say the least.
Establishing dominance.
Oh, they are absolutely establishing dominance here. 4k gold lead at the 14-minute mark. Isn't really anyone on Ivory who's having much of a game. The closest thing you have to that is Rupido, who managed to rush that early Atos. He's calling to his team. He's saying, guys, come on, let's make a kill happen. And all of them are looking at him like, you see the absolute state we're in? Who do we kill?
I feel like they have to fight though with this Atos. Like they should just play the Underlord and like Ken farm. Like it's Ice Blast plus Ringmaster plus Underlord spells. It's actually strong, you know? They're not weak.
Yeah, maybe they're just waiting for the Underlord to connect to them with a Fiend's Gate. That's why they're playing near the bot side. You don't expect it, right? You see the Underlord in the top lane, the TP connect immediately. They are smoking around this bot lane, but there is no one there because Interactive Philippines trying to find an angle in the mid lane instead.
Dire are scanning.
Get the kill on this Underlord, that'll be huge.
Oh my god, wrong way, my friend.
Uh-oh, Rupido. Not where you want to be. They can throw all the spells out, pull him back into the boat, pull him back into the timber, and rip him to shreds. You know, I was saying I wasn't very convinced by the timber, but maybe the secret is the shredder facet, man.
Doing well. I mean, this hero, if he gets out of the laning phase and he has a good game, he's strong. Like, it's a good pick, right? Like, against Underlord, against the supports. You don't exactly kill him. You also have this insane X having...
There's a ring onto the Naga. That's quite a bit of magic damage. She doesn't have a glimmer at this stage, so she's gonna go down. But now Drake. Get control of
Radiant's
All
middle
about
tower
dominance.
is under attack.
He tried to get him with the timber chain, you know? It's just... Yeah, sometimes I wonder why you can't timber chain to enemy heroes. You just embed it in their flesh, you know what I mean? I know that sounds a bit gross, but...
It's gonna go down here if he gets caught.
Ooh, good try. If he landed the brambles there, Sagiri baby, that might have been a kill with the Terrorize, but V still chasing. Is that Arcane Rune I see on the timber? No wonder he's feeling so frisky. Still chase? Oh, V.
Just don't like Ken, man.
This guy does not care. He understands how strong he is at this stage. Has that Blink Dagger already if he chooses to purchase it. Gonna TP up to the top lane to defend that wave instead.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Set up.
Why
Oh, that's surprising. Did you see that? I didn't know that that's how the interaction worked. I thought for sure that with the Timber Chain, he would be kind of rooted in the initial spot instead of finishing the Timber Chain and being rooted afterwards.
You do reach. It's not a no entry.
Because that's not how the Spirit Breaker charge works, right? The second you enter the pit as a Spirit Breaker, you just kind of get stuck there.
I'm not sure why it works like
Radiant's
that.
top tower is under attack.
Maybe it's because the chain's already out, so whether you're rooted or not, the chain wills that you move forward.
I think
You
the
don't get a
thing that
choice.
stops chain has to come out as chain is thrown.
Right, like the second the chain connects, he flies regardless of what happens to him. Is that what you're saying?
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Wrong corner. Find a bear in the woods. You pretend like you're dead in these
chasing them
situations. Silence
down, though.
completely off the mark, but here they come. Interactive Philippines trying to wrap around, but they can't really find the angle.
That was a good attempt.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, unfortunately, get surprised. Ooh, they get V. That's a big kill.
I'm gonna bring out that there's a wall, but that doesn't really matter. That's a lot of gold going Rupido's way. That's the one way you kind of give things up as a Timber. If you start to get a bit too ahead of yourself and start diving where you're not allowed to, you can get picked off.
Did he actually buy the blink? Oh, he's going for eggs. Okay, I like this. I was going to talk about this because I feel like the only way he dies is he gets touched with Ice Blast, but this eggs actually prevents it. And a big thing about why Timber is strong and why he can play these like shitty matchup games a lot of the time is because this Aghanims and because this non-nullifier timing. Like who's buying nullifier on Ivy?
Well, no one in the near future. Beautiful silence, beautiful setup. Sakiri baby has found himself a pick. Delivering the Void Spirit right on Jet's doorstep. Meanwhile, mid lane, a two-pronged assault. Aizen now being set up upon. With the saw. There with the chains, there with the saws, but the Ice Blast coming through. The Song of the Siren
look at the
coming
damage.
through, but they're still ticking out to the Firestorm. You're hoping that the rest of your team can connect, but now it's scary. Yona dropping very low, the blink forward, they finish off the Kunkka. Biting off a bit more than they can chew. The rest of the backup from Interactive Philippines couldn't come in time. You have a
Double
DD on
damage,
Jet now,
Draw
he started
Ranger, though.
raining the damage. Maybe this is what you need at the Cavalry's here. And the Aghanims is online, starting to rain in the arrows. You need one more slow, but you don't have it. At least making it somewhat better for them here, Interactive Philippines. They needed their drow in that engagement 10 seconds earlier than she showed up, but she was busy killing the Void top.
Yeah, I think Naga could have just songed and they could have got out there. He unfortunately was stuck in the pit of Malice. The Kunkka didn't get out in time, and I feel like just a little bit of a misread by IP there, thinking they can turn after the song came out, but unfortunately not.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pedo. 2 deaths in a row now, so now he's egging himself there.
This here. Just the Ice Blast in this early stage of the game. You were talking about how B, once he gets this Aghanims, the Ice Blast is not going to be a factor, but, you know, he doesn't have it yet. Meanwhile, top lane again, try for the catch onto Ken, but he had a Illusion Rune, it seems like. Or was that just the Manta? That was just the Manta. Slides out of trouble there.
Game's kind of stabilizing for Ivory now. So especially his deaths on the Timber. It's hurting quite a bit. Deaths before Eggs, deaths before Radiance on Kunkka. Radiance is sort of a farming item this game. It's not like super strong, I wanna say, especially against the Firestorm, AA, Ringmaster. All these heroes, they do percentage damage.
Dire's middle
So
tower is
until
under
you actually
attack.
have BKB or Glimmer if you wanna go down that route.
Dire's
spells
structures
hurt.
are fortified.
Absolutely. Now, they did get the shot on the Naga Siren, so that's gonna have some nice little bit of healing, considering they don't get tagged by the Ice Blast, but suddenly the Song as a reset tool is gonna feel a lot more comfortable. Get some of that HP back they might have lost from an initial Void Spirit engagement. Speaking of engagement, smoke move up from Ivory. Feeling like they can get some heroes, get some kills.
They definitely have damage. They've reached the point of mid-game, right, where their heroes actually just do a lot.
Dire's
These two
top
boys,
tower
they find
is under
anyone,
attack.
they get a setup, Underworld Pit comes in with Firestorm Pit, and they're just kind of dead.
Still is a 5k gold lead for Interactive Philippines. I don't think they're too sad about the current game state, but definitely need to be a bit more careful about where they go. This Naga's gonna get picked off again. I feel like I haven't really seen much game impact from the Naga up until this point, and really it's just her going down to this hunting party. I guess it's better her that goes down compared to a core, right?
For sure.
Dire's middle tower
You definitely
is
don't want
under
to die on this
attack.
hero though. I feel like Naga's one of those heroes where you have a strong lane, then maybe you have like 1 or 2 fights, but you want the game to slow down because levels on this hero matter a lot. And a big
Dire's top tower is
strength
under
of this
attack.
hero is his ability to farm the map and kind of scout things out. I think that's like the ideal way to play Naga, you know? You want your Timber to like go clear ancients, you want to take a lane, very Paravision style.
Dire's top tower
of
is
play.
under
Dire
attack.
are scanning.
I'm not really seeing that as much though. The net worth on the Naga not really reflecting a lot of time spent farming with those illusions.
Dire's middle tower is under
What we
attack.
do have now is that IPH, they are going to get themselves a very free Roche. Maybe they saw the Ice Blast used on the Naga and they were like, okay, you know, this area is clear now, they're not going to want to fight us. So Aegis for the Drow gonna make it even harder to burst her down. Maybe now's the time to start clearing up some of these tier 2 towers.
Let's see some action in the bot lane. Oh no, just going near Rupido.
Radiant
Scan
are
comes out.
scanning.
Pretty farm though, is Underlord too. Going for Lotus next, which is nice against some of their heroes.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's
The
bottom
Ags can
tower
have
is
significant
under
impact
attack.
here. So think about Drow and what makes it...
Structures are fortified.
What I didn't really like about the pick this game is that I feel Drow is good against one jump, but it's bad against the 2 jump heroes. Does that make sense? It's like, Voice Spirit or Ursa jumps you, you pike away, and then Ursa is being hit by
Dire's
you,
top
you know?
tower is under
Whereas for
attack.
heroes like Voice Spirit for Underlord,
Radiant's bottom tower
say Voice
is
Spirit
under
jumps you, you
attack.
pike away, he jumps again, you know, and then hits on top of you, and how do you get away from the second one? You need like a 4-star from the team, or you need a disengage. The Pit of Malice helps a lot too, the
Dire's
Underlord eggs
structures
just
are
always
fortified.
giving you the ability to kind of chase and go in the back line.
Yeah.
Radiant's
Classic
bottom
Drow
tower
problem, right?
is
If you're
under
running
attack.
away, you're not doing damage, and
Dire's
without your
middle
damage,
tower is
the
under attack.
Timbersaw has to
Radiant's
do so
bottom
much of the
tower
heavy
has
lifting.
Don't
Don't move out, both heroes. On the front lines, gonna bump into each other, break that smoke. Beautiful pit from the high ground though, setting things up. They need to find the connection.
Well,
They're
gets
in
the
onto
Axe
the
off.
Timbersaw, but he's popped the Aghanims already. The Ice Blast still ripping him apart. He's gonna pop. Even with the Axe, the song came out way too late. You reel in Grims, but Grims is happy to be there. The rest of the team setting up onto Yona, and Yona's gonna go down as well. BKB revealed from Aizen. Things are starting to fall apart for Interactive Philippines. Teamfight setup wasn't there. They will get Sagiri Baby as well, but this Drow is left in a very bad spot. The 2 supports able to hold her down for the rest of the course to come in. And that is going to be almost an entire team wipe. Ivory just smashed them into the curb.
I actually don't understand why IP are trying to run into them. I think Ivory has shown time and time again that Firestorm AA Ringmaster does so much damage. You can't fight into this without BKB. You have Radiance, you have X, sure, but this percentage HP damage does not care about your timings that you have right now.
It does feel like you need the BKB on the Kunkka. What about the FPS issues? Ivory gonna come back. Flexing on them a little bit. Oh, we won that team fight even with low FPS.
Don't need
Come on,
FPS
guys, get
to
it
beat
together.
you.
Don't need FPS to beat your ass, man.
That's the chat.
Interactive Philippines. What are they supposed to do about this situation? Because we've seen it time and time again. I thought they were ahead. They had an Aegis and everything, but they're just getting Firestorm Ice Blasted down. Like, what's the counterplay?
I think it's about how they initiate fights, right? Like just now they didn't get any of their spells off. Again, I think this song start is nice. I think some song you do like terrorize. I don't like this defensive song. It's so fucking useless in this game.
I mean, I don't even know what he was actually songing. He was songing the...
I mean,
The
once the Firestorm
AA?
and Ice Blast is on you, it's kind of stuck in the pit and there, right?
You kind of need a song before you're sentenced to death, I think. 'Cause the whole time they were spending so much effort, at least on the Drow, trying to kill an AA. She does get the kill, but it costs her both her lives. That's not great.
Song Bramble terrorize, you know, you drop the ship. Maybe you get the supports, maybe you get silence onto Rupido. And get the combos on you. Then you force the spells to be used defensively. Right? I think that's when the fight feels good to take for IP. It's just really the nature of their lineup. Once they get gone on, especially Drow, and it's well playing against Ursa A Voice Spirit, these heroes are really good at just full to zeroing you. There's no real counter plays with it.
Not to mention as well, that fight was the Ursa's first BKB reveal. You couldn't ask for a better situation than that. Now sitting firmly at the top of the net worth. I kind of feel like this only gets harder for IPH, and this is why, as much as that Timber had a great early start, it goes back to what you were saying and why this Underlord feels like such a solid pick. You hold them in the pit, they eat Firestorm. Like, what are they gonna do? This Timber's not building into a Dispel anytime soon. How do you get out of here?
I feel like they just need BKBs. Kunkka Drow, like all of them just need BKBs. Then you kill the Ursa and suddenly there's no more damage. But kind of dragging out their time. Just bad fights, or I want to say good fights from Ivory. It's understanding that they have the ability to kill any hero they see. Small moves here and there. We'll put IP back into farmer mode. See the delta split of their heroes all around the map. Like, okay guys,
Someone's
no
doing
more
some art on the
fighting.
map.
Serious.
Sit out in your gamer chair, you know what I mean? You gotta take it serious. This is the EWC we're talking about. Trying to get a trip to Riyadh in the summer to play against some of the best teams in the world. What an amazing prize pool. You gotta sharpen up. Can't keep giving over these kills for free. 16 to 14. Game's pretty even, all things considered. Who do you have if we start getting into the later stage of the game, right? Because clearly IPH, you know, they need their BKBs. Do you think the game sort of turns in their favor once they get those BKBs? Do they suddenly have the stronger team fight?
I'm not sure if they still have their timing, because Ursa's gonna have an Abyssal at that point. I feel like Dota is always about A versus B, right? It's a rock, paper, scissors, stone game. And I feel like IP does not have the stone to the scissors of ivory right now. Not that I can see it anytime soon, at least. I feel like they need hexes, they need BKBs. They need ways to start fight. They don't really have like real initiation, right? We talked about. They also have kind of, I guess, defensive spells in the terms of song, but are you really able to save anyone? I don't
Dire's
think
middle
so.
tower is under attack.
I just think, you know, that there's probably something fundamentally wrong if Ivory's initiation can be the Ursa blinks on you and he's never punished for that, right? That kind of feels like the game state that we're in. And I don't really know when that changes. Looks like there was a pick off in the mid lane onto Sagiri, baby. Not done just yet. Looking at Yona, they know he still doesn't have the BKB. Ice Blast on his head. That's a lot of magic damage coming in. The Drow starting to rain in some arrows, but has to pike away because of that Wheel of Wonder. Nice song, but again, we've talked about this. The damage over time, it's not gonna help. The song can't heal you through Ice Blast as well. And Rekusu just has to Glimmer Cape away to safety. He might still chase though. Not gonna risk it into the tier 3s, but another very, very easy fight win for Ivory.
Should have bought the Glimmer Cape, man. Go for his bigger items, you play for this BKB, and what's next? I'm going to BKB you, and if you know it tosses you, it'll be a tough one. But I guess the game's still okay for IP. We didn't reach. I know that's so weird to say. Ivory's only up 3k.
Dire's middle tower has
It
fallen.
feels like fights are impossible right now for IP.
Look at that gold swing. Look at that win expectancy swing as well. Just full swig upwards. It's like you're climbing a mountain. I mean, things just get so much harder once Rupido gets his axe, because it's like what you said, you get Pit of Malice, then you BKB. Like, okay, then they just disengage. Like, what? How are you gonna catch them? You have X
Dire's
marks.
bottom tower
This
is
guy has
under attack.
Dissimulate. They have Enrage. Are you really gonna initiate on a Underlord
Yes,
with like a
totally.
bajillion HP?
Just don't really have kiting tools right on IP. There's no way to like get out of this jump, and Ivory's heroes are gonna jump you. His Ursa is Abyssal pretty much complete. Ken has the eggs, the double jump.
Dire's bottom tower
How do
is
you
under
take a
attack.
fight where you're actually
Dire's
enabling your
bottom
draw to
tower
hit
has
heroes?
fallen.
Well, that's a problem for IPH to figure out for now. Gonna try and maybe get a sneaky pick off. No, just clearing the creep wave, playing the opposite side of the map that they know Ivory are on. Take a look at the line being drawn. Ivory cutting right through. They want to find some pickoffs.
There's an AD rune in the bottom lane. Bottom river. Bye.
Rest in peace. That was, what, 3 hits? 4 hits? He didn't even finish his overpower.
Dire are scanning.
I don't know, but that was so much damage, no?
Yeah, he just got blown up.
He's level 22, I guess.
It's not even close.
Already going for the MKB.
I guess it's into the Radiance, right?
Isn't Nullifier better? I'm not sure actually. I guess you're right. I don't know, I feel like Nullifier is nice against the Timber and the Pike from Dro, Pike Manta. But he has a
Yeah,
Abyssal.
you know what though? I feel like right now he's not even concerned about killing the Timber because he doesn't even have to hit the Timber. Right now the Timber's just dying straight up to his allies and their burst damage. He's not even his concern.
That's fair.
Dire's top
You should
tower
buy a
is under
moonshot so you can
attack.
eat it and hold the Aegis.
So true. That's so true. Now you're talking. Now you're speaking Aizen's language. I'm sure I'd gladly oblige you on that if you were able to just mic in and let him know about your ideas. 5k gold lead here. IAPH not deterred. They will try and smoke up and maybe find something, although I'm pretty sure that might have been spotted by the ward place right outside of their base. We'll see whether Ivory are prepared for a move like this. Ken is just gonna jump in and it's just gonna jump out. And what's the strat here? Like, they smoke again. They deward the observer bot and smoke. Okay, this is the play. This is the smoke on observer ward, get caught out, back up, deward the observer ward, smoke out again. They'll never see this coming.
Radiant are scanning.
I think they know.
Except
I
they
think they
do,
know,
because
man.
they scan right on top of where IAPH are, and Ken is gonna try bait with some illusions.
Oh my god, look at that. A little baby Yoda.
Okay,
Illusion rune for Void
Radiant are
Spirit.
scanning.
very nice.
How
And
do you
this
take
game has
fights
just
as
felt
IAP? It's so hard to start.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you are like, oh, you know, these supports are so abusable. Nothing has happened to this AA and Ringmaster. Sure, Grims died a few times to the Timber in the early laning stage, but Drake and Grims are just free casting spells and nothing is happening to them.
It feels
It's
like
chilling.
It feels like if I ever get to press 3 buttons, some hero on IAP dies.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't even matter which 3 buttons, just any 3 buttons, pick one. Roll the dice. They'll be fine. Grims,
There's the punish.
you can start with a kill onto him, that'll be pretty nice, although there is a mechanism known as the box that is the primary reason why Ringmaster is picked, and you'll just walk out as if nothing happened.
Nice. Boxity box.
Okay. Cool. Cool game. Cool game number 1. I'm sure IAPH are feeling thrilled about this current game state. You talked about them getting a BKB on their cause. Drow has not opted for that, going for the butterfly instead. Meanwhile, you already have the BKB on both of the other cores. Is that going to be enough? What are IAPH waiting for? What's the play?
I don't know, but Aizen already has the MKB before the draw finishes the BKB.
Oh, he's ahead of the curve. What can you do?
I mean, still a lot of damage for draw. It's a nice item for sure. It's just, again, I feel like the problem for IP is they cannot hit heroes without... Like, if Drow gets to free hit, like if they can actually land some Bramble Terrorize on his Void Spirit and Drow hits him for like 3 seconds, he's actually just dead. Can they
Yeah,
land
but
their
can you-
spells? I don't know.
That's the thing, right? Even if you land your spells, the dude has a Manta style. He has Dissimulate. He's coming in to ruin your day. Move up onto the high ground, immediate blink out, fast reactions from Sagiri, baby. Pop the BKB, you can just disengage now. Yep, down to the low ground, you pop a boat, you pop a BKB, what now? In comes the Ursa, rips apart Rakusu, no song for this engagement, and the pit right under them, this is gonna be a disaster. Ice Blast pops on the Timber and he doesn't have a BKB no longer. You're buying back on some of the IAP supports, but now Jet is found, and Jet is in big trouble. You need to get this Drow out of here before the rest of the team connects,
So
but
much
she's laying in
damage.
some of the damage. Rapido actually gonna go down. You talked about this, if they can get the Drow punching
the song.
away, that might be a game. The Song of the Siren setting up now.
Ursa.
Kurt's Crown as well. Jed needs to send some arrows into the back of this Ursa, but there's Ken right next to her, cancelling the marksmanship. The box as well, getting a Aizen out of there, and that is going to be a dead Yona. The whole time Jed still trying to find some arrows out. Ken will be fine. The second swipe in, Aizen's all over him, and Ken and Aizen clean up big time. Looked for a moment there that IPH might have been able to reset with the Naga buyback, but this Void Spirit is way too strong, and a nice blink away. Sagiri, baby, for the second time this fight, will be able to juke them out. But what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. IAPH lose huge casualties again.
Radiant are scanning.
You see the potential of Drow's damage, but Ken just sticking onto him like there's no way to space out, you know? You get the pike off, sure.
Dire's
He
middle
spent more
tower
time
is
trying to
under
run
attack.
away from the Void Spirit than actually doing damage and fight.
This is exactly what you talked about, right? It's the double jump heroes. In this case, it wasn't the Ursa that jumped him first, but the Underlord was the first target that he had to use all these pikes, use these gusts. Managed to get the Underlord. We'll see a replay of that fight again. It looks so bad for IAPH. But I think they understand they need to try and put up a fight here, so they buy back on some of their cores. Oh, sorry, buy back on their supports. And suddenly, you know, Rapido, he's like, I found the Drow, but the rest of his cores couldn't really connect to this, so Rapido ends up going down. Yeah, so the Drow right-clicking actually goes sicko mode, but I mean, at this point,
In fact, they just need to fight together. Like, Yona's on an island on the left. I think they just need to surround the Drow and try their best. Get a shard on Kunkka, you know, I think a tidal wave looks really nice this game. More spacing. Bit of
So-
positioning into here.
I will help clarify on Iona's behalf because I did see in that replay there that he got very low at the start of the fight. He X-marks himself, TP'd back to base for a little bit of a reset, but when he came back in, the Ursa just blinked on him and killed him a second time. So it's like, I don't really... Yeah, it just kind of felt like a bit of a disconnected, panicked effort from IPH there. There were moments where it could have turned around, but it felt like it didn't really come together.
He's trying to save his draw. We do
Can't
see a
really blame him for
potential of the damage they can actually potentially do. Just how do you accomplish that? You know, how do I get my draw to hit? It's hexes. It's
Dire's top
them
tower
Tidal
going
waves.
on the wrong hero. Yeah, tidal waves, terrorizers.
I think the difference is that fight for Ivory, it felt like the fight split up in their favor, right? Rupido, sure, he ends up going down, but the rest of the supporting cast can't really connect meaningfully on Ivory heroes. In comparison, you kind of need to make sure that this Ursa is somewhat isolated from the rest of his team. Maybe the Timbers keeping them at bay. Maybe you're songing one part of the team and killing the other, something like that. Haven't really seen that type of setup come out from IPH yet.
It's also that they are 10k behind, right? On a more even
Yeah,
network where
yeah.
you have some items on this Timber and Kunga, I think the fight might look more even. Though Aizen has been stalking up here for the longest time.
Aizen's a beast this game, man. The amount of damage he's putting out, it's crazy.
One thing he got kind of trashed in his lane.
Yeah, and now look at him. Level 26, 2 Earth Shock charges.
Man,
Scary,
he's the
scary
OP
business.
stuff. I hate this item. It's so down.
Which one?
The owl stuff.
Why? It's kind of cute.
It's too good, I think.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, in comparison to the
HP though.
other, in comparison to the other items, I think it's good.
Rakusu just dies. That's a dieback for Yonaga Siren. Now they're on to Jet, baby. Where you gotta go? Okay, straight to the grave. No buyback, no Drow Ranger, and just like that, things are falling apart. He has the Timber Chain and BKB defensively. You throw a boat out into a Dissimulate, and he's
angry.
He's back in. He is angry. How dare you try and touch my team? Rupido's feeling it. Coming in with the pit. These heroes are just dropping like flies. Swatted down with no hope of survival. It's just the Kunkka remaining. I wouldn't be surprised to see the G's drop now, because even though they do have a buyback on the Timber, I just don't see how they win this game. Like, how do you even take a fight when your heroes are dying in like 0.3 seconds?
That's the big game, right? 50 seconds on draw. What you gonna do, Yona?
I mean, maybe IPH are just kind of hoping that they think there's buyback. Of course, we know that there isn't, but Ivory.
You're diving tier 4s. If you have buyback, you have pressed it by now. Just one lane of racks, guys.
Yeah, I guess that's one way of putting it. They're gonna go make it 2 though.
Dire's middle barracks
Still have that Aegis. Didn't even take down the first life of the Ursa. Has it for another 1.5 minutes. So even when you come back out for that last hurrah fight, you're just gonna have to cut through 2 of the Ursa.
I just feel like when Ivory blinks in, that's just kind of ugly. But at the same time, IP doesn't have the ability to blink in themselves, you know?
Yeah, that's really what it's come down to, right? Like, what are you hoping for on the side of IPH? Like an X-Mart start to the fight? That's gonna give them so much time to respond on Ivory.
That's where the box comes in as well, right? The dissimulate is just not
Dire's
doable.
bottom tower is under attack.
I will say, I think this Pit Lord last pick has really messed them up. Like,
call
it's
it
such a
Pit
solid... Yeah, sorry about that. I just got hyper fixated because I feel like the pits have been so high value this game. Surely he must be the lord of it.
It's indeed the Lord of the Pits.
It's so disgusting when you can get this underlord to the late game as well. Like, these talents for the Pit of Malice are disgusting. They're slow
so
by
fun to
25%.
Dire are scared.
Like the
You ever
gate
had
counts.
to play against these? Like, it's so annoying. Like, how do you even move?
For stuff. Yeah, there's the Underlord counter. True and true. Lotus for stuff.
Well, I have bad news for you. They don't have Lotus. They only have 1 4-staff, and they don't really have much hope of a game number 1 win on the side of IAPH.
Grims has the Gleipnir with the Blood Rite.
Jeez. These vortexes are gonna cover half the screen, my goodness. setup. Full commit onto Jet. They will try and force staff him away, but the song does nothing. The song does nothing because the Firestorm is down, the Pit is down. All that would have really helped you out there in that situation is BKB, and you can't even really BKB turn and hit. All these heroes dropping easily. As we've seen time and time again this game, it's just too simple. IPH, they will hold out until the last hero drops, but GGs are finally called. And that is going to be Ivory taking some revenge for the last time they met against IAPH. Didn't go in their favor, but this time round starting things off on the right foot. 34k gold lead by the end of it. 34 to 16. That is a absolute slaughter if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it just kind of goes back to the early game, right? IP was in such a, I want to say, secure position, good lead, but the itemizations just didn't really interact too well with Ivory's. Once the Ursa had the BKB, the fight just seems so impossible. It felt so hard for them to itemize to kind of protect the draw. Didn't really like the Blade Mail Radiance on Kunkka. I felt like Orchid would have been a bit better. I think you trying to tank up against these heroes that do percent HP to you is just, it's not it, you know?
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, right? At the end of the day, we've seen this matchup time and time again. For when Kunkka is in the position 1, you want to get percentage HP damage against you. And even though Ursa doesn't really have it, Fury Swipes just means you kill anyone, right? Regardless of how tanky you are. That's the power of Ursa. That's how it's always has been. Aizen's gonna end that game with 30k hero damage dealt. He was just piling onto them. And it was so hard, honestly, for Interactive Philippines to stand their ground. Well, that's gonna wrap up game number 1. But what do you think needs to change, Adam? What is the adjustment that we need to see from IPH to try and come back?
I feel like they did well for the first 10 minutes. Just how do you take fights? How do you transition your game to the next, you know? I feel like it's also when do you jam the brake? Because you can't always drive at the same speed. And I feel like the teams that get ahead, like even I think gaming is probably the best example of this. They know when to say like, okay guys, we can't fight them for the next 5 minutes, even though we're 5k ahead. Now we need to farm. We have our timing, we used it. Now it's their timing, we chill. And how do we get to our next timing faster? I think that's like a big deal for a lot of these teams, that especially teams that focus on the laning phase to kind of get through.
Yeah, we'll see whether Interactive Philippines can jam the brakes at the right time as we go into game number 2 of this matchup. It's Ivory versus Interactive Philippines, or whether Ivory will be able to slap them down to the lower bracket right after this.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
The last time Ivory and IAP met, it was a very one-sided affair. This was a month ago on a different patch at a way smaller stakes tournament, but now on the road to EWC, it seems like Ivory have come to play. These guys ain't messing around and they executed a really brutal beatdown in that game number 1. That wasn't even very close. Interactive Philippines, I don't think I was too happy with their draft. What about you, Adam?
I feel like it sacrificed some part of the draft for their laning phase, and they did well in lanes. Definitely had the potential to kind of turn it into something, but at some point it just felt like they couldn't fight into Ivory. Ivory was really
10
poor, but
seconds remaining.
really all they needed was to throw spells on their heroes, right? AA, Underlord, Ringmaster, so much
5
percentage
seconds
damage
remaining.
between their heroes. It felt like every time any hero on
Dire
IP
team
got
bad.
pitted, especially the two cores, right? The Kunga and the Timber, obviously high HP heroes, bad against the percent-based damage.
Dire
They
team
just kind of died, and the song coming out didn't really
Radiant
change
team
anything
pick.
in any way.
Yeah, I didn't really feel the Naga Siren pick so much in that game number 1. Well, seeing Interactive Philippines move away from it already. This time, the Shadow
Dire
Shaman makes
team
it through
back.
the bans and IAP are going to snatch it right up. But that is going to give Ivory the Kunkka instead. So, changing hands here a little bit, Ivory get to pick up what I would say is one of IAP's strongest picks. We did see last game as well that Ivory and Interactive Philippines both
seconds
ignored the
remaining.
Doom. I think that is a hero that is usually picked up in response to
5
Kunkka and some of
seconds
these other high
remaining.
HP heroes. Once again, this time it's banned out and Kunkka will be selected for Ivory. So a lot more insured. Wouldn't be surprised to see an Ursa ban later down the line as well.
There's more heroes to protect this Kunga. We've seen what this hero can do. Look good for the most part. I think Yona looked decent on the hero as well for a certain extent that he just kind of started dying to the Ursa, among other things. It was a pretty hard
think-
Kunga game.
Yeah, I mean, there were very clear differences, right? Because that first series that we watched, Tech Free versus
Dire team
Yangon
back.
Galacticos, I believe it was Zorain, the position 5 on Yangon, who was playing the AA.
Radiant team back.
They were having an absolute horrendous lane, right? But then instead of trying to find a place to get his level 6, he just kept going into fights. He stayed level 4 for what feels like forever. But that's the power of the AA. The AA is, even if you're having a bad early start, if you have another hero that can put out some damage, you get Ice Blast.
10
Half
seconds
of
remaining.
Dota 2's heroes just literally die to that combination. So suddenly that unlocks so many different plays for Ivory around the map. They could run around with Ken, get him back into the game as well. And yeah, it just looked really simple. This time round, straying away from that though, going for the Muerta, banning out the Oracle. So an easy save against the Kunka's potential combo. Going for a strong position 4 for themselves.
I wonder if this Oracle's a setup for anything. It could be just like you said, maybe just a
10
save. They go for a
seconds
Muerta,
remaining.
which is kind of nice against the Shaman. Nice because the calling silences, you
5
can't shackle and the
seconds
AoE.
remaining.
You don't care about snakes too much, but although I don't think you care about that interaction too much either. It's also easy to cancel shackles with Deadshot because you don't move.
Yeah, very, very long range as well, right? So you don't even need to put yourself in a compromising position for that. I think overall, Ivory have a lot of put shit on the floor right now that I feel like it's excellent into Shadow Shaman, because if I'm the Shadow Shaman player this game, I'm like, damn, I need to buy a BKB for real?
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Dawnbreakers picked here. That's
Mira,
interesting.
Radiant team pick.
Whoa, okay,
Dire
with a
team
Mirana as well. And Ivory, they just go back to the Void Spirit, feeling very comfortable on it, but that is going to lock the Kunkka into a side lane. So whether that is going to be a carry or an off lane, we're not sure yet. But Warlock being picked up. Pretty interesting. What's going on here? What's with this Dawnbreaker
10
Mirana
seconds
and what's with the
remaining.
Warlock answer?
I do not know
5
how to
seconds
answer you.
remaining.
I think for Ivory, it's a neutral lane. You get the Warlock, you just heal up the
Dire
Kunkka.
team
You don't
back.
care about harass too much. Fatal Bonds with mass AoE team fight is obviously always very good. This Dawnbreaker is, I want to say it's just IP saying like, oh, this is one of my better heroes, I'm just going to pick it. Because I
Okay.
don't feel like there's a combo, unless you pick like
10
Dawn Tusk, right?
seconds
I think that's like
remaining.
the one combo. They also picked like Dawn Mirana. It's not
5
a...
seconds remaining.
Not Mirana, it's not Mirana Ember, it's not a X Mark Mirana, you know, it's Dawn Mirana. Like, do you really offer anything together? I don't think so.
I mean, between the support duo themselves, they can set each other up, right? You have the Shackle into an arrow follow-up.
Radiant
That's pretty
team
easy.
ban.
The Dawnbreaker feels like it can come down very nicely into a team fight, so you can always play away. I guess the idea is that Dawnbreaker Shadow Shaman is a pretty solid lane, and that's why maybe they pick the Warlock to neutralize it. The Monkey King comes out for Interactive Philippines here as what I presume will be either the carry or the mid. They bring the
10
Kunkka into the Void
seconds
Spirit the previous time
remaining.
round, couldn't slow Ken enough. So now they bring out the big guns, right? Monkey
5
King up
seconds
against melee.
remaining.
Oh, it's gonna be so Monkey King favored.
Radiant
I assume it's a
team
monkey
ban.
mid, just simply because they already see the Void Spirit. I think on top of that, they kind of prioritize Jet a bit more with his heroes. I don't know if you want a Mirana monkey lane. I guess it's not too bad. It's an old school thing. Everyone,
How does it work? Is it just that you trade very well into your opposition and that's it?
you
10
also have the
seconds
boundless
remaining.
into arrow, right? If you learn arrow. I'm not sure if Miranas take arrow these days.
5
Because
seconds
the start
remaining.
time trading is really pretty nice for the lane, especially as a 5. As a 4, you're okay to arrow, you know, you just arrow range, you get to pull around, you get to stack camps.
It's true. Let's see how it plays out for Interactive Philippines. I agree with you though. I do think they are probably saving the Jet hero for last pick, but they don't have overall last pick. So Ivory are going to get the privilege of either pivoting this Kunkka to a position 3 or position 1, depending on what they feel like.
Dire
They
team
ban out the
ban.
Dragonite, ban out the Tiny. Those are the position 1s maybe that they're concerned about.
Right.
Makes sense, because they don't really have that same damage amplification with the AA, right?
Yeah, IP ban out the queen, so really just wanting to protect this mid Monkey King, because it's weird to ban a mid hero, right? You see Kunkka Void Spirit
10
already.
seconds remaining.
Yeah.
So it's probably a mid monkey. I
5
assume this bans
seconds
Metal's what
remaining.
they're gonna pick as well.
I feel like Monkey is such a big Yona hero as well. You were talking about his Lina, but I feel like I've seen him succeed quite a bit on this Monkey King setting the early tempo.
I just
Definitely
don't know if I
something he
like
was
their
looking to do
heroes
with the Kunkka as well.
together. It's like they have a lot of circles, right? This Dawn out, this Monkey King. But
Yeah.
do you have the ability to keep them in your circle? I feel like that's
Yeah, I know
something
what
that's
you mean.
missing right now.
This kind of feels like a good game if they went for something like Monkey King position 1 and then Puck last pick, right? Like, I feel like the Puck with the Dream Coil keeping them there, that's one component that's missing.
Yeah,
I
can see
completely
that.
agree with you.
Dire
And playing this
team
lack of stun lineups, you see the Puck ban, I guess they do.
I mean, they
Radiant
banned the
team
Puck,
pick.
so it's not even like Ivory spotted it out. They go for the Terror Blade instead. Huh.
It's a carry TB, I guess. Or they might flex the Dawn, man. I don't know what these teams want to do sometimes. More damage. Not a huge fan of TB into Ivory's heroes at the moment. There's also still a
10
Brewmaster
seconds
in the
remaining.
pool if Ivory want to go down that route. I know Rupido likes the hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Brew is just super valued this game, right? I know it's not the best against Dawn, but it's really nice against the other heroes. They go for the Bat
Choose your hero.
Rider.
Whoa, what is this?
Carry Morat. No, it's a Ken Bat Rider.
And a carry Void Spirit off lane Kanka.
Okay. I guess the Queen ban was
Okay.
warranted.
So this is full on them saying, okay, we're not gonna give you this Monkey King Void Spirit matchup that you so desperately wanted. Instead, we're gonna bring the Void Spirit to the safe lane. He's gonna be super protected by the Warlock, so your Dawnbreaker, your Mirana, you're not gonna do anything to him. And we're gonna bring Bat Rider to the mid lane instead, just to shit all over your Monkey King. How does this matchup work? Because I feel like the Bat Rider's got to be favored, right, into the Monkey King with all the napalm.
Yeah, it's definitely a bad favorite. It's quite a hard matchup. I think the big thing is like in the
10
game, the Bat
seconds
kind of
remaining.
counters you as well. You can pull out of Lasso. It's easy to find the monkey. I just don't know how this hero scales. I feel like I've seen some bad core games where they do really well, but it's not always like that. He's playing around with his facets, going for the stoked now, so we might see like instead of the right click, go for something like a treble. Put on early pressure. If you look at IP's heroes, they actually don't have an answer to Bat Rider running around.
Yeah, what would you say constitutes as an answer to Bat Rider? Because in my mind,
Stuns.
if somebody gets lasso, don't you just, you know, press Solar Guardian and then come down and save him?
But he walks away, right? And then you're Solar Guardianing into what? Into Boat, into Golem, into the Calling.
Oh, that's true.
That does sound
You come down
kinda-
and then they just drop a rock on top of you,
It's
on top
the-
of your Solar
It's
Guardian.
the pulling
That's
into
gonna
the
be tough.
circle.
Yeah, I guess the idea is that, yeah, they don't really have good save, huh? The Mirana, it does give you a lot of trading potential. I wonder what it is about this Mirana that they like, because this isn't the first time that they've picked this hero up. They've picked it first in response to Undyings, they've picked it into Silencers, into Terrorblade, and on the other side, I'm not really sure what this hero is going to bring to the table, but you know, Interactive Philippines are going to have to show us. If not, they'll have to show us in the lower bracket of this matchup. The close qualifiers have been pretty cruel so far. First series looking pretty one-sided. The second series might just follow the same trend
Trusty
if
mate,
IAP
trusty
cannot
mate.
come up with something. Do you think this is smart though, the way that they've kind of shifted up the lanes? Because Void Spirit carry, mid bat, off lane Kanka, not really heroes in the roles that you usually see very often.
Even
Man, I
at a
don't know.
fraction of my best.
I feel it's a bit too far out of the box for my
They've
preferences.
just gone.
But
You can't even logically rationalize it, right? You're just like, damn, okay, they're really just trying to dodge these matchups.
it's a very you do you kind of thing, you know? You're playing for qualifiers in one of the biggest tournaments of the year. You want to be comfortable, you have a play style. So for every day, kind of focusing a bit more on lanes. I did that the last game, didn't work out too well for them. See how things change for Ivory here. I don't mind this carry voice spirit too much. I think it's quite okay.
Okay.
You have pretty nice scaling, you know, you go for the Battle Fury. I think TA 2000 was like the only player in the world that was playing it at some point.
Yeah,
But
right.
it's not horrible, you know, it's not like something that is like a hit or a fail kind of thing. Like a hero actually has good scaling.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see whether they can make it work here. We did see them already succeed with the Void Spirit last game. Ken was able to scale up.
You're a
It gets
trusty
very
mate.
tanky and difficult to bring down. Let's see how it works out for IAP in this game number 2. We have Pots 4 Mirana, Pots 5 Shadow Shaman. The IAP draft, it doesn't really... Now, I'm just thinking, when you pick a Terrorblade, you want him to be the be-all, end-all, angry carry that brings you through to the late game. And I feel like we've seen some of these close qualifier games already across the TI close qualifiers and the EWC qualifiers where he gets to that 35-minute, 45-minute timing, and then he just stands his ground and nobody can contest him. Is that something that maybe IAP can set up for him this game? Does he get to that hyper carry level against his lineup?
I think he can, but what matters to me the most is how he gets there, right? If he's gonna reach 6 slots and Ivory's gonna have like network on all their heroes, I think the game is not as simple. That's called the lack of stuns, right? Like I don't think IAP has a well-balanced draft. They don't have enough, I wanna say lockdown or catch. It's like you play monkey, you pick you play Terrorblade, you want stuns on your team, you want the ability to hit people. It's kind of like how Jed looked last game, right? He played his draw, he did so much damage when he was actually able to hit, but other than that one situation where he hit Underworld for like 20 seconds, I think he didn't actually get to do damage, you know?
Yeah, I know what you mean. At the end of that draft for IAP, we were talking about last picking maybe a hero or maybe even pivoting the monkey to position 1 so you get a bit more control. Instead, they take the opposite from control. They take just pure damage and firepower in the Terrorblade. Maybe just resorting to comfort, like you said, you're playing one of the biggest tournaments, you want to stay in the upper bracket, just start things off with something that you like, and we do know that this Terrorblade is perhaps Jed's favorite hero. Seen him play it across many different matches at this point. Something that he's very comfortable on.
I guess so. I'm curious to see how this Bat Rider does. I think to me that's like the biggest thing, because I feel like players who, at least maybe before this change, players who know how to play against Bat Rider, they just are able to play against Bat Rider, you know? You accept your lane loss, you don't feed the bat, and generally you're pretty okay.
We'll see whether Yona is one of those players part of the elite anti-Bat Rider club. I was quite curious to see that he changed his facet to Stoked because I recognize that it's a pretty solid facet for your position 4 bats, you know, getting spell amp. I did see a lot of core bats go for the Arsonist facet instead though, and I kind of thought that would be good this game just because you're missing a bit of tower damage, aren't you?
I don't know. I feel like you pick this Barra and you don't really care about this tower, you know? It's just a nice interaction. There's no world where you pick Barra and you go like, oh, I'm gonna win fights now. I'm gonna take towers now. I'm gonna hit tower because I do, what, a bit more damage, 10% more.
Right, okay. Sure. So that's kind of like a... It's just a bit of a red herring. You're not actually gotta focus on that anyway, right?
I feel like,
How to link
I don't know. I really don't know about this Barra. It's a big question mark hero to me.
Well, we did see on position 4, I feel like it makes a lot of sense as a position 4, right? You're the primary catch for the team. I just wonder whether that is the same case for when you're playing it mid. Feels like you want to scale up a bit more, do a bit more damage, you know, maybe not be the first one into the fight. Ivory, they certainly don't have any trouble with catch whatsoever. They have X, they have the Void Spirit jumping in, they have a potential Blink Lasso, maybe Aghanims down the line as well. You think maybe the Moeta might get a Rod of Atos. Oh, Ken already putting out so much damage onto Yona. He has a stick, but he is burning up on the monkey. He's just gonna go down for first blood.
It was a bit too easy. Didn't he have a TP? Didn't he have just TP?
I don't know whether that would have saved him at that point. It looked like he was pretty done and dusted to me. I mean, I guess he's not part of the group of mid players who know how to play against Bat because he just kind of walked up and died.
Also, it's this new Bat Rider, right? Like, how many times in pubs have you actually played against this mid Bat Rider? I feel like it's one of those, like, where you go in lobby and practice 1v1 matchups enough to understand. Then you can play.
Yeah. This must be kind of frustrating for Yona because he, you know, is asking for this mid lane matchup. He was saying, okay, you know, give me the monkey. I'm going to destroy their mid Void Spirit so hard this time that he won't have a game. And instead, now you're staring down a fire-breathing little bat and he's not having the best of times to start.
CS is doing okay though. He just has to be careful about dying in this lane. Maybe get some stacks up. Ken obviously really wants to kill him. The mango. Wouldn't be surprised to see him get like a flash grenade later on too.
Yeah.
So much damage, man. That's unreal.
Just throw the Raz out. Get the D-Ward. Full control of this lane. Yona basically forced to use Boundless just to get last hits at this point. Lane's in a very awkward position.
There's something about Monkey King and why it's so strong is that if the lane's too hard, you actually can jungle. I mean, sorry, not jungle, you actually can roam, right? That's like a strength of Monkey King. You're now looking to pull the wave here.
Look at how he's forced to play, man. He's just jumping around these trees. Early level in the tree dance just because he understands how difficult it is. And he might just pull the wave. This would be very smart. Meanwhile, Grimm's... Okay. A little double kill around the Lotus Pool. You try and fight into the Fatal Bonds. It's not going to work out for you. Aizen and Grimm's getting it done.
I don't know what happened, but they have such high HP that didn't even look close.
What did the... Like, no arrow, level 2 on Sagiri Baby, level 3 on the Dawn. Maybe they just missed a hammer and... I mean... No way you have that high HP. I guess it's just the Shadow Word also working for you.
It is what it is. Lane phase not looking too hot for IP right now. Aizen has a Radiance queued up, so I thought he would go. I was wondering what kind of build he would go. I mentioned Balfury. I think that's like the most standard, but Radiance seems to be the trend among most heroes right now. The meta item, we would like to call it. That's
Radiance Void Spirit though, that's
a new one to me too.
I guess the mischance is going to be quite frustrating for the TV and the Monkey to work into, right? Because neither of those heroes really get MKB at any point in their trajectory.
I guess so. Man, I don't know. I feel like Radiance is just a good item.
I don't blame you. I feel like this entire game has been quite confusing for us ever since the draft started. It's not been clear what's going on. Grims though, one thing is clear,
nice
he's getting
loaders.
hunted down in the tree line, but still gets the turn around, juke them out, and Grims, he's surviving for now. The hammer comes through, but he's standing right next to a Shadow Word, and that does heal in an AoE. V has to commit his body to try and get this kill, but it's gonna give over another pickup for Aizen. Beautiful TP in there from the Muerta to assist in that regard, knowing that Rupido is fine up here.
Nicely done. Get some EXP under his tower as well. Take some damage, but it's kind of whatever. Jet so far, the only one really doing well for IP right now. If the other cores are kind of suffering.
Step lively
So
now.
very
tried
deep
to-
dive top lane. They actually completely
They were
zoned him
trying
out
to-
from EXP range.
Radiant are scanning.
I just
Yeah, I
wanted
mean,
to punish
they
it.
popped the Admiral's Rum, right? So it's suddenly a lot more dangerous for him to show his face in the lane.
Dire are scanning.
How does he have this extra spell, man? Who decided it's a good idea?
It's so stupid. Just can't.
Any hero with
Literally,
this,
it's impossible to kill when he has that up. And it's, I think we discussed it. I'm not sure whether I already talked about this with you, but it's such a stupid concept because it's on a 60-second cooldown, right? But you don't know when it's on cooldown or not until you get him to that HP threshold. So sometimes he has it, sometimes you don't. Don't tell me you need to like keep a mental note of that. There's already so many timings in Dota that you need to keep in mind.
Radiant are scanning.
Kunkka. Why do his heroes have these extra things? Like his shaman has like some extra. He has 2 extra spells. Why?
Wait, what's the other extra?
what,
Is
the
it his
chicken
his,
figure? I
like
mean-
innate?
Yeah, I mean like foul play.
Oh, right.
Why does he have foul? Why does he have this extra spell in it? I guess it's not that bad because it's kind of. It's not the shard, right? The shard is what makes it better.
It's kind of funny, you know. I think when they first introduced it, I was having a grand old laugh. Every single time I was gonna die, 4 chickens sprout up from my body, and my opponents are confused as all hell.
It's basically doppelganger.
They really said, we know PL is unplayable, so we're gonna let you have it in support version.
Thank you.
Condolences to all the PL players. Thank you, Val, indeed. 7-minute rolls around. None of the teams feel strongly enough about their opponent Wisdom Runes, or Wisdom Shrine, sorry, to contest it. It'll just be an even trade. So things slowing down after some initial early aggression. Grim's coming mid with the level 6, pops
oh
the
shit.
Grimoire and is ready to drop a rock.
It's a very angry TP. It was like so sudden, he just TPs mid instantly and then he just pops book instantly.
Yeah, he was ready to rumble.
Oh, it's because Ken has regen. Sorry, my bad.
Not angry, sensible. Nice little dead shot finding Rekusu, but it's
Let's go.
a bit of an awkward angle to try and make happen. Okay.
Feeling Warlock in lane is scary, man. 7 minutes you fight into Golem, that's not a fight for sure.
Yeah, you don't.
I feel like the
I mean, what's your option, right? You need to bring the supports here to make sure that nothing bad happens, but at the same time, it's not like you can really fight into the Fatal Bonds Golem.
this is where you thank yourself that Ken does not have the Arsonist Facet to take your tower.
Smiles upon me.
Yeah, so Mirana able to deny the bot Arcane Rune from the Bat Rider. Would have loved that into a lasso. That would have been perfect. Instead, the pressure dissipates. Ken has a big stack to go back to. Farm up.
He's gonna have his travels off
Very
this
nice.
too. How to say, like, we see a lot of Warlock in Europe, and I think the biggest strength of the hero is once you get this level 6 Golem, you basically can clear your opponent's Ancients. But there's no stacks here. Leading into the Travels Fund.
Well, that's a beautiful dead shot to wrap things up, isn't it? Rapido gets the last touch on that, and they know that there is a stack being farmed because the wall was placed. Ken is sticking around very low, and he's already used most of his Firefly, so he can't actually come in. This might just actually be given up to the Monkey King if he wants to come in and pounce one time, but Rapido understands. I don't think they can defend this. Oh, this is awkward. Jet's gonna come in and clean up quite a few of these stacks. He actually used the boat just to clear them up. Okay. Rapido's in. The dead shot back in Jet. Ken is back, but that's a nice little Wukong's command setup. The X marks Jet. Things are getting messy now as the support's joining the fray. Take control of that Watcher so they don't have vision no more and kind of force them out of the triangle. So honestly, not as bad as it could be. You do lose the Shadow Shaman for it, but you take quite a bit of that stack and slow down the travels at least by a little bit.
And that's all because Shaman went to die. Like he couldn't keep up the sticky charges on the neutral camps.
Hold up, Lasso in the mid lane, Flame Break bounce back, no save whatsoever. Silenced up, and the damage over time, that's gonna be enough. Yona overplaying in the mid lane there, not respecting the Lasso and the damage potential.
Yeah, that's gonna probably secure Ken a rune as well. Meanwhile, bot lane Dawnbreaker goes down. We see the early rock being used and the tier 1 tower.
God damn.
They're really looking
Dire's bottom
hella
tower
dominant
is under
right now.
attack.
Yeah, things are not really going IAP's way here. 8-1 at the 10-minute mark. Firing on all cylinders. Now Rapido working towards that Spirit Vessel. I love this item pickup this game. It's going to deny so much of the Dawnbreaker healing.
You care though. I feel like you should just buy Crimson. It's like let the Dawn come in, you know, just stand there, who cares?
I guess so. More kills. I mean, technically speaking, it's value, right? Because the Dawn's going to come in regardless. With how far ahead you are, you're going to just farm more Spirit Vessel charges. It's not too
That
bad.
makes sense. Get the Desolator too.
That's, damn.
What?
That's old. That is real old school. Kunkka Desolator. I feel like I haven't seen
What?
that
Is
in
that a
years.
real thing?
Radiant's
Is it not?
middle tower
No
is
way.
under attack.
I mean, back
I
in
mean,
the
I have
that
not
I
seen
played,
it.
of course.
Back in my
back
day,
when-
Battle Fury was the build.
No, yeah,
I
for
don't,
sure.
I don't know about the Deso, I've not seen that.
Battle Fury Deso Ember though, that was the shit.
That was the shit. I miss the, sometimes I watch the Ferrari highlights.
Oh, those were the days, right? You see EE playing Ember Spirit get off to some funny 50-50 moments. He's like super high net worth, but then he feeds randomly with the remnants and stuff.
Ember was
Wow,
just
those were the
such a-
days when Ember just came out.
Such a fun hero to watch. I feel right now
I
it's
think he
like
still
not-
is,
Is it
isn't he?
actually? I feel like it's less fun. It's okay. Bring back the old Ember Invoker days, you know, where like things were flashier.
Okay.
Things are simpler now. We live in simpler times. It's more about the farming pattern than the button pressing.
Radiant's top tower
That's
is
true.
under attack.
The absolute state of Dota. I can't believe people are finding ways to get better on a macro level. Unbelievable.
God damn, AY.
Goddamn Astini, did you see that recent interview that he did?
Yeah, I
He
did.
was talking about some Radiant macro pattern where a team sets up to take this objective at 20 into the 21 minute and you have specific map
Dire's
movement. Like,
middle
what the
tower is
hell
under attack.
is that? I'm trying to, you know, press some buttons. I'm not trying to take a
I think that
navigation exam.
the trend just happened because gaming was like always at the top, right? And they play super fast, so their timings like make sense in a way.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, speaking of timings, obviously Ivory have gotten themselves off to a pretty nice early lead, but I guess
Radiant
in
are
part due
scanning.
to the weirdness of these heroes on their draft, I'm not really sure what the timings are. We're seeing the Radiants being worked on. They're looking at B in the bot lane. Easy setup there. They don't even need the Bat Rider. The mass TPs come out from their team, but it comes out too late.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So the now 5 Shaman TPs in. I don't think I can actually do anything down here. Oh, the
Cool,
stack.
yeah.
The golem.
Oh, no, 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 not this.
This is the best warlock way to die so fucking fast. It's just gone. Favorite bonds.
Dire's middle
Napalm
tower
stacks as
is
well.
under
My
attack.
goodness.
Who even got all
And
that?
meanwhile, Rapido's just hammering in your mid
Yeah,
lane.
she had it.
They
That's
left
right
that top
now.
lane for free.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're spotting them though. Drake in some trouble. The Solar Guardian just for this guy.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They got him.
Radiant's
Definitely
top
got
tower is under attack.
He's so dead.
Dire's middle tower
Look at that.
is under
Step
attack.
lively now.
This
Your admiral is on board.
story of the game state, right? That's what it feels like right now. Hey, Grims, you're feeling a goal.
Oh, Grims,
no,
Grims, you go! Ooh, that was a little cheeky. Oh, okay. That's not supposed to happen.
Typical Ken gameplay.
Did he just? He didn't even use lasso. Did he just walk
I
in?
actually don't know. I think Monkey King stunned him properly and he just died to them.
That's rough.
No defusal. No defusal. So Monkey King has, what is this even? Corrosion queued up. Don't know if
Okay.
to buy it. I don't know if buy this game.
I mean, he has a bunch of gold now because of that Bat Rider kill, so he can reconsider his options here.
Meanwhile, Rupido with the 0 charge Spirit Vessel. So
Dyer's
someone told me he's gonna get a lot of charges.
Okay,
Started
I mean, he's been hitting the mid tower. Okay, he didn't even connect with the move just now. He's playing a bit AFK. That's not on the item choice. That's a classic. You know, you buy an item, but your play style doesn't reflect it. Okay, you know, Rupido. If you wanted to farm, you could have just gone to Radiance, brother.
That's what I was thinking too, you know. I was like, maybe this Voice Spirit is going Radiance just so his Kunkka can't buy it.
Dyer's top tower. is
I
under
will
attack.
say that
Your admiral is on board.
this does fit the Rupido playstyle though. Whenever I see Rupido succeed, he's always on some tanky, very typical off-laner, tight, Centaur, Mars, Darkseer, etc. You know, building these auras. It's kind of
Radiant's
front-lining.
middle tower is under
I think this
attack.
item build fits him historically, although it doesn't really fit the way he's playing this game. Maybe he just understands how far ahead they are, so he's playing greedy.
Dyer's top tower has
I mean,
fallen.
I like what he's doing.
Radiant's
poking
bottom
fun at
tower
you a little.
is under attack. Then Radiant
He
are
gets the
left.
Crimson Lob there, is gonna go, oh, bot lane, we might see something happen here. There's a Moonlight set up on the gate.
They see the gate coming through. Rakusu can just drop the wards immediately. Okay, Aizen. Oh, the golem. Oh, the lasso. Oh, no. Who's setting up on who?
Oh,
Yona
Spirit Vessel
now
time.
being caught out. Moonlight Shadow. It ain't gonna help. Ooh. That hurts.
He was just spamming Hex on the gate, man. He didn't even care who was gonna come through at all. It's like, I'm hexing the first guy who comes here.
Yeah, and then suddenly 4 other dudes show up and you're like, well, I can't hex all of them. Guess I'm dead.
Gates should change color according to how many heroes are coming through. Agree or disagree?
The gate?
Yeah.
We'll see that again. I mean, he certainly hexes that Muerta, but unfortunately, no one else is there to do the damage. Yona tried to connect, but didn't have the Wukong's command, and honestly, didn't even have enough HP to stand his ground. Just gets easily chopped up. Solar Guardian coming in, though. They're trying to make a move onto the Shadow Shaman again. Grims, the target of aggression, will go down. They want to try and connect Jet to this fight. He's shown up now, which means Aizen, no more points sticking around. You don't want to give this Terrorblade any ground to stand on.
I don't know if they care though.
Say that, though.
No stuns. Oh, here comes Ken.
Ruh-roh. Wukong's command already used. He's taking quite a bit of damage, though. Spirit Vessel coming into play. Look at another charge that he just got. That's crazy.
And he's still hanging around. I don't know if he can do anything here though. Not with his Gloves of Haste Ogre X.
Yeah, what the hell is he building? Is he just
Flying
rushing a BKB?
yeah.
Okay.
I think it's the right choice. He really needs it to play. It's just way too much magic damage on Ivory.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, he might go into Mage Slayer or something like that, but I guess that's too slow this game.
This can. It's so hard. So far behind. Crimson
Yeah.
almost done for Rapido too.
I feel like this qualifier so far, we've casted 3 games at this point. This is the 4th. And I feel like we've seen 2 games that were just lost off of curious position 4 picks. Earlier on today, Yangon Galacticos tried to make a position 4 Earth Spirit
Dyer's
work.
middle
Wait,
tower
so you're,
has
This
you're
time round.
blaming the Mirana?
I don't think the Mirana has done anything this game, Adam.
What? But can we get a catapult arrow counter? Do you know how much push he has slowed down?
Well, given that they just took the tier 2 in the mid, I don't know whether I can agree with
I
that.
said slowed down, Mike, not
Sword
stopped.
for my chest.
Okay.
Took like extra 15 seconds.
It's 17 minutes in the game, and they're already at your tier 2. A shackle up onto the top side. Rupido caught off guard,
Look at that.
killed off. Nice little pick off.
Moonlight Shadow.
Oh, that's true.
After they hexed him.
Okay, do you think that would have mattered? Because Rupido was standing outside the tier 2 all alone with no help. Not sure what that was about. Definitely a bit too over-aggressive. Oh, look at the Mirana cutting the way.
gameplay.
Could another position 4 do this? Probably. But they wouldn't be Mirana.
Bottom tower is under
Oh, oh,
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
oh! How did they see him there? Wow. Okay, nice little catch, Aizen. Fancy moves.
Void Spirit main.
I mean, how did they see him there? I don't even know. Did they just happen to glance at that spot while he jumped, and then they saw the tree shake a little bit?
Your admiral is on board.
Because it's not like they have a ward there.
They just know, man. What can you do?
They just they read him like a good dog man. See it again. Oh wow. I think he was. Oh, hang on. Hang on.
Man.
What the hell is this?
Now we're gonna
Aizen
need to
just
watch
jumps in.
another
and-
replay.
Yeah, we're. Alright, after Grims dies, let's roll the tape, fellas. Let's. Okay, Grims died because of the hammer.
Radiant's
all
Yeah,
right.
okay, this. Surely nothing happens while we're in a replay now. Roll the tape. Let's see what exactly happened to Aizen there. I don't know. I don't actually know whether we ever. Oh, we're gonna see it. Ah, okay. He jumps in. I don't think he was even looking for trouble. That was just a nice setup from IPH because they had that meta pop. They were waiting for him to round about the corner, and then Rexu just hit him in the head. So, okay, nice little pick off. That's very important. 6k gold lead still though.
We're 6k behind. Every kill is an important kill.
That's true.
Pulls their Monkey King finally. Net worth ahead of the Warlock by 100 gold. It's a slow start, but it's a beginning.
Hey, Yona is in poverty mode. Be in the mid lane though. They know that he doesn't have a Solar Guardian. Even if he did, don't think he would be. Very survivable into that Spirit Vessel. What a value pickup.
All the Spirit Vessel there.
No, for real.
Yeah, Vanguard, Crimson now. Need to get the Tormentor, so good trade.
Bottom tower is under
Baited by the
attack.
Dawnbreaker.
Very nice.
Trade map for map. Meanwhile, Jet still farming. It's probably his best hero, right? This Terrorblade.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like
Also
by
why
a
they picked
big
Radiant
margin.
are scanning.
Dude, they are 5k. I mean, Ivory's kind of owning, right? And this TV is still 13.5k net worth, like 2k ahead of
bottom tower
Aizen
is
or
under
anyone on
attack.
Ivory. I think that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, Jet's done an excellent job. Now Ken trying to swoop in and mess with him a little bit. Moonlight Shadow gonna hide them. Drake will dust one. Atos. Uh-oh. Might have just cursed him a little bit here, looking for the lasso. There we go.
Drake, no, even in death, he's a good kill.
Oh, close. Somehow the supports both get out of that situation, but that was basically your fault. Aizen again just finds Yona off the trees. How does he keep doing that? Changing up the guard helps him escape to the right, but not for long. Astral Step has his mark, and they will find what they came for. And now X Mark's pulling in Rikusu into the mud, into the filth, and into death. Even with that shot, it's not enough. They don't care about the chickens, they'll blow you right up. Meanwhile, topside, trying to contest this ethereal Muerta, who's getting real close to killing the
Oh no!
Mirana.
Oh no!
Oh, arrow! Okay.
Who
There you
hating
go.
on this Mirana right now? Who's hating?
Me actually. Notice how her base is being
I want you to know
destroyed.
he lived because Firestorm hit the Muerta and the Muerta missed his auto attack.
Okay, all right. That's all great and all. What about his offlaner? What about his mid? What is he? What?
There's no hero in the game that makes your teammates play better, man.
Oh, that's true.
You can just land
There
your
are-
Starbreaker so I can arrow.
Okay, but there are heroes that make your teammates play worse. I feel like every time there's a pudge in one team, it's just everyone just loses brain cells a little bit.
I think people are just not used to
Step
playing the
lively
game.
now. Your admiral
I also
is
feel
on
like people pick Pudge with the intention to like not care, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
You know?
that's true.
Unless you're like
Just
dying
playing
on
for
China.
themselves, right?
Yeah,
They don't really care about the outcome of the game.
It's like,
Oh,
hey carry, enjoy your lane while I go smoke myself to L1 to the mid lane.
they don't even care about Rikusu. They will regret that though, because Rikusu, he has a shard, but he still will eat a torrent. Very nicely done. Ken? Oh, the damn Ken! Getting the Sunder! Okay, Jet, baby's popping off right now. Aizen has to escape. They spent a bit too much time on that Shadow Shaman, and he's gonna buy back into the fight. Look for an angle, arrow off the mark. High value Mirana gameplay happening right now, ladies and gents.
I just want to tell you that, you know what I said about Jet's farming pattern and how he's doing a really
Step
good job
lively
about
now. Your
just
admiral
keeping
is
on top of
board.
level. But now that I think about it, I feel like Ken's been feeding him. That's probably like why he's ahead of Aizen right now.
No, that's what I'm saying. Instant hex, Aizen. Aizen!
Circles on the
Not sure
circles.
whether that's where you want to be. Turns around, gets the Sanctuary healed up, and will pop that Void Spirit damage onto the Terrorblade. They finally catch their mark. Beautiful tidal wave. Rapido pulls them in, and Sagiri baby is down. Ooh, that was close. I agree. I feel like they are definitely playing on a knife's edge here, but they are still finding the hilt to grab onto and stab into IAP. They are not really... IAP, I don't know what they're doing. They're trying their best is what they're doing, but it's not really working out for them.
We try our best and don't succeed. Yeah, it's just a huge barrier, right? That's what kept him alive there. I think he hit 3 or 4 heroes. Looked like he definitely was going to go down. The Crimson on top there, just way too much damage block. Shadow Word, Solar Crash too.
He was like at what? Like 200 HP at one point, and then pops
Forever.
a huge shield. Gets all those defensive tools popped onto him as well. Very nicely done.
Don't want to be that guy, but IP feels like he never started really playing this game.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Yeah, I don't think I think most people watching this would tend to agree. I feel bad though for this Terrorblade because I think, you know, we were talking about how, yeah, Ken's feeding him or Aizen's giving him these opportunities and whatnot. But I do think that he's actually played a great game. It's not even like Rupido fed him in lane or anything or he had a bad start, right? He went pretty even, but he still managed to find space on the map even though it was rapidly closing. There was this Bat Rider tracking him non-stop. They were getting hunted down. Supports were dying, his mid was doing nothing. We'll see that team fight again. Take a look at how close that Void Spirit gets to dropping. Basically at 300 HP, then all the goddamn barriers in the world come out. Cuts out to Incinerate, get the burst out onto the Terrorblade, and I mean, just way too much team fight control, right? The entire time there's a Muerta calling, just silencing everybody in that vicinity. So hard to play.
The Venn diagram, man.
It
He's
is.
right in the middle. Fortunately, his was stronger. And we're looking for a pick-off to kind of go high ground here.
Okay, you know what's my issue actually? Like, memes aside,
A lot of issues like
about this Mirana.
Which one you want?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna point out one that I particularly have more of this case with. Oh, hang on, Ken gameplay. That's the gem though.
It's fine. Ken's the real gem. Does it matter? I don't know.
That makes them lose 2 gems. What are you talking
Can
about?
get
Jet?
terribly killed. What do you know, Mike?
Silent Star.
Then
Why?
Mirana
I
hater.
don't know anything. Beautiful Grimm's Warlock Golem chasing onto Sagiri baby. And that is a dead Mirana. They shackle Aizen, but Aizen does not care. Aizen will just win the game. They buy back on Jet now. This is a TB buyback. They're caught in a bit of a weird spot. The Monkey King might not survive to see his Terrorblade turn things around. Drick is dropping very low. That should be an easy kill for Jet to claim. No, not even. Forced up down to the low ground. The TP takes way too long for B. And Aizen, he's still beating into them. Now, stepping forward, Jet has to be so careful about that silence coming out from the Void Spirit. Gonna try again. Approach the fight. Take it slowly.
Oh, Drick, I don't know if you
taking a
want to
lot
walk
of
there.
damage. Drick will just walk into him. Aizen though, now squaring up, will eat asunder. The tips come through. Ken is laughing from the grave of having fed a kill earlier on, but now the silence up onto Jet. They know he doesn't have asunder, and Aizen, he's gonna clean him up.
Oh,
Nice
Sagiri.
arrow though, that's the impact, but it doesn't actually matter because if you had literally any other disable or position 4, it might have made a difference. Still get Lasso out, get the BKB. This is gonna be a full-on team wipe. GG is called out. Second series is a wrap, Adam. This one wasn't even close. 22k gold lead, as if the first game wasn't brutal enough.
What it is, Mike. There's no real stuns, no way of comeback. Ivory did after for laning phase, did really well in lanes, and other than Ken suiciding a few times, I feel like IP didn't really do anything to punish, or they tried to make plays, but it was just so hard with the net worth gap.
I don't really... Honestly, I don't really know what to make of IAPH's gameplay. I don't really know what to make of the draft. I feel like both games in a row, it was a little bit confusing for me. The first game with that Timber Saw and the Naga Siren, it didn't really look the most convincing. And then now, of course, that Mirana, I don't know what the idea is here. I feel like they went from having a Monkey King pick that looked like, wow, this is really gonna ruin their game. And then suddenly Ken comes out with a Bat Rider and it flips it on its head completely.
It was just the niche of the last pick. I think Yona could have definitely looked to have impact on the other lanes in the early game. walk around. You can even play with Mara like this boundless strike plus arrow combo. It is kind of strong. Something a bit that you need to get some practice in, similar to the electric vortex storm that we see. I think Mikoto used to run like long time ago.
Okay, before we send this off to a bit of a longer break and show you the brackets again, I do want to ask one final question. Without looking at him, how much hero damage did Monkey King do this game?
I'll give him a good 6,000.
Not even close. 4,500.
How's that
is
not
your Monkey
close?
King. In the grand scheme of how much it could be, like maybe 10k, I guess you're like 1.5 away. If it was within 1,000, I'd give it to you. But 4,500 damage is how much your Monkey King has been able to slap heroes around. Definitely not the performance for them. But with that, Interactive Philippines are not out just yet. They will be fighting for their life in the lower bracket tomorrow as Ivory continue on to face off against the winner of our other series right now, which I believe Execration were just able to win. Yeah, okay, there we go. So Execration versus Ivory. The Rambulan continues up against a way tougher opponent here.
Rambulan bracket, brother.
Yeah, Rambulan bracket for real. But yeah, that's how our first round, our round of 8, has panned out. Of course, that leaves some teams in the lower bracket as well that we'll be able to see right here. These teams have one last chance. So Castaway Esports versus Interactive Philippines. Honestly, quite surprised. I thought Castaway would put up a stronger fight, but from what I can see, the games were quite one-sided as well.
Demolished.
Yeah. That's that Leon Arthur effect, baby.
True.
Yeah, that man is a beast. But yeah. Okay, so that wraps things up for us again. Unfortunately, I know it's not as extended as most people would like. You know, you come to watch some Dota, you want the games to maybe last a bit longer than half an hour each. But it is what it is in these early stages of the Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers. So far, based on what we've seen, Adam, is there anything that you've learned about what we can expect moving forward in these Close Qualifiers?
We can expect very interesting heroes. We've seen Earthspray, we've seen Mirana. We're gonna be #1 SEA most heroes played. That's the goal right now. We're getting there.
Okay.
I think the Boom series
but-
had like some CK and God knows what DP plus 5. You know, the games are
Yeah.
just. It's been interesting. It's been interesting.
Yeah, we got the spice here in Southeast Asia and more of it to come in just about 2 hours. We will be covering Execration up against Ivory. That's gonna be your next matchup here. The Rambulan bracket continues as both of these teams fight to stay in the upper bracket. In 2 hours, see you then.
We can do anything we decide.
go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know how you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
The wait has ended, the wheels are turning, and we're back on the road to EWC here at the Southeast Asian side of things. Sneeze and Adam bringing you the action, and we're gonna have another Rambulan here in the upper bracket. It's none other than the beautiful Execration up against the winners of our previous series, Ivory. They did very well for themselves up against IAP, and Execration also similarly kind of crushed Castaway, 2-0s across the board. Maybe we're gonna get ourselves a game 3 this time round, Adam.
And we cast awake, weren't awake yet. First series of the day, you know, what can you do? Execration looked pretty convincing. I managed to catch some of it towards the end just now.
Yeah. It's a little bit concerning as we'll take a quick look at the bracket here and how things have panned out so far, because I think, look, I'm speaking purely from a viewer, I want to enjoy more exciting Dota perspective. I think it's always better when the competition is tighter, because that makes teams have to sweat a little bit, right? Coming into this tournament, when we first saw the brackets and the teams invited, I think it's very fair to say we probably think Boom Esports are the one who are going to take the only slot to Riyadh. And so far, I mean, Kukuis has challenged them in one game, but I think for people who did watch that game, will probably come in and say that maybe Boom also weren't awake yet. First game of the day, of course, they find themselves up against Tech Free Gaming. That's going to be on the mainstream over at EWC_Platinum while we're covering Execration versus Ivory. Of course, that leaves Kukuis, Yangon Galacticos, Castaway, and Interactive Philippines in the lower bracket that we'll see right now. They have to fight for their lives tomorrow. So a bit of time to rest and relax and maybe come reset. Because that's their last chance for all 4 of these teams. I think in particular, maybe for Castaway, probably expecting a bit better of themselves. But let's talk a bit about our 2 teams that we have right ahead of us. Of course, we already talked about it, another Philippines versus Philippines matchup. But Execration feel like the OG Filipino organization, right? Compared to Ivory, who are sort of the newer kids on the block, I want to say.
Execration is kind
10
of,
seconds
I want to say, past the test of time, right? They've been around forever. It feels like all the orgs in
5
Dota.
seconds remaining.
Unfortunately, they come and go, but Execration is just always here.
Mm-hmm. You just can't stop Chemo
Dire
from
team
finding
back.
5-second
Dire
Filipinos
team
and
back.
running them through some Dota tournaments, I guess.
Radiant
And of
team
course,
back.
I think the big story for Execration is throughout 2024, they didn't really have the best time. A
Dire
lot of
team
flack,
back.
I think, personally pointed at Tino,
Dire
who's their
team
offlaner.
back.
I remember when he first sort of
Radiant team
had his
back.
time to shine in the international stage. Everyone was saying, whoa, this Tino guy is cracked as an offlaner, but when it came to the official matches,
10
it became
seconds
very
remaining.
hard to enable him. He ended up taking a little bit of a break near the
5
end of last year.
seconds remaining.
JWL was brought in and recruited instead, but his time has passed now. Tino's back on the team. They, of course, have our good friend Leon Arthur coaching them. Surely these are all positive things that are going to push them forward, right, Adam?
Of course, man.
Of
I mean,
course.
All you need is Leon to do well. Look
That's
at
true.
Alliance.
Come on. Where are
Radiant
Alliance? Sorry,
team
just
pick. Dire team pick.
all right, relax.
That
No,
was a
no need
joke.
to
Okay,
slander.
he was
as it-
the assistant coach, okay?
Yeah,
It doesn't count.
Fair. Okay. All right. Well, he's head coach here, and hopefully he's bringing them towards sharper strategies and more refined practice. First thing that we already noticed from their game against
Radiant
Castaway just now
team back.
is the first pick Oracle. They didn't hesitate at all. They're going to snap up the Kunkka because it's banned, and Ivory immediately answered with the Doom. Was already talking about this counterplay. Of course, I think Kunkka is such a strong hero right now in the current
Radiant
patch.
team back.
It really feels like the only 2 carries or cores that match him are the Ursa and the Doom.
We've talked about this, I feel, so many times.
Sorry,
See
it's,
Konga
yeah.
pick Doom.
Yeah, I
It's
think
finally
it's
happened.
kind of cracked, right? Like it just makes the Kunkka's game so unplayable.
I think it's
10
something.
seconds remaining.
Oh, you don't
I
you don't
feel-
think that?
I don't know. Is there a counter?
5
I think so.
seconds
Like
remaining.
the it seemed that way.
Dire
It seems like
team
most
back.
teams believe that Doom is pretty solid into Kunkka. They either ban it when they pick the Kunkka.
That's a carry,
or-
right?
Dire
What if your
team
Yeah.
Konga goes mid or
Radiant
offlane?
team
Doesn't the
pick.
board buff counter the Doom in like the other way?
I guess so, but then you're also it kind of defeats the purpose of the boat, at least to me, because my thought on the Admiral's Rum is that you're gonna let someone stay around the fight even longer
Radiant
than they
team
otherwise would. But when you get doomed, it doesn't really matter if the damage is coming out delayed. You're still not really able to cast your spells. Whoa! What? Who is this guy? What? Leon Arthur? I don't know what he's teaching. I mean, I know Oracle is the top pick in the meta, but what the hell is this?
10
Anyone
seconds
know?
remaining.
I don't.
The Oracle heal replacement?
Really?
5 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
I don't think this
answer
guy
to
is
the
a false
Doom in lane.
promise.
I am actually not sure where this is coming from either.
I'm so confused. Okay, look. So Witch Doctor, big changes in 7.39. He basically got his Headhunter facet replaced. Now you get overall less cask bouncers, which is awful for the heroes farming, but you get inbuilt Headhunter. So they did the thing where they moved the facet to the basic skill, so it's part of the actual skill again, but as a result, the overall spell itself is just weaker. And now you have Cleft Death, which was always kind of shit, basically letting the Death Ward hit multiple targets, versus Malpractice, which is when somebody dies from Maledict, you kind of do a little bit of a Venomancer, Noxious Plague thing, and it spreads again.
I saw the Maledict facet in like some Facebook video. It looked, I don't know how, like, it's not realistic that it's good.
No,
but there are,
no.
I've seen it like with vacuum or something, you know. It's kind of, it's like an interaction that exists, you know. It's so random.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect way to describe it. It exists. I don't know whether it's the type of facet that you can even necessarily plan around, because it's not like Witch Doctor has any other spell that would encourage heroes to stand next to each other. In fact, most of the time when you're playing against a Witch Doctor, you try and Delta split so his cask doesn't go crazy. What I will say is that this Witch Doctor is going to make a Kanka safe lane really strong, just because the kill threat is going to be crazy.
Witch Doctor is just one of those heroes. You either go big or go home, right? You're either owning or you're kind of feeding, no middle ground.
Yeah. I guess when the facets and innates was first added, people were talking about the Gree, right? The ability to hang on to your gold despite your deaths. It kind of feels like a gold-based Black Grimoire, where the Warlock has EXP, and that's actually useful versus gold that you get on death. Speaking of the Warlock, we'll see it come out right here. Very
Grimm's
solid
had a
pickup.
pretty good game on this hero earlier. I like this hero with Doom a lot. I think the lane's really nice. You provide heal and Doom just wants to do nothing. It's also easy to push waves, right? Just fail Bond Scorch Earth. It's a lot of damage in team fights.
10 seconds.
Quite a lot of flexibility
remaining.
with the calls right now, though. Ivory, they have a Doom and Dragon Knight. Both can be either
5 seconds
carry
remaining.
or safe lane. Sorry, carry or mid for the Dragon Knight and carry or off lane for Doom. Terrorblade picked up by Execration.
You can say the
I
same
think-
for Execration though. Like literally all three of their heroes are flexible, can go anywhere.
Yeah, I guess so. Although now that the Terrorblade is picked, I feel like things have settled in a bit.
Kind of TV go. I know
10
Tino loves his
seconds
Terrorblade.
remaining.
Oh, that's true. We're talking about Tino. Tino does love his Terrorblade.
5
What are
I'm
we
pretty
thinking
sure
about the
Lewis
matchups?
plays Bristle mid, by the way.
Ooh, BZM style? Okay, I can dig it.
We'll see what they choose to do, but I don't know how much I like this TV here because I feel like DK buys Milner naturally right now, and
Yeah.
Doom's also one of the better heroes against TB, Warlock as well.
Yeah, I kind of feel like with Kunkka, Bristleback, and Terrorblade, these are calls that you'd be like, oh, I should pick a Doom here. They kind of did the reverse where they saw a Doom and they're like, let's give him a bit of a good matchup. Maybe again, similar to this Witch Doctor, Leon is cooking something that we just don't know about.
I think it's probably a TV offlane, if I had to guess. I don't know, maybe it's just a big comfort pick. I mean, Palos is a big TV player for sure.
Mm-hmm. I really am curious about this Witch Doctor. I want to see it work because it's personally one of my favorite heroes, but I think this has always been a hero that hasn't really been relevant in the pro scene. I think the closest thing we got to a Witch Doctor meta was back when Voodoo Festeration was a thing, right? And he was running around, getting these super early greaves, just being oppressive and shit like that. But that was a bit cheesier. It wasn't really... yeah.
I remember
I'm
when
glad
Shield
it's
did
over.
damage.
That's so stupid. That
Just
is...
solo killing you 1v2.
It's ridiculous, yeah. But
10 seconds
yeah, I don't know.
remaining.
I feel like a lot of faith has been lost in this hero. I don't think
5
it's
seconds
ever really
remaining.
been a relevant pro pick. I remember there were days when Puppy would pick it, all those sort of old school position 5s like solo, you know. But yeah, I'm not necessarily convinced. I hope we find a use case for it this game because that would be cool. They ban out the Darkseer and the Brewmaster, so believing an offlane remains for Ivory. Rapido doesn't really have a lot of options. Centaur Tide still in the pool. Oh, Rubik last pick. Okay.
So let me talk about this Rubik, okay? I feel like this hero is kind of non-existent, but in the games I see the hero picked and it goes to mid game. I feel like this Rubik does so much in fights. There's just so many spells to steal nowadays.
10 seconds
Like you look at
remaining.
Ivory's heroes, right? Like you have Shackles, you have Serpent Ward, Golem, Fatal Bonds, Doom.
5 seconds
Everything's just nice.
remaining.
True. Yeah, I mean, even if you get a cheeky Breathe Fire or Dragon Tail, you're not too mad about that. That's either a nuke or a pretty decent stun. A lot of good choices to go off of. And Ivory, this last pick, what are you going to do here? The exact core setup isn't entirely clear from Execration. Although I will say, appreciate them for keeping up our trend of picking some weird supports, right? That's been the entire close
You may
qualifiers
now
for us so
select
far.
your heroes.
Primal Beast will be the final selection here. I want to say that's gonna, yeah, okay, Rupido on that Primal Beast in the off lane. Gonna be a Palos Terrorblade and a Kanka
Bristle
for
mid.
Tino.
You're Bristle mid enjoyer, Mike.
Yeah, I think it's pretty dope. I mean, both of these are range support, so they can set up stacks for you pretty easily. I think out of all the cores, you're probably the one who's happiest about clearing stacks. So he's going for that Seeing Red facet. And CML is going to go for Cleft Death, so no silly malpractice shenanigans.
I actually wonder how you do against Dragon Knight, because I assume Dragon Knight does not care about you at all.
Yeah,
Right?
would
Crossing
think
Dragon,
so
you
too.
buy Mage Slayer. If anything, I feel that DK is one of the better heroes into the Bristleback.
I can see what you mean. I think the one thing that I'm a bit worried about for the side of Execration now is when Grimm's hits that level 6 and him and Drake start running around the map and taking towers with the DK, how are Execration going to respond, right? On paper, you have Terrorblade with the Ghost Push, you have okay Wave Clear with Fate Bolt or Kanka, but I feel like the map orientation is going to get a bit weird. It just feels like Ivory's draft makes a lot more sense to play out comparatively to Execration, where I don't really know if they're going to get away with just being left alone to farm for 25 minutes until they get their items and come online.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest here. I prefer Ivory's draft way more.
Goddamn, why'd you have to shit on him like that, man? You don't deserve.
I don't think it's I don't think Execration's draft is playable. I think it's more like the heroes are a bit more unorthodox. The Witch Doctor, the Ruby, you know, these heroes, they're a bit more I play well. It's not really like a team hero. It's not really like, oh, Rubik pairs well with our heroes, you know?
Yeah.
But if you look at Execration, okay, I guess in a way they do. Like Rubik has this null field, magic resistance, obviously. Then you have the tanky cores, you have the bolt buff, you have the Sunder, you have this probably early pipe buyer in Tino, you have Witch Doctor heal. So maybe in that sense, that's what they're playing for. They're just playing for this like super sustain lineup. So I think that's some way, I guess, that I can see their heroes come together.
I mean, the thing is, the Rubik's Might and Magus innate only applies to him. It'd be kind of bonkers if he somehow had a way of extending that to his teammates. But I see what you mean, but I agree with you. It feels like these are... Execration have a draft where they have decent heroes, and I don't even know whether I can say that because they're running a Witch Doctor Rubik support duo, which just kind of feels very different from what we've been seeing across the entirety of the close qualifiers, not just in Southeast Asia, right? I don't even think this even qualifies as a Southeast Asia special. Don't think anyone else is running it. I will say that 16 days ago in Cringe Station Lunar Snake, which is a tier 3 tournament in Southeast Asia and China, they did run it with a Terrorblade in the lane, and they won up against Raw Gaming. Not too sure about what who's on that team. I think that's a Chinese team, but so this is something that they have tried before and they have found success with.
I've been watching some Europe games. We see quite a lot of Rubik. Like Desire on, I think Avilus has been playing it. Pablo has been playing it. Like a hero looks good to me.
30
I feel like he controls. He does so much in team fights towards the later half of the game. But problem with Rubik has always been that it's a neutral lane. It doesn't really pose kill threat. He doesn't have much impact on the runes, but I want to say it's a mid-game hero, you know, depending on what kind of spells you can steal. It's really only towards the mid-late game that you have like huge impact, right? On Rubik.
Definitely a hero that can scale very scarily into the late game just because of high-value steals that he might have. I mean, now you pick up Primal Beast last as well. Getting a Pulverize from Rupido is going to be huge if he can snag it. We'll see whether that ends up panning out. I believe it's a 2-for-2 rune trade. Yep, there we go. No crazy level 1 shenanigans or smokes. Everyone just setting up their vision and heading off to their lanes. Early lanes, though, I feel like that's where the Witch Doctor will shine the most. That's the lane I want personally keep my eyes on, just because I feel like when you hit that level 2, when you hit that level 3 with the Witch Doctor, that's where you have kill threat. He did switch the facet back to Malpractice, though, so going away from Cleft Death, which I think it's really, really shit, so I'm glad he switched. Okay.
Behavior.
Hey, I'm a Witch Doctor enjoyer. I just kind of wish they would give him a slightly more interesting facet than Cleft there.
You'll eventually get to the point where his shard is extra skill.
Sure, yeah. It already is. Okay, nothing wrong with the shot. Don't change the shot. The voodoo
They're just gonna
switcheroo.
move. They're just gonna give it to him without it. You know.
Oh.
So you can become a
okay,
death ward, but
Yeah.
but you can take damage.
Okay. So you transform into a death ward. It's kind of like a metamorphosis type
It's
situation.
basically foul play, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Except when you're in foul play, you can't cast any spells or anything. CML is playing very, very aggressive. I feel like it's rare that you see a Witch Doctor, not really the tankiest hero, step up like that. But he's putting out quite a bit of damage onto Rupido with the help of that reflection as well.
I mean, there's no real turn potential.
Dire's
Primal
top
Beast one of those
tower
heroes
is
that
under
you
attack.
can't really run into Witch Doctor TB, right? You have slows, you have stuns. So probably just play to maximize in this lane, stack a little more, eventually go cut waves.
I guess so. I honestly thought that, you know, if Drake literally just walks up to him and chicken fingers him and Rupido starts trampling, they might be able to kill this Witch Doctor, but I guess the turn potential is always there now that the paralyzing cast is available.
I think maybe at like level 3, level 4, but now it's a bit too early. With levels, you definitely have the potential to just kind of hold him down because there's no check of cancel from TB, right? Just kind of go in on CML together, level 3, get out, kill him, get out. Probably end up trading a lot of health for it though.
I'm so surprised. You have no idea what my face looks like right now. My jaw is like on the ground. I can't believe this Witch Doctor is actually being allowed to just stand in lane and survive. Is CML really going to convince me that this is a relevant hero right now? Because after this game, I'm about to queue up a pub and give it a try. Like, this suddenly looks like it's actually okay. Like, it's not gonna just feed.
That's due to the TB more than the Witch Doctor, right? It's because if they ever go on the Witch Doctor, TB Pulse is just gonna lay into them. And he's definitely gonna get his stun off towards the end. He has a Fairy Fire too, so just using his body very well.
Yeah. I like the way he's playing this a lot, and it's giving Palo so much space to farm on the TB. 15-5 already, stacking up the denies, now dueling with Drake on the sidelines. CML does lose his courier though, that's a bit awkward. That's some pretty nice resources that we would love to use. But yeah, just snags away the Lotus. Okay, well, Witch Doctor's here to play, ladies and gents, and now throwing out some spells. Wow! Putting out quite a bit of damage onto Rupido. They're just forcing them back. This lane duo, kinda cooking.
This is just terrible, man. Can't lose lane. Press meta. Little
Ah, that's true.
strong
That's true.
support
Maybe
too in the Witch Doctor, but
just
everything's going okay. I think this is kinda expected. They didn't really pick the primal for the lane anyway.
Speaking of the lane, look at the mid lane. 25-4 right now. Bristleback is just shitting on him.
You know why he has this CS? I think he's been pulling the wave.
Oh, okay. He's
Yeah, just
doing
go
the I'm not gonna interact with
Doing
you.
the Malrine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so lanes are pretty even so far. Both offlaners not doing too hot. Mid lane, Bristleback obviously winning up. I'm not sure why DK only has 18 CS, but
Yeah, well,
so
is he
slightly ahead.
is he getting denied or something? Like maybe he just
missing
can't step
CS,
up
right?
to the lane? What's going on?
I mean, they both have 4 denies, so label it
Okay,
as missed CS.
We haven't talked about top lane yet. Let's go take a look see at top lane. What's going on? Tino on the Kunkka versus Aizen on the Doom. Is this just residential sleeper farm festival, or is there anything that
Yeah,
might...
I'm pretty sure it's
Okay.
Resident Sleeper.
Well, Infernal Blade here, Tidebringer there. You know, any harass you do is just gonna get healed off by Grims. Very interesting gameplay.
They'll pretend to interact once in a while. There's the interaction.
They're just cosplaying a skirmish, you know. They're like, oh, the casters are watching. Let's pretend we're hitting each other and doing something relevant.
There you go.
And there we go.
We
Yeah,
got him.
there you go.
Where's Rubik? He's just gone.
He's just
You're
stacking.
just alone here. This is the one downside of Warlock. It gives you a first power freedom because you don't really zone.
CML in the bot lane, gonna go down to first blood. Drake and Rupido get it done. What you were talking about. All they need to do is focus him down. And the Witch Doctor, easy pickings.
Alright, Mike, are you unconvinced now that the Witch Doctor has died?
I just feel like, okay, I'm no professional, but I play Witch Doctor,
I know.
And my
Serious games.
perspective is, oh no. Okay, but my perspective is that Witch Doctor's biggest strength comes from being able to secure the lane. The reason why he's not as good now, at least in my opinion, is because there are just people who do it better than him, right? Like this Warlock, you see, I mean, he can even just push the Tonka out alone.
Straight to the
So,
bottom with you.
you're not really fully securing the lane, you just died. And then later on in the game, I feel like it gets so awkward to play because you can't really cast your spells from the back. You need to be in range to heal. Shanks might have just given over a free kill over to Ken.
We're gonna scout this stack too.
Don't walk up to the high ground, buddy. You're gonna give them full view of all your hard work. Shanks, get on out of there.
It's fine.
Wind Waker. No, Wind Waker. Sorry, Wind Lace,
Lace, yeah.
helping him out there.
Dyer's
Is
middle
he a
tower
stack though?
is under attack.
Dude, okay, so
They
I
do.
want to talk about this, right? The reason Warlock is so popular is, okay, not only this, I don't really like this, but if you lose your lane against Warlock, he gets Grimoire. And if you have this now 7-8 minute golem, and you come into the triangle and you drop golem, you actually clear the stacks by yourself.
Is under attack.
Yeah, he's a little bit far away from that for now. Ken being chased away from the triangle, but the damage is done. Aizen doesn't have his level 6 just yet though, which means no Doom available. Tino will just head on over here and wrestle with the one remaining Wild Wing Ripper. Now, through all of that,
Radiant's bottom tower.
it's
is
not
under
like
attack.
Tino's doing very well in terms of the net worth. Shanks is still level 3 on this Rubik right now.
He just got level 3.
He just got level... Exactly.
Is under attack.
Well, this is what happens when you pick supports that aren't really relevant in this day and age. You don't really get much done. You kind of are struggling really to even defend your own triangle, and nice little sneaky ward to block further stacks. But
Mid-game hero.
true. Ken being slowed down in the mid lane. Grim's is gonna TP in, offer him a heal, and the Maledict will do
counter.
nothing.
Playing Witch Doctor into heal is actually so sad. It's so
It's
so
miserable.
Sad. If
I
y'all
mean, I'll
didn't
be
know
real
why,
with
it's just because Maledict counts your HP loss per game. So if you get healed up, you actually don't get damage from Maledict. It's not damage done.
Yeah. Bot lane, hexed up. Nice little stun. Witch Doctor value, come on! Turn around the reflection, they're gonna get a kill onto Drake. Palos able to walk away from the trample, the heal is there, the Witch Doctor value is online, but Ken coming in with the damage still gets lifted away. The supports of Execration proving me wrong, they get themselves 2 kills. And now Rupido might be next. Lewis with a haste rune trying to chase him down, he's on the wrong side of the river but still has enough mana for a TP. Rupido will get himself out, but Rubik and Witch Doctor showing up big time there.
That was such a weird gank from the Dragon Knight. I came down, no dragon, they're just kind of like diving the tower, you know. No angle, they're just trying to run it down.
Dyer's
That
bottom
was
tower
that was a
is
very
under
interesting
attack.
play.
Maybe they weren't accounting for the TPs because the way that they were playing almost felt like they didn't think any of the supports were going to come. What is Palos up to? Is he waiting for a Sunder?
He wants to Sunder, I think.
Oh, he wants to aggressively Sunder. Gonna try and set it up onto Rupido. Immediate live Sunder. Pop him open. Very nicely done, Palos. Making the most out of his freshly leveled up ultimate.
Yeah, that's the facet too, right? Doesn't go for the full HP. And for the condemned. Not sure if this is normal. I feel like we don't
Dyer's
see this on
bottom
carries
tower
at
is
all,
under
but
attack.
proving to be very useful this game. So far at least.
I found that the facet choice on Terrorblade seems to mostly be a personal preference. See a replay of that? Just come on, dude. Whoever the replay operator is, they're like, yeah, let's shit on Rupido one more time. No way you could have seen that coming unless he had lane ward or something like that. That's rough, but
Dyer's bottom
that's gonna
tower
give
is under
Execration a
attack.
3k gold lead. But yeah, back to the point I was making. I think this facet choice thing is kind of a personal preference, right? Whether you want to sort of play for the HP. Oh, okay. Well, this gank surely is gonna
Golem
work out
gank.
now. They even have Golem. They bring 5 heroes. This physically could not fail.
Radiant's bottom tower
Got
is
him.
under attack.
Got his ass.
5-man tip Palos. Wait, Fido's still level 5, what's happening? Isn't the
Dyer's
lane
middle
fine?
tower is under attack.
It didn't seem like it.
Back.
They get the top net worth hero on Execration, but it's coming at the cost of their mid lane tower. Execration.
Dyer's middle tower
I will
is
say,
under
all
attack.
memes and jokes aside, as much as I'm clowning on this support duo, I think they are doing a decent job at finding opportunities. The early first few levels, that was rough for sure, but it feels like now they are moving and responding in a way that is making use of the hero's strength. So I don't mind it too much. They're pressuring the mid lane tower, now they're bringing the meta and Tino up to the top lane. The movements from Execration are pretty crisp so far.
I mean, just team play.
So
I think
true.
it all started from the trying to take the stacks early. I think I didn't really like that from Ivory. I think they could have just came back later with the golem.
Yeah.
So bot lane being a bit too difficult, so he switched after. Did a very good job of just securing the lane, even though he gave away a kill or two. TB, top of the network.
Yeah, it's actually not doing as bad as I thought on CML. So, props to him. And as much as... Yeah, that's the thing, right? With the invasion that they had just now into the triangle, they didn't even have the levels on the golem yet, or even on the fatal bonds. Imagine if they won a fight in the mid lane, sent the golem over, popped some fatal bonds, they would have stolen that ancient stack as well, but as a result of that earlier move, they are not only 4k gold lead down, they have yet to really slow down this bristleback.
Gold for my chest.
Bristleback, in fact, accelerating close to his SNY. Gonna hit a very, very early and strong timing here. Well, Ivory, they don't really have heroes equipped to play from behind right now. Execution is gonna be strong for probably the next 15-20 minutes. Drake still struggling to get level 6.
You know, the way that Lewis is accelerating, he's looking like a Jamil Motorsport driver right now. He's just going full speed ahead. Bristleback looking really nice, and I mean, why?
Gank.
Yeah, form and gank on these ancients. Get him.
Just making sure to clear trust. I think it's okay. It'll be quite troublesome if Bristle comes in with the Kunkka. I don't think they can really fight into that right now.
So what is the deal with this mid bristleback? If it's so strong and it clears stacks so well and it seemed to just absolutely dog on the DK, why aren't we seeing this picked up more?
And I feel like the problem... You don't really help your side lanes. You're kind of a AFK hero.
Yeah,
It's also
okay.
not like you pressure mid to the point where you can like force a lot of stuff.
Dino has a blade mail. They're gonna try and commit onto him in this top lane. And
coming.
even though, yeah, the Bristle is coming, he is
The
very
Sunder.
tanky. Beautiful Sunder putting Ken in a very rough spot. Kunkka still surviving because of the rum. They're trying to get the last punches onto him. The Fatal Bonds might do the trick, but Ken the first one to drop. Lewis now in some trouble. Death Ward being channeled onto Drake, but they're still healthy enough.
Tino's dead.
They will pop that Shadow Shaman. And Palos now being slammed up. Oh, the shackles stolen by the Rubik. That's the impact that you were looking for. And now Rupido being lifted away from his target. He can't even get a kill. They do manage to finish off the Kunkka thanks to that very nice Fatal Bonds from Grims. But that is not the fight that you wanted on Ivory.
It looked okay, but just way too long to take down the Kunkka. No real damage to be poured in. Very slow damage, if anything, right? Until they have items later on. DK, Doom. Something really Primal Beast that does any form of higher pace damage.
Yeah, I mean, more
wouldn't even call
bursty
it
damage. I
nuke.
think that's kind of what you're looking for, right?
Yeah, but it's not really bursty, right? It's Primal Beast bursty. I don't feel like this.
Oh, watch that again. A very nice Sunder onto Ken, putting him in a very rough spot. I mean, not to mention, he also kind of gets ward traps, right? So he can't even move anywhere. The Witch Doctor ulti is just raining into that Golem before he ends up switching targets onto Drake. Shanks steals a very high value Shackles that ends up saving Palos. If they got this Terrorblade, the fight would actually be fine, right? But the fact that Shanks is there to stop this chase, it just means everything. Palos lives through it all, gets a whole bunch of EXP and gold, and Lewis, of course, the big winner of that fight. He's gonna be very happy about that. You don't need to help your side lanes if your side lanes come to you and feed you a couple of kills, right?
It do be like that. And that's another Golem Mensch Snake used. What's next? You have no spells, you have no ability to fight every day. You need to go into farm mode right now. Isaac's still kind of doing okay in Network, but I don't know if it's just one of those games where solo carry Doom is enough.
He's still keeping up with the Bristleback, who's had so many kills and so many stacks. So that is at least one good sign. But I don't think his game gets easier. It feels like Ivory, you need to start playing or maybe looking towards some of these BKB timings, because CML, he's going to have a Spirit Vessel real soon. Sure, he doesn't have any charges, but that's going to make your life hell. I just wonder, even if you get a BKB, there's gonna be so much physical damage between the Bristle, the Witch Doctor, as well as the Terrorblade. Can you really stand up into that?
This game's looking really rough for Ivory right now. His Primal Beast has no way to get back into the game. They need to find a way to fight, but how can you? It's this both buff, there's this SNY on Bristle now, so no real way of locking down or kind of cutting through any of their heroes.
I think what's interesting is Execration. They are very clearly playing
Dire's
within
middle tower
reaching
is
distance of
under
each other,
attack.
right? Sure, they're not necessarily 5-man holding hands in the mid lane, but even with that top gank, like you saw, they were trying to isolate Tino. Immediately, the rest of the Execration side could connect with ease. A large part of that is just because they're playing where they have
Radiant's
tier 1
bottom
towers,
tower
right? The
is
TPs
under
just get so
attack.
much easier. 6k Goldly already. Ivory will give it another try, though. Another smoke out. Trying to use their ultimates on the target. I mean, this Bristleback, there's no way you can kill him with the Shield Rune and the SNY, so you try and find something else. It might just be Shanks.
Space for his team though, not too bad. But I remember the last time I saw DK go for it, like an item build like this. Blink BKB. I feel like it's always some Mage Slayer or Blink into. I guess it's not that abnormal.
It just doesn't feel good, right? Because you want to make sure you're scaling as well. Coming out with the Sunder, thinking about the Doom was Aizen, but couldn't raise his hands fast enough. Here's Rupido and the rest of the TP's in. Nice little golem on top of the Witch Doctor. CML is just gonna die randomly in the middle of the fight. Rupido trying to chase down onto Palos, still has the ultimate. No more Sunder means he's dead, and now dooming up the Bristle. Losing 2 targets. Tino's here though with the boat. The setup is there. It's gonna come crashing in. They need to find a little bit more damage onto Aizen though, but there is the Fate Bolt. Shanks strikes them down and steals the Ether Shot, shots away the Shaman. Now Ken in some trouble, the heal starting to go off onto Grims, lands a nice Fatal Bonds on the tree, and Lewis dropping low now. Rupido starting with the trample, beautiful lift away. Shanks has been playing these team fights excellently, and Ken's gonna come back in, look for a Brief Fire, but he just doesn't have the damage. He's gonna eat a Brief Fire of his own, and Grims desperately trying to do what damage he can to finish the job. Do they have a Torrent? They will find him, and that is a 5-man team wipe. Execration, despite losing their carry and their position 5, managed to 3v5 that fight and still come out ahead.
Nice heads up play by Tino there, the board and the Torrent, and then Bristle, still proud of Bristle with SNY. I feel like they had a good win there. They killed the Terrorblade, but the Doom on the Bristleback was already kinda out of range. That's the SNY. You drop the Doom, get greedy with the chase, but where are your chasing heroes? You don't have a blink on anyone. Okay. Look at Blink here. Kill the Terrorblade, and you really need to Doom the Bristle right now?
I think that's one of those situations where maybe the rest of the team on Ivory wasn't really communicating what spells they had left, right? Because you pop the Doom out, you're waiting maybe for your Shadow Shaman to throw a Hex or Shackle, but he had already just used it. You know, you don't have a stun anymore. Rupido's trying to retreat, get a reset of his spell, so a little bit unfortunate. And Rupido, his game has not been easy. This last pick, Primal Beast, every single time he tries and finds the target, Shanks is just there with the telekinesis, ruining his day.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Having a nice game, considering how the early game went. Where we started to see why the hero was picked.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under
So
attack.
far ahead right now, but Ivory has showed a bit of signs of life. Just need to outnumber Execration, so maybe try to go split push the other side of the map. See him do that. Get more network
Wow.
from Aizen. Once he uses his BKB timing too, that'll be really nice.
Look at that scan. They know exactly where Ivory are. Tino and Lewis just map them out completely.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Control of the dire jungle, so they know where there's only one side of the map you can be. Ivory, they need to find these single targets and need to isolate them for the pickoffs, but look at this, Execration into the Roche already. There is a ward spotting out this move though, so Ivory know this is happening, but can they contest? They have all their ultimates up other than Dragon Form though.
They're slow though.
A bit too slow.
Drop the golem.
Try and come forward
No
now.
cares.
Drop the ward, CML on the front line, the Witch Doctor tanking just about everything. Looks like CML will go down again first, but Ken forced to pop that BKB. Lewis jumping forward already. They're dooming up the Kunkka, who is BKB Blade Mail. This is not gonna happen.
Doom?
Shanks up to the high ground. He stole the Doom and turning it around onto Rupido. Oh, Shanks, he's got to be the #1 target for Ivory because he's just doing way too much work. But even if you focus him down, then who's dealing with the cause? An Aegis grab for Lewis, and 4 more members of Ivory going down, and that's all your ultimates used.
The fights are just so hard. It's so hard to pour any damage in. Pulse just standing at the back of the fight with his Dragonlance, hitting away. Pretty much playing the fight with one hand.
He's not.
Shanks.
He doesn't need to do anything.
Rupido goes in. Sure, it looks okay, but at the same time, if you drop Override, you drop a DK stun, where is the damage coming from? It's not from a Warlock or Shaman. I feel like all the heroes have stuns, but no one's there to kill the stun target.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kind of went for a bit of an active build on this DK, so no damage items on him. He's barely scratching him. And Shanks with a very clutch Doomsteal. It looked like for a moment that Rupido was going to get the better of him. And this fight again starts with CML just going down, so it's a very easy 4v5, but the bow connection eliminating Drake and putting Ken in a bad spot. They throw the Doom out on Aizen onto that Hunka, but he's already casted all his spells, and that just allows Rubik to get a Doom off back onto Rupido. That couldn't have been part of the plan, and it all falls apart here for Ivory. They really need to try and pick something up now, but 5 minutes with the Aegis on the Bristleback, what can you really do?
That was Tino's first BKB reveal as well. Not a common build, Blade Mail into BKB. I don't think I've ever actually seen this, but it's a nice choice this game. No one can really kill him outside of the magic damage. Most Fatal Bonds.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're not done yet though. No smoke up.
Is under attack.
Mid lane,
Dire's bottom
looks like
tower
they're very close to
has fallen.
catching out Drake. Right. There's a hairball, slowing him up. Just need a bit more vision to refresh that goo. Turn around
Dire's
with the Hex
bottom
though, but
tower is under attack.
3 lives on Lewis. He ain't scared of a thing. Dino's circling in as well. This should be a very, very dead Shadow Shaman.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's life. Okay, well, 15k gold lead. This game has not really panned out the way Ivory were hoping. Their cores just don't seem to be able to provide enough damage into the Execration lineup. They spend just about everything killing CML every fight, and that's just all you have. Nice little blink out though from the Dragon Knight, still able to survive and TP out. Whew, close call.
Nice try. Ivory's just in farm mode. But at some point, Execration will come knocking on your door. It's so easy for them to hit high ground, Bristle, Terrorblade. No real spam or deep push on Ivory as well. They kind of have heroes that need to commit to a fight.
Yeah. You know, in the days where Tino, back then on Execration, where he was getting a lot of flack for maybe not really performing up to par,
Dire's middle
I think
tower
there was a
is
lot
under
of
attack.
comments basically alluding to how he plays a bit too selfish, right? Tino, of course, transitioning to the offlane from a position 1. Natural that he sort of has a more carry-centric playstyle, but I think that was not really what the team needed at the time and ended up drawing a lot of flack because of it. You look at his Kunkka build this game, if that doesn't show you he's changed, I don't know what will. A stolen Doom back onto the Dragon Knight, what can you do about that? You're not healing. I think you're getting out of this one. Maledict's gonna take you out. They make that look easy. And yeah, it's just Tino leading the charge, understanding what his role is this game and fitting it perfectly. Now looking at finishing up that AC.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
He's going great so far.
Dire's middle barracks are under
Christian, I
attack.
don't know how you stop this ball. Always going into the lowest orb too. Super high value this game. If you look at Ivory's heroes, they have this timing later on, sure, with eggs or with the hex breaks. Eggs on Primal Beast, but can you even get to that point? It feels like it's really just up to Execration when they want all of this to end.
They aren't necessarily in a rush. They understand just how far ahead they are, and they don't want to take any chances, don't want to overextend, give Ivory any hope of a comeback. Now, what is the angle here? Because how do you drag out this game, right? I'm thinking every time you're in this type of situation, it feels like the best move would be to try and cut these waves or maybe push side lanes, try and find pickoffs that way, but everywhere you look, there's an Execration hero just shoving in the wave, whether it's a Terrorblade Illusion or Lewis just blowing some snot balls.
Honestly, at this moment in the game, it's really difficult. You gotta find fights where maybe wrap around, try to get an angle, get rid of this Rubik. Get rid of
try
Tino
now.
even before he casts
Radiant
spells.
are
I think that's the
scanning.
best way to fight, because you can't fight through his front line right now. You wanna go all in
My
on
goodness.
Palos, I wouldn't mind that too.
Are you serious? Another scan that just connects on the Ivory lineup. Grim's on the front line. That is not the target you want to give over for free. X-Mark's pulling back. He might not even get to ultimate here, but still, the turnaround. Doom onto Lewis, forcing the BKB out. It's not too bad, but CML is just right in the middle, tanking everything. Again, so many ultimates thrown out on the Witch Doctor. The Witch Doctor. And now both supports are just gonna get run down. Aizen, meanwhile, takes out the CML's lingering Maledict. And this fight, it was not the way that they needed it to go. Drake's gonna go down again, and Grim's now being chased down. One last little X-Marks, one last little Torrent. Tino will strike him down, dominating on the Kunkka. And would you look at that? They're right on the high ground. Might as well push it.
How convenient.
Dire's top
How
tower
convenient
is under
indeed.
attack.
Found Rupido. Shanks is in there. Taking quite a bit of damage though. Might have just given up the Rubik for free. Buyback on Drake, buyback on the Warlock. They're looking to try and punish. Is this the overextension that they were waiting for? Palos can't go down in time. Looking for Sunder. Finds it onto Drake. Drake is gonna go straight back into the grave.
Dire's top
Oh, you can't give Palos these ones for free, man.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I think that's pretty much game, right?
Dire's
No more
top
Dragon
barracks
Form, no
are under
BKB.
attack.
House has a Skadi now complete to be the
Yikes.
monster. They're all monsters.
They are. They are coming for you. Aizen doesn't stand a chance. Was that a Doom on my screen? I think not.
Dire's
It couldn't have been.
has fallen.
There's no way you can come back from this game at this point. I don't really know what Ivory are sticking around for. This is looking horrid for them. 25k gold lead. This early game completely ran away from them.
Is under attack.
It was really just the early movement, right? First the one at the triangle, and then just failed kill on bottom, and failed 2 rotations, and it just felt like they had no more momentum after that. Also the laning phase, the CML kind of owning the Crown Beast down here. I don't really got into the game as well, it felt like on Mosquito.
GG. There was a point in time in this early game where that Rubik was running around level 3 and CML had just died in the bot lane. Things were looking pretty swell for Ivory, and then blink and you'll miss it. Here we are at the end of the road of game number 1. Execration have taken the game with a 28k gold lead. More thousands of gold a minute than time in game. That's the situation that we're at right now, and man, what a dominant showing. Honestly, I'm happy to be proven wrong because CML and Shanks really showed up on this more unorthodox support duo. They made it look great.
And the less often you see the heroes, the more people don't know how to play against it. They pick Witch Doctor, they pick Primal Beast into his lane. They saw the lane before they picked. The Rupido had no business down here. Witch Doctor pretty much solo zoned them with the TB reflection, threat of the meta, and I think from the laning phase from the get-go, once the 1 or 2 DK rotations went bad, it just felt so difficult to play. The team fights were... I talked about how this Doom Rock and all looked so strong, but it just felt like they couldn't fight anything at all. There was just no damage anywhere.
It's so strange because you would think that once they hit their ultimates, all they need to do is doom somebody, you drop the golem on them, and surely there's no hero that can survive that. And then out pops Lewis, out pops Tino with an Admiral's Rum that already popped, so you can't even deal with it, and then he's just tanking everything. I guess the early gold lead just got too far away from them. I mean, sacrificing the supports to give so much space to the cause ended up working out. Who would have thought?
I mean, they did do what you just said, but unfortunately it was all only on CML every fight. Poor little Witch Doctor, little tanker, secured
just
not only
laugh.
his lane, but his game for his team.
He is laughing his ass off, man. Like every single fight, they're like throwing pulverize on him. Like the opponent carry is running up to hit you, and you just throw a cast, you throw a Maledict, you're like, sayonara boys, you got the rest. He just gets it done. So very, very nice stuff coming out from Execration. Now, of course, I do have to ask, because Ivory, of course, coming off of a hot 2 games previously, what do they need to change? Do you think it's a draft thing? Because now you're playing up against Witch Doctor Rubik. Like, what the hell do you even do?
I think their movements weren't clean. I think they could have played the draft. They definitely need to invade the triangle with the golem. I think that's like the big plus of having Warlock there. And that's how you enable your cores, right? Because I think they have a very tempo-based lineup, like DK, Warlock, Shaman. You kind of snowball off 1 or 2 fights, you start taking stacks, you start taking your opponent's stacks, you invade, you take towers, but 1 or 2 failed moves and suddenly you don't have damage. And that's kind of what we saw this game.
Unfortunate stuff for Ivory. Hopefully they can sharpen up some of these early game movements. We're moving on to game number 2 of Execration versus Ivory. After a short break, this Rambulan might end early, or we might see Ivory punch back with a nice fast draft of their own. Stay around to find out what happens next. maybe it was foolish of us, Adam. Maybe it was a bit too ambitious for us to hope for an even series because it looks like the trend is still on. Day 1 of the Southeast Asia close qualifiers for the road to the EWC here. Execration and Ivory, we were hoping that they would keep things tight, but Execration just absolutely slapping Ivory in that game number 1, and not to mention with some pretty unorthodox support picks, right? The Witch Doctor and the Rubik. 2 very common heroes when you play pubs, but not really in the pro scene, making an appearance and looking great.
Man, if anything Dota has taught us is that anything can work. It's all about an execution game, and Execration out-executed Ivory, so
Yeah.
if Ivory can put it back in game 2, maybe draft something a bit simpler, you know, some stuns and damage. Definitely lacked damage in the previous draft.
10 seconds.
Yeah, the weird thing is that I thought they drafted pretty simple, right? You got a Primal Beast,
Dire team
you got a
ban.
Dragon Knight, you got Warlock, you got like, these are straightforward heroes. On paper, you just go in, press some spells on people, and they die. It just didn't really end up that way for Ivory, unfortunately. So, some adjustments to be made in game number 2's draft, banning out the Bristleback, banning out the Oracle, and snatching away the Ancient Apparition. But that's going to allow Execration to snap that Shadow Shaman up for themselves.
Dire team ban.
Traded for the A though. I don't know if that's. I mean, I guess A is just one of those heroes. If you have to play against it, you have to play against it, right?
That's true. I can kind of say that about most Dota heroes, although AA, we've seen, one of the weaknesses is if you kind of outpace him,
10
right? If you're able to
seconds
get the better of him in lane and then starve him out of EXP,
Radiant
those
team ban.
moves from the mid lane with maybe an Ice Blast or something like that, they never really come out in a timely way.
This feels like his hero makes the game so simple, you know? You always have those potential to just kind of outright burst someone. I think that's why A is such a highly valued hero. It also negates a lot of the carry pool. A lot of the
10
satanic
seconds
buyers don't really
remaining.
want to play into A too much.
Yeah,
Not for a
Five
prolonged
seconds
game at
remaining.
least.
Let's see what
Radiant
Execration
team,
decide to go for
Dire
here. I
team
wouldn't be
pick.
surprised if we see something like a Terrorblade ban or counter Terrorblade measures, because Terrorblade, of course, one of the heroes that's pretty nice into the AA, and something that Palos has already shown he's very comfortable on from game number 1.
It's a very, very
10
early
seconds
stomp pick by
remaining.
Execration.
Yeah.
Dire team
Is that just
ban.
Lewis confidence? Like banning out the TA, the Pango, the Void, and the Puck, and then you're like, yeah, I feel good enough about it to pick Storm.
Not 100% sure, but it's one of those heroes that always can kind of get away with the laning. It's a very neutral hero, right? And people just ban Puck pick Storm. I think it's quite normal.
10
Maybe they
seconds
choose
remaining.
Tiny as their answer. Might still be a flex pick. We'll see what they choose to do.
5
Execration.
seconds
Expect them to
remaining.
pick something like a. Do people even play Coddle anymore? Not really.
I've seen it. Not successfully, but we have seen it in some Eastern Europe games, in some Western Europe games. Coddle mid. I wouldn't be surprised also if Armel brought it out at any point throughout these
Radiant
qualifiers. I know
team
it's a
pick.
favorite of his.
Naga Siren.
Naga pause 5. What is? What can they
Oh,
show
I
here?
don't.
You're not a fan of the
I'm not.
Naga?
I'm not a fan of the Naga. I think even back in the days when she was being first pick, second pick, whatever, just
10 seconds
it didn't really
remaining.
feel inspiring to me. I feel like we got a first-hand
5
showcase of
seconds remaining.
how weak it could be when we were watching that previous game where the Naga song just always came out far too late to have any actual impact. It was miserable.
I feel like his hero just needs to play with the right kind of lineup, you know.
And what does that look like?
I feel like it's usually in balls. It's heroes that ball, right? Like you're a team fight hero, you can't deal with
Dire
it.
team pick.
That's how go works. It's heroes that make sense together. Execution, they go for a Doom. Percent damage
Interesting.
against the Tiny.
Dire team
Okay.
A
ban.
little bit of a flexity flex.
Easy Medusa pick for them though. You get a Doom, you
Radiant
ban out
team
the
ban.
anti-mage on the 18th.
And
19 ban.
here.
Yep.
Feels like a very solid recipe. It's what every team does.
The Pango's already taken out, so that's one of your big diffusal buyers out of the picture.
Radiant team
What
ban.
other sort of mana burn do you potentially
Monkey
have?
King.
Maybe. Yeah, but I feel like buying diffusal on Monkey feels so ass.
Now if you're playing against Medusa,
That's true. think Palos would bring a monkey to the safe lane with Naga Siren though. That feels a bit
10
awkward.
seconds remaining.
I guess you could technically net someone and build the Jingu up. That's not too bad.
5 seconds
combination.
remaining.
I think I always just play normal carries that buy diffusal.
So what's the vibe
Terrorblade still in
here?
the
Do you
pool?
just
TV's
kind
still
of
in the
pivot
pool.
this Doom to the off lane now that you see the Dusa? Like, can you still afford to have it in position 1, or is it just not valuable anymore?
I feel like his Doom is just gonna be
Team
force 3 because he wants to lane with
Okay.
the Shaman. Put his Naga in the safe lane with whatever hero. Expect to see something like maybe draw based on the bans. Draw Terrorblade is probably what we'll see from Execration, either one.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Ivory don't ban the Terrorblade outright. They had first hand sort of slapping around by
10
Palos.
seconds
He did very
remaining.
well in that previous game. Keep his net worth real high and find some Sunder
5
plays while he was
seconds
at it.
remaining.
The right pause here I can think of is probably Weaver, but I don't know how good that actually is.
There's a lot of burst damage from the Tiny as well. If you land that Ice Blast with the Shard, that's going to be easy pickings. Not sure whether this song can really save you from that. Although the
Weaver's-
Weaver ultimate does quote-unquote counteract Ice Blast.
It's
So
deceptively tanky too, right? You have Power Tread's Dragon Lance, you're about 1.6k health. I don't think you die to a combo.
sure, okay. What do you think Ivory are thinking about here? Probably just their last pick, what offlane they want to grab, right? Because I feel like the bans are pretty straightforward.
Draw TB Lina. It's kind of the end of the list,
Lina.
I think.
Lina's still in the pool, that's something.
Thinking of the Palos heroes. I think I'm thinking of the Terrorblade. Like, what can we pick? Do we just blind pick Brew here? I think Brew's not the worst. Stops the TB pick, you ban the draw.
True.
Well, Palos play then. Slark.
Slark.
Phantom Lancer.
Oh, bring him back. Why not? Don't do it, fellas. Just please. Apart from the Naga Siren, I feel like the Execration draft is a bit more straightforward. Although I really do like Ivory's trio in the mid lane, right? Like the Ancient Apparition, the Tusk, and the Tiny. They're gonna get a lot done.
You know why I like it,
It's-
Mike? Because there's AA plus stun and jump. It's so
Yeah.
simple to draft. when you have
That's
AA.
what
You
I'm
can't go wrong.
saying. That's what I'm saying. I feel like the Tusk AA is such a nice combo because what the AA kind of lacks, the Tusk makes up for. He kind of helps you keep people in place so that your cold feet procs. He has BKB piercing disable. He likes to go in. He does physical damage. You do magic damage. It's like the match made in icy heaven.
Did we see something similar earlier with the Earth Spirit AA?
The Earth Spirit AA, is that what we saw?
No, we did. It's the
That was
Earth Spirit from
That was
YG.
miserable. That was not an icy combo. You know what happens when you
Radiant
mix
team
ice and
pick.
dirt?
Imber Spirit.
Oh, what
A
is
disgusting
this?
little. Oh,
offlane-
offlane Tiny?
Offlane, I think it's a flex
Offlane-
Dusa. Right? So it's either Dusa offlane or Dusa carry. And then they'll see where they put the Tiny.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
What's the value of the Ember here? Because it's not like there isn't lockdown for him. There's a
5
Hex, there's a
seconds
Vortex, there's
remaining.
potentially a Song or a Doom. Isn't that kind of scary?
Ember's is a nice combo with the AA. I think they just wanted the ability to flex the Dusa and another hero so they don't lose lanes. That's really all I can think of. I guess you got a bit of wave clear. Not the best Blade Mail game. Not best Mage Slayer game either. I don't really
Okay.
see it, but it is a big Ken hero. Right? Ken's one of the Ember Storm enthusiasts, Void Spirit too.
You know what's crazy? The other day when I was doing some Western Europe games, I saw Squadix go for a Maelstrom first.
Oh, I saw that. I was watching it again.
Yeah, not sure what the hell that was about, but could be pretty applicable this game. There's the Drow Ranger that we talked about. Any reason to pick this over the Terrorblade? I guess the silence is pretty valuable.
That's probably you're probably right. I'm just trying to figure out why it's better than TV here.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure. Like, what? I guess it. Okay, you're gonna have to explain this to me, but it really seems to me that people like the Drow Naga link, like that specific setup.
I think people like Naga plus range hero. I don't think it's anything to do with the Drow in particular. It just so happens that
Okay.
the games we cast were kind of Drow games. Like you see
Sure.
Alina here. I think SF and Razor are two of the other heroes that pair well with Naga. But they're not like common picks, right? Not everyone plays these heroes. Even Weaver. SF is like probably the best of all, right? You pull him in, so you hit the raise without moving. It's super simple.
Yeah, I wonder what the strat is here with this draw. And, you know, you talked about how the Naga needs the correct lineup to play. Is this the correct lineup, you would say? Do you think Execration have put something nice together for themselves?
I think this is okay. I feel like the draw is less countered. You have the power to counter initiate. The lane's pretty strong.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is Execration 2-0 sweep easy for Leon after Dota.
First off, it's always easy for Leon after Dota.
Right, my bad, of course.
Secondly, I do think that Execration have a... I think Ivory kind of overcooked with this last pick Ember. I would have preferred they just pick some like Centaur and put the Tiny Mid. I feel like that would have covered a lot more bases in Riyadh.
That's the thing, right? I'm pretty sure they had to have known that either a TB or a Drow was coming. I feel like those are very obvious picks into the Dusa, right? So I wonder what their game plan is. Maybe they have an idea about being able to control tempo, or maybe being able to punish this Storm early on. Say maybe the Tusk and the AA rotate very early to the mid lane. Pre-5 or pre-6 on the Storm. Could do a number on him.
With the A is definitely possible. A Ember is a combo we used to see quite a while ago. It just covers a lot of the counter picks. The Huskar, the monkey, doesn't feel that good playing into the Ancient Apparition. We'll see if Ken is gonna put value on this hero. Make us
30
eat our
seconds
words.
to
It's like,
battle.
this is why I pick Ember.
I mean, I ate my words on the Witch Doctor Rubik. I'd be happy to eat my words all day if that meant we had entertaining games and not one-sided Storm. So hopefully Ivory able to take us the distance and bring us to our first game 3 of the day. Keep in mind, folks, this is the road to EWC. There's only one chance for one team to go to Riyadh this summer. Oh, bit of an
The
early
battle begins.
bind onto Drick there. Shanks, did he? Is that the massive serpent ward I see? He
Yeah,
didn't hex
he did
it,
go for
okay.
that. It's the only interesting facet. Everything else is pretty normal. Double impact on the Ember. So I think everyone's been kind of on the
chain
hipster
gang
train
gang.
with the chain gang.
Yeah.
I personally prefer this a bit more, but I think it just comes down to your item build. So I think if you go chain gang, you usually play like some blade mail kind of item build.
Sure, yeah.
If you go double impact, it's usually some mage slayer.
You get Corrosion, get Mage Slayer, depends on what you need this game. I think you already mentioned that this doesn't necessarily seem like the most relevant Mage Slayer game, so maybe we'll see him switch up his item build. You know what's crazy? I've been seeing some Embers go Chain Gang Spirit Vessel.
Did you want that?
I've seen it too. Abed went that build in the recent series
Radiant's
as well. It was like Power
turret has
Tread's
been
vessel.
killed.
I think I was playing against Timber, that's why he went that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of nice, right? Because when you play Flame Guard, you need Blade Mail or something.
Yeah.
Because you don't have max light. You're using remnants to kind of go in. You're using your body to play. I
Ken will
the
stick
innovation.
with the more sort of traditional Ember setup. Wouldn't be surprised to see an Orb of Corrosion, and we'll see what his first small item is. I think that's what will be quite interesting. Whether he just kind of defaults back to that Mage Slayer. Doesn't really seem as useful this game other than maybe cutting down the Storm's damage. Maybe that's a priority for him with his Ember.
Let's go, Maelstrom, baby.
Come on. Farm it up. Storm on one side, you can storm it up yourself with your auto attacks.
I don't hit the Maelstrom. They have illusions to proc off of.
True, yeah.
I don't know if you buy first. I don't know. What else can you buy? Blade Mail is always nice against Drow. It's like he silences you eventually and you just press Blade Mail, right? Sure, you might die, but at the same time, Drow doesn't really want to hit you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Grim's doing a pretty good job zoning out Tino. That's kind of one of the weaknesses of the Massive Serpent Ward. You lose some trading potential in the early part of the lane. And Nate's gonna pop. That's first blood. Grim's getting the better of his opponents, and now Tino being clicked down. Aizen. So that last shot, still a pretty full magic wand to work with, though. But this Doom is not having the best time.
Expected. The trick to this lane is you need to find the mana burn quick. You actually should ward and go look for it.
I mean, in that case, do you just block your own small camp on Grims? Just to try and stop that from happening? Because that's their only angle in this lane, right? Like, how do you even do enough damage into the Medusa?
It's not about killing him, it's more about enabling a Doom to farm. I don't think you care about the lane very much.
What the hell is this? Just put a
Tornado
little
baby.
hurricane. Okay. Well, that certainly is a way to put the Dusa in a sticky position. Not really the fastest hero, so we'll take quite a bit of damage from that. And at least we'll be able to secure the Lotus for themselves. That is very important for Dusa lane, and not really in a position to contest. Meanwhile, Ken dropping low in the mid lane. Playing with his limits, still has a Fairy Fire, 3 stick charges. Shouldn't really be under any threat.
Careful what you claim.
You know, I thought the Tusk Tiny would maybe find a bit of action, but I guess the Naga Siren is a good enough body that it's not really going to happen. Just kind of keep in front of your draw between them and they seem to be fine.
No way you find action in this lane, man. This is probably the worst pairing because tag team wants heroes that hit and Tiny does not hit. I wonder if you just
Yeah,
go no
this-
tag team.
You could, yeah, just full spells. I think there was a period of time where that was a pretty decent build. Grimm's getting caught out here by Shanks and the Doom. They put quite a bit of damage onto Aizen as well. Shanks stepping up really far up ahead. Aizen doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with. He doesn't have a mango either. He's being dropped very low.
This tornado is strong.
This is kind of scary, yeah. Maybe I underestimated the tornado a little bit. Shanks gonna come through. Okay, well, nice play from Grims. Very, very nice play from Grims there.
Back to chillin'.
Yeah,
I think Boxy is the only player in at least in recent time or past 3 or 6 months that I've seen go the no tag team. But I feel it's just one of those games, right? Like let's say you go mid, you have tag team. I guess Ember can kind of hit. But
Yeah,
how much
for sure.
value do you really get from tag team in this game?
No.
Until you start playing together with the rest of the team. I don't mind seeing him just go snowball shards. Some burst damage kills.
I mean, you reach a certain point in the lane where maybe just the spell damage from the Tusk and the Tiny are enough to threaten the Drow. Maybe harass her a little bit, set that kill up. Maybe a Ken rotation once they hit level 6. We don't know yet. For now, things very quiet in this second game of the series. I will say that I like the Ivory draft this time round. I think it's you were saying that they might have overcooked with the Ember mid and everything, but so far it seems to be working out okay. The only one suffering is Rupido, who will end up going down here. That's just offlane tiny things for you. I think he used his Soul Ring to try and contest something, ends up going down. Meanwhile, Drake with the rotation up the top lane, gonna get shackled in the tower. This is awkward. Level 2, that's a tag team. Drake's gonna go down first. He knows the next one to fall. Aizen will find the kill. The CML TPing in, not much that he can really do. He's gonna pull Grims in just to smack him a few more times. That's not really a trait that you want. Grims is pretty strong.
Our enemies alone.
Nice
I guess
rotation,
worth
I guess.
for Drake?
Tag team, yeah. This is what you want from the Tuskar. You kind of just go grief this Doom.
I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing the Ivory supports try and look towards griefing the Storm a bit more.
You do want to play around mid at some point, but I think the levels are a bit too low right now. It's also because Execution has a lot of pressure in the silence. Like, be it the Tiny or this Medusa, you can't really lane alone.
Oh, that was a nice Gorgon's Grasp. They're gonna find Shanks. Managing to one, but still have the vision. Tried to be sneaky, setting a lane ward, but Aizen was right there. Unfortunate timing. They get themselves a very free kill. Things are looking very easy for Ivory in this early stage of the game.
Double damage.
What's this? TP bot looking to punish. Storm Spirit gonna zip forward, look for Rukido again. The one sore point of the Ivory lineup right now is this tiny offlane.
Radiant's
having the best
middle
of times
tower
into
is under
Palos.
attack. Dire are
Not a fan
scattered.
of this Tiny, man. Where do you go? Do you just go gang top with the rest of the team?
You might as well, right? You might as well. I don't know whether it's really working out for you down here in the bot lane.
Wait, for real? I wouldn't hate this Tiny like running mid. You know, just pair up with your Ember. Then
Sure,
some
yeah.
side chains into stun toss on the Storm. I can kind of see that.
I mean, also, if Ken is gonna start rotating to the top lane like we see here, maybe you just go mid and sap some EXP, right? I mean, that's what the Shadow Shaman's doing right now while his mid is farming the jungle.
He's so high
You
level.
could do it too.
It doesn't look, his level doesn't look like he died 3 times, man.
Yeah, that's why. Where did he
Level
find
5
this
and
EXP?
half.
God damn. Okay.
Yeah, but super early Serpent Ward is this game. It's the big one too, so not able to clear it on Ivory. They're definitely gonna lose a tower soon. I mean, 9 minutes if Ember doesn't get a rune.
There's a bit of lag, gives us some time to take stock of the current situation. I mean, this Ember, he is doing pretty well for himself, but I mean, you look at the Storm, keeping up pretty well as well. Not too bad for Lewis.
Wait.
Gonna have those power treads soon. Went for the early soul ring just to amplify the farm with the constant mana streaming in. Any stacks available for them so far? Nothing crazy.
Radiant are scanning.
Puts the sentry down right where there was already a sentry. Will at least be able to secure the rune for his Ember. The regen rune in the top lane. Oh, the Storm would have loved to get that one.
Fortunately for him, goes to Ken. As you see, it's a really rotation from Ivory there. Try and move the Tusker around, find things to do, but Excretions seem to be pretty stable right now. Also no real way to get the Tiny into the game right now. Kind of play away from him. Hope he recovers, but I was more than happy he plays 1-on-1.
I mean, they haven't really stopped Medusa from farming though. That might be a problem for them. I guess you're hoping that the Drow can deal with her later on, with Palos' own farm ramping up as well. Vito, gonna show his face in the lane. Might just take a Hex into a Shackle. Pretty easy stuff for them to set up. Follow up with Silence if Palos has level in it. With TP coming in, but not too confident. DML's here as well. Ice Blast on Grims already. Level 6, my goodness. He's out leveling his Tiny. That's finally going to get the Tiny to grow. Toss forward onto Shanks. Now the TP in with Tino. He has a Doom but doesn't want to waste it on Rupido just yet. Would love to throw it out onto Ken. But the double impact coming through and the safety remnant back out. Drake might be the one to fall in the end.
Shroud.
He will get deluged and will get held down. They did not even need to use the Doom for that. They lose Rupido. 4 members of Execration coming to punish the carry pickoff.
Being saved by the neutral item. I'm not a huge fan of this item. Sister Shroud feels a bit too OP for my liking.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You know what's funny?
Scanning.
When it first came out, I had some friends telling me that "Oh, this is so useless," and I'm like, "Are you out of your goddamn
Maybe
mind?
just
Like
a
this is
free life.
literally just Gossamer's cape at tier 1."
Yeah, we get to press it.
Yeah,
That's
it's pretty
cheating.
crazy.
And Inspiration, I have the snake now. Looking for the Dusa. Ain't gonna find anything up here. Just end up taking the tower. Or
Dire's
That would be much
No
bigger.
way,
Nice. Oh, nice stone gaze. That's very, very nice. I like the discipline there from Aizen because if a Naga Siren pokes her head out like that with a real hero and throws a net at you, you have to expect that there are more people following up on that. So it might look a bit wasteful, it might look like a panic move, but that is infinitely better than dying in that situation.
the trick is level 3.
Wait, why is
Can
he
you
level
get next
3?
week? Because
What
A
the
stole
hell?
his levels. A is level 6.
Dire's
Oh, you
top
do
tower.
have
Dance up and
Dire's
ward in the top lane.
top
That's
tower
just going to be
has
very
fallen.
easily cleared by the Medusa though. They have a ward spotting out Palos. Drake is looking for an angle but can't really find it. We'll just put a stop to that push for now.
200 gold.
Yeah, comes at the cost of a tower though.
Yeah, he needs to stay in the lane. Like right now. Go jungle, Mr. Dusa.
Yeah, Drake, what are you... You ain't gonna find anything without a Walrus Punch. Ken in the mid lane might just fall prey to Shanks. Oh, nice little slide. That was exactly what he needed. Now the snowball coming in. Surely you don't want to fight here. Grim still has that
Vito's
Ice
here,
Blast
though.
available. Vito, moving forward with the stun. Very nicely done. Crash landing the last bit of damage. Grims will find it. Ken now. A bit of trouble. Nice little Ice Blast right in time. Looking for the Storm now. Tino trying to find a Doom target. Look at him go. Ken's looking for more. Might
So
just have
close
done
to the
enough to
grenade.
finish off Lewis. That Blood Grenade didn't connect. Song trying to find him. Ken, does he have the move speed to get out of range? Will not get tagged by CML. Unable to bottle charge his way up. Playing very, very hot right now.
Radiant's top
That's why
tower
pick Ember.
is under attack.
Let him cook. Oh, honestly, I think he's been doing looks cool, but I want to see a bit more. Oh man, I feel like they need to find a way to enable this Tiny. I like Rupido's TP here, he comes in, but I feel like it's not enough. You know, I want to see him being the one to just smoke out with this A and run around. Let Drake gauge levels, you know, he needs to recover. Make a move or two with the Tiny. Any core is stunned off Tiny plus. They kind of dead.
Haven't really seen the Tiny enter the game yet, and similarly, we've seen Drake try a bit too hard to enter the game. Still at level 4, it's 12 minutes. It's not like they missed the wisdom or anything.
Radiant's bottom tower
Finally
is
gonna
under
sit in the
attack.
mid lane, get some tender loving care. There we go. That's what we want to see.
He's getting there. Probably needs the next Shrine of Wisdom, but it's okay. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Palos going with the
Tusk
Manta
is-
first.
Okay.
Helpful item against the Searing Chains. See, it's built a bit more commonly right now. It's just the accelerate your farm where you don't participate early on. You go for the Manta first, then you go back for the Dragonlance after.
Yeah. Ayasha really speeds things up in the farm department, that's for sure. And this is not really a game that you need that Aghanims early. I think there are some games of the Drow where you just want to go Dragonlance Axe straight away and that's your item build.
Radiant's middle tower is
But
under attack.
yeah, not really as
Radiant
value this game.
structures are
So
fortified.
we'll just skip it for now. Maybe we'll see it picked up a bit later on. Blue Tower being pressured. Ice shots to Scout. He heads up from Drake there. They should know there's still no Song of the Siren, but not wanting to take an engagement now against the Doom.
Kinda idle gameplay. Both teams just posturing. And
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I want to do something here. Execution is like, okay, we're watching, we're waiting for you, and then nothing happens. Waiting for Ken.
I don't think this is a viable kill. Not gonna be able to pop that. Nice snowball. That is
No,
a
it's not
lot of
Doom.
damage onto Tino. Snowball away. Song of the Siren to hold them down, and they will at least lose Drake. Not sure what else Execration can find though. They have a nice setup in the mid lane, but now the secondary chains. Rupido with the combo. Last little damage onto CML.
Radiant's top tower is under
Looks like
attack.
that Bone Chill will finish him off.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, if the snowball was on Tino there, I'm sure they get the kill. He goes left instead, gives up his life.
Maybe just trying to help his team split the fight up. I think he expected the Rupido spells to come out before the song. That's probably what cost him there.
This Tiny is still failing to have impact.
Radiant's top tower
See replay of that fight. Honestly, the setup from Ivory was pretty solid stuff, but yeah, like you said, that snowball. Honestly, with the song from CML, I'm not sure whether they still would have been able to get him. He still had a, I guess he was ice blasted, but had that spark of courage and 2 braces and everything. Is pretty tanky still.
Alright, Ivory.
Radiant's
Make a
bottom
play.
tower is under
How
attack.
far is Repeat away from his dagger? Should be pretty close by now. Drake just kind
has it flying
down
out.
here.
If I'm not wrong, let me just
Yep,
check.
yep,
Yep,
here
there
it
we go.
is.
Okay.
Just
He's
show it
immediately
too.
going to show on the wave
Radiant's
though.
bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. Well, maybe this is what they were waiting for, right? This game, honestly, very, very slow. Both teams not particularly interested in doing anything crazy. The most psychotic thing they've done is just run at the runes. That's about it. Drow showing up to the fight. Grims might be in a little bit of trouble, but Shanks can't connect with the disables and nice ice shards to block him off as well. So the Ember does go back for the Mage Slayer.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's okay.
is
I
under
don't know what
attack.
else you buy. It's either Blade Mail or this, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Let's reduce some of the damage from Storm, from Doom.
Sure, why not?
Taking those heroes that threats much more than the Draw Ranger. Really pays off for him. Every 2k goal lead, all thanks to his Medusa, who has been completely free farm for the past 16.5 minutes.
Yeah, I guess you could say the same about Palos, who's been chilling for the most part. CML will just get taken down. Ping out the ward that's not there, but really it was just good intuition from Ivory to find this move. And now we were wondering when they were going to start making plays. I guess it's just the Blink Dagger timing that they were waiting for. It took them a bit longer than they probably wanted, but they are here now and they're going to start patrolling
Radiant's
from
middle
left to
tower is
right,
under
up and
attack.
down, between mid and bot to try and find some of these pickoffs. There's Rapido. Jumping in on the Storm. Ooh, getting real close to just fully bursting him down. Lewis, a lot of mana to work with. Can't afford to be conservative. You gotta expect the rest of Ivory are wrapping around. Drick can't find the angle. Meanwhile, Palos finding Grims in the mid lane though.
Okay. Ask, where's the Ice Blast? Though I feel like this A Tiny is so
Radiant's
simple.
top
You just
tower
follow
is
each other
under attack.
and press
Yeah,
your spells
what's he
together.
doing mid? Was Grims
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Grims wasn't invited to the party or what? Oh,
It's
Song,
all
they're trying to fight
on
Ken.
Dire's
Pretty damn
structures
cheap though. They
are
see as
fortified.
stupid.
Yeah, there's no way they can come in onto this. They're just gonna give this space up. Ken, still wanting to chase. You gotta keep in mind there's a Doom available, but Drake trying to break things up. Punch up into the sky, putting Tino in a bad spot. Rupido will find a nice avalanche. There's a toss back. Oh, they've got Drown now. Palos, that is not where you want to be. Beautiful setup from Drake and Rupido approaching from an unexpected
Dire's
angle,
middle
and they
tower
get the
has
catch
fallen.
on two big targets.
That's a painful fight. Losing your draw there. You're not the hero you want to lose. Next question is failing to have impact on all of these cores. Rapido, meanwhile, just gets his blink and look at him jump the network. Just so simple, right?
Radiant's middle
Blink,
tower is
stun
under
toss,
attack.
AA blast. Okay,
Yeah,
it's a nice
I mean-
toss onto the draw. Just a, I don't know, man. Simple is probably there's no better word than simple, I guess.
yeah, simple is best. CML getting taken down again. That's what we wanted from Ivory, right? Game number 1, I thought the draft was simple enough, but turns out, I guess, you can't get simpler than AA plus some spell damage. It's looking real easy for them. Meanwhile, Eisen just farming up a storm. He's 4k gold ahead of his counterpart. He has a butterfly.
It's crazy fun.
What the hell?
Radiant's middle tower
I feel like we just
is
didn't
under
see him on our
attack.
screen for maybe 5 or so minutes, and suddenly he's out here with his next big item working towards the Skadi already. My goodness, 5k gold lead, and it's all on this Dusa right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under
For Ken again. Easy Ice Blast. Okay. Well, yeah, that is a Naga Siren going down again. Grims is gonna get found out in an awkward spot though. They want the Ember. He's gonna dash away to a Remnant, getting Hex. Eisen there with a Stone Gaze, meaning that you shall not pass. Shanks, you were looking for an angle, but
Storm
you're gonna
knocks him
find
out.
yourself a dead Storm instead. Lewis, nowhere to run.
So how did that stone him? He was like on the right
facing
and
the wrong
Eisen's
way.
on the left.
Not too sure. I mean, if you're looking in a general direction, I guess that's gonna be enough.
Radiant's middle
Very
tower
unfortunate
is
stuff.
under
The
attack.
Storm falling further and further behind. We'll see a replay of that fight. They tried desperately to find Ken, but he knows they're onto him. And Eisen jumping forward. Look at that Storm. It just happens
so
to be that he's
hard.
facing. That is unfortunate. That had to be near the end of the arc there.
Ivory, this Medusa is looking
Are scanning.
hella scary.
Now, I don't even think that Storm looked directly at her. The Storm must have side-eyed her or something and still got hit with the Storm.
We learn. You know? Sometimes you play Dota for 10 years and you don't know certain interactions.
Execration.
Bye,
There was
Palos.
some... Yeah, Palos is gone. Voice lines come out. Ice Blast off the mark. But Snowball going to chase, going to kill. Okay, nice little jutsu for now. Still not going to be able to get out of this one, though. Courier goes down as well. Very unfortunate stuff.
You know, a very quiet game on the Doom. Double Bracer Pipe. Did not have a... I think he actually had a decent lane, but once the rotation started coming in, can also just... Kinda, not really killing him, but just kicking him out of lane constantly. Not a full recovery hero. No Midas as well.
I think also, apart from that, have we seen a
Dire's
Doom
bottom
yet? There must have been
tower
one
is
or two
under
that came
attack.
out because he was trying to connect with his team for quite a bit, but other than that, I think it's been a struggle for him to find a way to use his ult. I'm sure we would love to try and get a pick off, but the way Ivory are playing, it's a bit too quick.
Now that you mention it, I think you're right actually. Don't think we have seen a Doom.
He's tried, right? There have been moments where he's running with his team, maybe he's trying to Doom Ken, maybe he's trying to get Rupido or whatever, but he just hasn't really been able to bring his hands down and actually cast the damn spell. And I don't think there's anything really stopping Ivory from just heading into Roche. There you go. Use that tag team. And Eisen's gonna get himself a second life for free.
Radiant's
He
bottom
almost
tower
has Skadi.
is under attack.
That's insane. He's so far from this. Almost 1k GP, look at it. 18k network, 22.
Nasty. What can Execration do? There were some worries for me, at least. Game number 1, they looked very dominant with their Witch Doctor, Rubik, fast play strategy, but game number 2, Ivory found a way to make their draft even simpler thanks to the AA, and things have lined up for them perfectly. 10k gold lead now just continues to rise.
Try to think of what Execration's angle is to come back.
They're gonna try and trade the Tormentor, but there's a ward spotting this out. I mean, once they get it as well, Ivory will know that this has been taken, and they're smoking over. Ice Blast on top of their heads. Uh-oh. Landing onto 2. You need to evacuate immediately. Trying to TP out. Ken's gonna get the chains onto 1 and the Song. A safety play. CML might just tick out regardless. Heard a punch, not sure who that was on. Storm's gonna zip all the way back out to safety, and Palos, has he been found? Hide away in the tree lines and TP back out to safety. The Drow Ranger is fine. All you lose is Shanks. That's not too bad.
Look out for fallen rocks.
Alright, game's kind of chill. Ivory in the driver's seat. All eyes on Aizen.
Hopefully not all eyes on Aizen. If not, you're gonna be turned to stone, brother. We learned that the hard way through the Storm Spirit. I don't know what you do into this Medusa, honestly. Who's gonna kill her?
It's also this like having to play the map, run around against
Radiant's
the
top
heroes
tower
that Ivory
is
have
under
is so
attack.
tough. You have this on Turbo Medusa just lands in the number. It's pretty hard to kill as well with his SNY Mage Slayer, super tanky. You have Snowball save, and then this tiny A is just running at you. Left, right, and
Radiant's
center.
top tower has
Paul's
fallen.
doing a pretty good job of keeping up in net worth, but every time he dies, it feels like they just get way too far away from being able to come back in this game. It's an waiting though.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He has nothing to wait for. He wants to go to game number 3, pack
Radiant's
things up
top
real
tower
quick.
is under attack.
Force Execration the distance. Qualifiers are a battle of endurance, and Ivory won't be too phased about the way they lost that game number 1. Good resilience from them to bounce back here, and just very easily taking a Rex. No real response at all from Execration. They're not even so much as walking up to this Dusa. They will try now. Rupido immediately double avalanche. Will eat a Doom for it though. Snowball to save. That's pretty nice. Aizen popping the Stone Gaze. He can't look at him anymore. But the Snowball in very deep. That is certainly awkward. Drick will have to give up his life for it. You buy back on the Shadow Shaman now TPing in. Duels from the Tiny. Saving him for now. Lewis going to continue this chase with his own BKB. Rupido will go down. But the whole time Aizen's just beating into you. He might have lost a lot of mana at this point, but he still will have killed just about 3 people before going down, and he's not even losing his final life yet.
Radiant's top barracks
I
has
think that's
fallen.
just kind of game Execration. Looks like they might play it out.
Hang on. We do a little bit of throwing. While we weren't looking, we were just focused on Aizen basically having a whole lot of fun beating into them. They kind of did the thing where they ignored the Dusa and went for everything else. Somehow Grims has gone down. I believe that must have been the Drow Rangers' work. And the Storm cleaning up on the back line as well. So they just ignore Aizen, just run straight past him and get themselves a couple of kills. It's not over just yet. Also, Ken was trying to dive the fountain with a freshly picked up Dagon.
Do I really care? I don't think so.
We'll see that again.
Dude, look at his snowball.
That was low-key grief from Drake, not gonna lie.
Go down eventually to this.
Grims finds himself in too compromising of a position, I think. The tail end of the Storm Spirit's BKB able to finish him off. Ken, he slides on forward, but he tries desperately to find the kill onto Palos, diving into the fountain. I think that's why he bought Dagon, trying to finish him off, but couldn't get the job done. Still 1 more minute left on the Aegis though. Ivory don't want to let up this pressure that they've been putting on. Although they do need to be careful of not giving another fight like that over to Execration. That was way too rewarding of a Lewis BKB.
It really was. I feel like they need to be careful. This draw, if he gets 1 or 2 more items, they can definitely win the game.
Oh, for
Draw
sure.
against this Dusa is... It's not a bad matchup, it just so happens that Dusa is so far ahead right now.
Tino's got some pretty nice auras as well. The Pipe and the Crimson going to help out a lot into Aizen's damage. Try and approach the fight the same way they did the previous time. Just walk up with the Shadow Shaman, start out with a Hex, force the hand of Ivory. Force staff away and the reel in. There we go. Thanks. That's a little bit unfortunate. That's not how it started the previous time, guys. That's not what you want. The Doom's gonna go down without pressing his ultimate. Uh-oh. Aizen now. still standing his ground. Wants that Aegis to the Expender, then he will just tank the damage so that he comes back with the second life. Massive Serpent Ward cleaned up. Aizen back to full HP, full mana.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
And what now?
What now, indeed? I think Execration's asking themselves the same question. They need to somehow kill this backline and play through a Dusa. Maybe wait for Song, try to get both supports to kind of hold down the Dusa.
Radiant's
Nice
middle
try on the ice
barracks are under
shots.
attack.
Ken will think better of diving in.
Middle barracks has
Yes, he has a
fallen.
Dagon. No, he
Radiant's
does
middle
not need
barracks
to
has
use it
fallen.
right now. 27 minutes, 2 racks down. Things looking hairy for Execration, but like you mentioned, down but not out. This high ground defense from Execration is still manageable. They have Storm with BKB near the fountain. They have a Drow in a very safe position. If they're not jumping her, she's going to put out a lot of damage. Ivory still need to be cautious here.
I wonder if they can actually full to zero this Dusa. Like drop Doom, Pal starts hitting. There's no BKB though. Maybe with the shard. I really will
Let's see here.
pop a smoke of their own. They're reading this move to bottom, but Execration have other ideas.
It's just the classic being down 2 racks type situation, right? Any type of move you make, you need to make it in like 10 or 15 seconds. Because the second those creeps walk into base, you know you're toast. And I know who else is toast. Palos being found here. One punch. Bam. 50 seconds without your Drow Ranger. So much for a high ground defense. Yules up with the setup. Kino being held in place. Atos now. Ken following up with the chains. Do you want to commit for this? There's Rupido with an easy toss back. And not much else that this Doom can do, unfortunately. Just being slighted down and shot to his grave. CML will think about a song now, but it narrowly saves him. Thanks to the shot with the heal.
Is Ken gonna hold back? Oh my
Radiant's
god,
bottom
Ken. His
tower
Remnant's
is
on
under
cooldown.
attack.
Okay.
Can just get in there and Dagon him at this point. Why not? You have an AD room. Turn it up.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Alright, well, any sort of high ground defense they were hoping to have just gets eliminated by Palos getting caught out there. That's very unfortunate stuff. 18k gold lead, Ivory showing no signs of slowing down. They want to take us to a game number 3. It's been a fast day for us here on this stream so far, but Ivory at least want to make it a bit interesting. Drake with the snowball save, massive serpent ward comes down. Panos is back in and he's doing quite a bit of damage though. We'll finish off Drake, Duma onto the Dusa. That's not too bad. Don't think he can keep this going. Just need to back up and reset, but Lewis wants to hunt. Lewis wants to find more. Grabbing onto Rupido, a Yule's buying him time. Meanwhile, Ice Blast onto the Doom on the sidelines. It's offlane for offlane right now. Tino gonna go down. Aizen still looking relatively healthy as Swift blinking up to the high ground, looking at Palos. Can you win this duel though? Found himself on a really good spot and getting the silence off. But still, way too much damage from this Medusa. And GG is called. Execration. They lose out in game number 2.
Finally, they call it.
Dire victory.
Sorry, there's just no real hope, and this Naga again, like you said, Mike, doesn't look too convincing.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. This Naga Siren, 2 games in a row, we've seen the same thing, just kind of running around in the early mid game, doing absolutely nothing. Maybe I'm just a hater. I just don't think it's very good.
Man, I mean, I feel like it's also into the AA, like your shard loses value. I feel like, especially in SCA, maybe a Europe meta is a bit different. Like the hero looked like it had higher impact there. I feel like over here the game's a bit more farm heavy, and you want supports to like kind of play your cards to kill people. That's why his AA looks so sick. Even Silencer, like Warlock doesn't look great. It looks mediocre. I feel like these heroes that just play this 2-3 man whatever kill squad, it looks so simple to play. And I like to see
absolutely.
either team kind of go down that road moving forward.
I think you got to be a bit more careful about picking calls like the Doom, like the Drow, because having one of them is okay, but having 2 of them just kind of feels like it results in your team just farming a lot and not really having these kill squads. You're already missing one component with the Naga Siren in the picture, so you really just have Shanks and Lewis running around trying to do everything, and these kills just are not as possible. That seems to be the problem, at least. I'm sure Mr. Leon Arthur will have some choice words for his team. Hopefully get them back on the same page, because I don't know. You were saying that it wasn't necessarily a draft issue, so what issue was it? If it wasn't the Naga, was it an execution thing? Did they miss out too many early game plays? What's the deal?
Something definitely went wrong in the top side, right? Like this Doom Shaman. I don't think they should have lost the lane that much, but I also wasn't expecting this Medusa A to be a strong lane. Apparently, Gorgon
same.
grasp into cold feet is a combo.
Yeah, they were just catching Shanks off. Yeah, I thought, Shadow Shaman one of the best trading position falls. Turns out, no. Just get frozen in the spot.
Maybe after that game he realized he probably should have gone for chicken fingers. Might be wrong,
Yeah.
but I also don't want to see this like double no damage supports like Shaman Warlock, Shaman Naga. Like you just both supports, you offer utility and catch, but where's the damage coming from? From your Storm, from your Doom? They're not really huge damage heroes, at least not in the early game, not with a laning phase like this. It's just getting punished.
Yeah, we saw it earlier with the Bane and the Shaman combination as well. You hold everyone in place, but then suddenly your cores need to do everything. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. But hopefully, Execration can cook up a recipe for winning a Game 3 because that is exactly what they need up against Ivory. For Ivory, this would be a very convincing reverse sweep. To be able to bounce back from that game number 1, that would be huge. Let's see which Filipino team moves on in the upper bracket and which one we unfortunately have to send to the lower bracket after a short break. Game number 3 right after this. That's how it is here at close qualifiers though. Upper bracket slots are limited. In fact, so limited that by the end of this, we'll only have one team making it to Riyadh this summer. Welcome back to the Southeast Asia League of Things here in the road to the EWC. Sneeze and 343 bringing you the last game between Execration as well as Ivory. And I think, you know, the Rambulan hasn't really gone the way we expected, right? I would say the first game was a stomp, the second game was a stomp. On paper, that means we're up for a fun little game number 3. Surely it can't be 3 stomps in a row.
Isn't that the trend though?
I don't, come on, you think? Yeah, don't gotta.
Alright,
don't
the
gotta
trend,
put it
the
out into
trend
the world
so
like
far
that.
is that if both your supports don't have damage, you lose.
That's true.
That's the pattern.
The trend is also if you pick Naga Siren, you lose. At least in this game, also, at least for this series, the trend is you pick Doom, you lose. Stop picking Doom. Stop picking Doom. That's the answer.
Ban.
Everyone,
Radiant
stop
team
picking
ban.
Doom.
Dire
Please.
team
We'll
ban.
see what they adjust with. Ivory versus Execration. Draft on your screen right now. Still first banning out that
Radiant
Oracle, showing the
team
respect
ban.
for a hero that Execration are very happy to snap up
Radiant
if they
team
can.
ban.
Let's see what the adjustment is from Execration this time round.
Alright, will Konka make it through the pool?
Dire team
Konka's
ban.
won both games, right?
Kunka?
Was banned last game.
Dire team
Yeah,
pick.
Kunka wasn't.
Radiant
Was
team
it banned or
pick.
just not picked?
Admiral
me-
No,
Tonka.
never mind. Here it is.
Yeah, there we
Instant Pangolier.
Dire team ban.
Kunka was not picked in the previous game. It was banned out in second phase.
His team's all first pick Konka pretty much, right? If it wasn't
Yeah.
picked, this
Radiant
probably
team
just
ban.
did not exist.
Okay, ban AA, ban Ringmaster, ban Doom. I like this because basically you're addressing the different heroes that could probably make an X
Radiant
catch into
team
Torrent
Dire
pretty
team
annoying. Doom didn't really work out against the Kunkka in the previous game though, but they actually opt to go for the Pango and snatch out the Shadow Shaman, risking it getting banned. Now Ivory have both these very strong team fighting tools. Single target control in the Shadow Shaman and overall team fight control with the
Dire
Rolling Thunder.
team pick.
Yeah, I don't want to hate on Shaman, but Shaman has not looked very convincing so far.
I'm a bit surprised. I feel like Shaman is a pretty easy execution hero. He just has so many nice tools to play around with. It almost feels like these teams are
10
kind of just
seconds
not really
remaining.
giving their own pick as much respect and enabling it. You know what I mean?
5
I'm a bit
seconds remaining.
I'm a bit confused why Shaman is doing so poorly. We'll see a Bane come out to quote-unquote counter the Pango and a Tiny immediately snatched by Execration.
I wonder if it's
Okay.
just a facet, like you're a bit weaker in lane because of the mass serpent wards.
Yeah, but who's saying you need to go for the mass serpent
10
wards?
seconds
You know what I'm
remaining.
saying? Like, I feel like 2 games in a row now we've seen,
5 seconds
or at least we've
remaining.
seen throughout today, some of these shamans go for mass serpent wards, and sure, it's worked out to take buildings and stuff like that, but you kind of need a guarantee that your lane is pretty solid, and I think in that particular case, didn't really pan out that way, unfortunately, for Mr. Shanks.
I think Bane's a nice answer to the Pango, like you mentioned. He also have the Nightmare save against Shackles. It's a CML special. It also pairs well with the Kunga, not only because of the setup that's a bit more old school, but it stops all the animal units, which Bane doesn't really want to play against.
Right, okay. So, you know, you maybe pick a Lycan or something like we saw in the previous game where Tech Free Gaming were running, you know, just summons at the Bane. Instead, now you have a Kunkka who can torrent them and just cleave them easily. Not too bad. What are we thinking of this Tiny? So far, we've seen it in the off lane quite a bit. It still also could be played in position 4 for that setup and control.
Dire team pick.
Morphling
I speak for
is gonna be the Tino Enigma.
Ooh, okay.
They just pick the carry
Wouldn't mind
here.
it too much. They don't have any BKB cancel. Nature's Prophet probably going to be a position 5. This is a hero that has been what feels like completely ignored in Southeast Asia so far. They did
10
first ban this the
seconds
previous
remaining.
game, and finally it slips through the bans. So
5
Execration,
seconds remaining.
missing out on that a little bit by choosing to take out the Ringmaster and Doom instead.
Interesting that they go for the NP here. I guess summons against Bane. Also able to impact the mid lane. I guess that's might be something they're considering. I think the biggest impact I've seen from these Furon supports is their ability to kind of change the mid lane matchup. I think I saw it in Dream League where basically they were playing like Huskar against Ember, and the Huskar is always low, so this NP just kind of TPs in for free.
I mean, honestly, apart from, you know, TPing in and making things happen, I feel like it's pretty solid in securing the Morph's lane, right? I think usually with a Morph lane, you want like a big body. NP kind of fits that in a funny way because of the healing saplings. And Execration, with the way they're set up now, if this Tiny is a support or even a mid, they are going to have awkward damage into this Morphling, right? Like, you think about the early to mid game where you just need to throw out your whole spell combo and hope that someone dies. Some of this healing coming out from the Prophet can be pretty nasty, a pretty decent Spirit Vessel builder as well. Kind of relieve the rest of your team from needing to buy that item.
I guess so. I mean,
I
I just
like
feel
this
like
pick a
between
lot.
their heroes, they don't scream like team fire damage, you know, like all their heroes do
Hmm,
different things.
yeah. Well, anytime a Morphling is picked, my perspective on the draft suddenly becomes, okay, just get
Dire
Morphling to the
team
hyper
back.
carry point, and then he will
Radiant
win the
team
game for you,
back.
and it's vibes.
Dawnbreaker.
Whoa,
Radiant
what's this
team
about?
ban.
I guess okay. One cool interaction I know between this Dawn Shaman is like I know there's this guy in my pubs. He goes like he plays Dawn, and every time Shaman shackles someone, he just ults. It's like
Yeah.
either you run or you're a free kill, right? And then they go for this Radiance, eventually disassemble into Nullifier.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
don't know how good it is, but that's kind of the concept. It also
Dire
kind of
team
gives
Okay.
Execration this ability to play, right? Now their draft looks good. Their heroes are all kind of flexible.
Yeah, I honestly really like the Dawnbreaker into Shaman because Shaman has gained so much popularity. Dawnbreaker's just that type of hero that, okay, you're gonna shackle one of my allies, I'm gonna run in with Celestial
10
Hammer,
seconds remaining.
throw my Q out, and your shackle's gonna be cancelled. You're gonna be in
Yeah,
a bad
dead.
spot. We can turn the
5
fight.
seconds remaining.
Or you're just dead.
Yeah, or you're just dead, right? So at any point in time, the Solar Guardian is pretty low cooldown as well.
I wonder
Once you
if
get
Shanks
that
is
level 15.
gonna end up being the Tiny here, because I think this Dawn Tiny is not a weak lane. Like, it's double nuke, right? It's so
Yeah,
easy to just
yeah.
kind of kill the Shaman once you have levels, and Morph's not gonna stop you.
Yeah, I think also it's one of those combinations that has actually enough damage to cut through the Nature's Prophet if it's going to be 5. Because a lot of times if you're trying to maybe out-harass him or out-trade him, it's not going to happen thanks to the Sprout. But Dawn doesn't really care about the Sprout. She's just going to throw her hammer through the trees and chase you down anyway.
Taking some time here. Both
Dire
Enigma and
team
Dro
pick.
banned out, so not sure what Execration want is Ivory. Meanwhile, for XA, they ban out the Storm and the Timber, just protecting the... I want to say Kunkka. I mean, they have 3 strength cores. I think the Timber Saw brand is very, very smart. It's also a Rupido hero. Storm band, maybe the lack of
10
bigger
seconds
catch
remaining.
that they don't have. A lot of single target, a lot of cast point heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
Right, the Ivory perspective clearly is we protect our Morphling, right? We're just going to draft a lineup that enables him to play the game at a later point, and we don't want anything to stop
Radiant
that. We're
team
happy with the
pick.
Kunkka lineup right now. We're happy with the how it matches up into Tiny, into Dawnbreaker, all this stuff. We just need to get him there, and the Queen of
Choose
Pain
your
last
hero.
pick coming out into the Bat Rider. Still remains to be seen where these heroes are going. Lewis is going to be bringing that Tiny to the mid lane, and it's a last pick Shanks Bat Rider for position 4.
Is this a Queen game? I don't really know how I feel about this hero. Going for a Bondage Facet again. Is this a Blade Mail game? I feel it isn't really a Blade Mail game if you're not playing against the bad core.
Yeah, maybe you just get Kaya Sanch in this stage, right? Like,
I mean, it's the Dagon build, right? For sure. Just
I
one
mean,
more
she's
burst
going
damage for your
Bondage right
heroes.
now. If she goes Bondage, I don't think you go Dagon.
Not a fan. Not a
Yeah,
believer.
you don't like it?
I don't like it. Sorry, man.
Does it mean your team Leon Arthur execration mode?
Of course, bro. That's without the draft. Come on, man.
That's true. That's true. I don't really like this Bat Rider last pick though. I think it does give them catch in a way that they were slightly lacking. So you relieve Lewis from having to be the one to jump in first. I guess with a Dawnbreaker, you're always a bit worried because Dawnbreaker isn't the type of hero to start the fight. She's the type of hero to respond when a fight breaks out. So you're missing that on your offlaner and you're filling in the gaps with the bat instead. I just kind of feel like Ivory, you know, they will get to a point where their Morphling is unstoppable, and I don't know what you do then. I don't know whether a Kunkka out carries the Morphling. I don't know whether anything and Execration really stops the Morphling.
I think they also have a Queen problem, right? But if you look at the supports on Ivory, like, who's the squad? NP, Shaman, what, Queen?
Prepare for
Don't really
battle.
sound like a squad. Maybe with Pango it's playable.
I kind of feel like this Drake Rupido offlane is going to be pretty nasty though, no?
I don't know, man. Not a Shaman believer.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see whether Shaman ends up being a shit tier hero like you're saying, or whether it actually has some merit. Why these teams are picking it up so early on. Final game now of our day over here on the Southeast Asia B stream. It's been a fast one. Even this series so far, it's honestly been pretty quick. A bit of a interesting move up here to the top lane from Ivory. This is not something you see very often. A smoke out, bump into CML. It breaks immediately. I wonder whether CML knew about this move or whether he just kind of was a bit lucky there. Ends up spoiling the plans of Ivory up in that top side.
Nothing to wrap around.
30 seconds.
Not sure
to
why
go.
though.
Yeah, me neither.
He's also already pre-sentryed his small camp. Actually, I was curious about his barrier as well. Maybe another thing is they just don't have like an easy form of catch. I think, like you said, I was actually considering like would they put the Bat Rider in the safe lane as a +5 instead? Because this Bat against Pango interaction is your Flame Break actually stops the double jump.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably the best way to deal
battle
with Pango in lane
begins.
is not let him get his shield.
You could also just, you know, beat him up with the superior trading prowess of the Bane. We'll see whether Bane can get the better of this lane. I think maybe the Bane was thinking that the Prophet might TP early and try and establish some ward. So he just put a sentry down thinking, okay, you know, maybe my small camp is already blocked. I don't know. I mean, now Shanks can maybe walk over and drop a sentry there as well. So we'll see. He chooses to keep his hard camp unblocked though. Off to the races we go.
Expecting Furen to TP there for a camp block.
Yeah, I have no idea. Actually.
Get nothing.
Oh, we'll see.
Lanes a little. Quad versus Tiny. Generally pretty queen favorite. As long as your supports don't come and get the rune. I think the queen pick makes sense with their draft. I talked about how this NP is able to come to the mid lane. Morph is pretty self-sufficient once he gets a few levels, and then your NP will be free to kind of move around where he wants to. So Ivory has the dead lane in the safe lane, and the strong lanes are both top and mid. I like what they have in the early game at least.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Do you like this queen or not? Because at the end of the draft, you were saying, man, I don't like it. This queen not doing it for you.
I don't like the
Here you
bondage
are.
strats in this game.
Okay, that's fair. You want to see him go for pure magic burst and run around getting kills.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. It'd be nice just to eliminate the supports. Bane and Bat are super easy kills. Hard for Queen to play into you as well, but maybe it's just the best better facet at the moment.
It seems that way. I mean, the queen players are all favoring this one. Maybe you can still sort of play for the burst. It's not like queen suddenly loses damage just because you're going for this build, right? Sonic Wave, Scream of Pain still pretty significant. Getting first blood with Shanks, hitting that level 2 timing first. A lot of damage coming out from the Bat and Dawnbreaker that the Morphling clearly did not respect.
Yeah, not a lane you expect anyone to go down in. It's made a little mistake somewhere.
I just hit that level 2 first and caught him off guard, probably. I mean, this lane is chill for Tino for now, and then once the Morphling gets levels, not much that Tino can do other than maybe creep drag and try and farm 2 waves at the same time. Oh, Grims. Be careful, buddy. Yeah, the Flame Break, you can bounce you back into your death.
It's fine.
I don't know about that. That's a pretty nice sentry ward spot. Gonna copy that one for my pups. Tucked right in the northern trees there. Haven't seen that one before.
They're running down easily. It's really bad for them that the creeper is constantly up here. Pretty hard for a Morphling in last scene. It's gonna get run down. Completely zoned from the wave.
You would think that Grims, with his ability to sprout his own small camp, will be able to spot this pesky sentry out, but he has yet to find it, and as a result, will lose another minute of pulling time potentially.
As a +5 player, I recommend you eat all the trees right now.
Just get quelling. Screw him up. Who cares about your innate giving
Get
you more
level
damage?
3. Learn third spell to break trees.
Oh, Lewis in this mid lane, dropping very low blood grenade coming out. This might just be a solo kill. Ken getting it done on the Tiny. I mean, that's pretty bad of a start for Execration's mid lane, but on the bright side, I think I don't want to say you expect that to happen, but it's not like it's so egregious, right? This is a very Queen of Pain favored lane.
It is for sure. I'm just trying to figure out how Execration deals with this laning phase.
Radiant structures.
I feel like top lane is obviously they're gonna be okay up here. They'll harass because Drake is gone for the rune.
Rakido needs to be careful. There's a blood grenade brain sap and he might just be dead. Dropping low, shield crash. Shield's gonna keep him alive, thankfully. Timel almost caught him by surprise with that burst. Meanwhile, Aizen being chased down in the bot lane again. 14 sticky napalm charges. He just goes down. So much damage. My goodness. Slow to a crawl. Adam, you know what happens when you pour oil in water?
Oil floats on top of water. No, water floats on top of oil. Wait, no, oil is on top. Am I
Okay,
wrong?
well, science aside, that's known as pollution. It's not good. This Morphling is getting polluted down here. He's having a miserable time. See a TP in from the Nature's Prophet going towards the mid lane. Watch for the second gank onto Lewis. Left all alone here, with no help on the horizon, will end up going down a second time. Despite the side lanes for Ivory not going the best, they are managing to play pretty convincingly through this mid lane on Ken.
I talked about the NPTP to the winning lane. As 2 of them missed the game. Sure, they lost bot, but Bot's gonna be fine on his own. Dawn also not one of the heroes to kind of pressure, right? He's just gonna go back to his jungle and maximize farm eventually.
In
Pressure.
Aizen we trust. He just needs to get out of this god-awful laning stage and I'm sure he will carry.
Radiant are scanning.
He's so annoying. They see him, they go on him. They see him, they go on him.
Force the waveform out, really just drain him out of resources. I mean, Aizen's probably whining in the team comms right now, but his team is reassuring him this Tiny is having the worst game of his life. Look at the net worth, he can't even secure a rune. They'll try and come forward till 6 minutes. We'll eat an avalanche for his troubles, but Ken continuing to go. Lewis, even under the tower, they'll drop a sprout to block his path. There isn't any follow-up damage though, and now Shanks has TP'd in. Sleep on the Queen of Pain still has a blink available and will grab that arcane in the bot side.
Nothing of value really lost there. Forced rotations. Ken gets an arcane rune, like you said, and
Radiant's
now
bottom tower
mid lane
is
is
under attack.
kind of impossible to stand in.
Tiny can't come back.
Radiant
The
are
last thing you want is to give them a value sonic wave on this arcane rune. Still might find it in the top lane though.
Queen's
Drake
TP.
setting up onto the Bat Rider. There's a Grimm's TP available as well. Torrent trying to put a stop to that, but they might just be able to claim the Bat regardless. Sonic wave onto both supports as Drake dropping low. Pops that passive. Sleep will end up going down, but CML will be the trade. It's just too easy for this Queen of Pain to show up and show out.
Doing really well so far. The heroes also just can't really pressure him at the moment, right? Like, you need 6s on their supports. Possibly even an X pump from Palos at some point, but right now you just need to find a way to help the Tiny. Maybe stack the big camps a little, you know, get some tosses in. Try not to stay mid. Now Queen has this Shadow Strike, he's not really gonna go anywhere. Can only kinda stay in his lane.
We did see the Tiny have a bit of a rougher time as well. Catch a replay of that fight. Very nice bait in and play from Ivory. Ken already started that TP, but Drake was there ready with the shackles, just baiting the side of Execration into a fight. I'm sure they would have loved to find the Kunkka, but just settle with what they can grab. Meanwhile, engagement in the top lane looks like it was a Solar Guardian coming down to punish Rupido for his aggression. First Solar Guardian of the game ends up being successful, and they keep the most important hero of their team alive right now. The Kunkka still staying on top of net worth.
Lewis. That's a DD. Not gonna get it, unfortunately, but might get great. Oh no.
Oh, that's a little unfortunate. I think they still might find him though. Hastic charges and the Sprout, but will go down to the AD rune bag. You can't afford to let the damage build
Oh,
up.
can
He's
he get
gonna do
Ken?
quite a number. Ken has to blink away, but
Holy
still
shit,
will go
this
down to
Bat
the
Rider is
lingering,
cooking.
smoldering resin. Shanks, you got to respect this Bat Rider's damage right now. He's laying it out thick and hard with these
Flame break,
oils
oh
and... Oh no, the flame break misses and he can't get the job done on Rupido. It was looking so nice for him, but just not enough.
It's the stoked Bat Rider, man.
Radiant's
The new
top
sticky.
tower is under
So
attack.
strong. He did so much damage that fight, that was unreal.
You gotta see a fight recap. Just how much damage that Bat Rider did.
Let's continue. So Tino's doing really well. Palos as well. Winners of the laning phase. Both obviously very fast farmers too, so it's gonna be a graph expected to go up. Unfortunately for Execration, Tiny is also one of those heroes that can kind of just play a game with a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, we saw it in the previous time. You know, 0 game impact until he got the Blink Dagger and then suddenly he's running around making things happen. It just end up being a bit of a toss spot though, which is not what you want.
Dire are scanning.
The opposing offlaner Tino having a splendid game. 2 bracers, a soul ring, and more items to come
Radiant are
to further
scanning.
amplify that farm perhaps.
I wonder if you go Orchid this game. I guess probably not. I just see a
Yeah, it's a bit
more
of a...
common blade mail build.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
you don't really
is
want to
under
mess up
attack.
your own scaling, right, Tino? Can't really do much to defend this tower.
It
That
feels
was power
hard.
of the Dawnbreaker.
Are fortified.
It feels hard for Ivory to make moves away from the Queen, I think. Because his Morph's not really strong enough to stand the lane. Neither is Rupido. Really poor actually on this tangle right now. Lane.
I think we're trying to get the Queen of Pain, Tino, hunting her down and will find the pick off. Lewis might be the price to pay for it. Palos coming in. That last little Tidebringer could not grab them, the Shadow Shaman, but they'll pull that poor Nature's Prophet back in instead. Now, they don't have enough spells or anything to commit onto Rupido. They'll try though. No level 6 on the supports, meaning that...
Oh, he gets a
find
Shaman.
more. I say that, Tino, from downtown with the hammer, finds his mark onto Drake, who was sticking around to maybe try and help Rupido out. End up paying the price for it. You're in pain, you gotta be careful. You can't afford to commit up to this high ground. They're waiting for you. CML though, might just be an easy kill to throw a Sonic Wave or Scream out onto Rupido with another double jump. A lot of damage resistance. They're gonna try and commit onto the Queen with the lasso. They'll get it done. 2 back-to-back deaths for Ken. I mean, regardless of what kills you get at this point, I don't think that's worth it. Grims is gonna go down, and Execration, they've done a great job at punishing the only strong hero on Ivory.
Dire's structures
Shadow Strike Queen. They're not really very bursty. The fights go a bit too long. Execution just using their heroes, the path of the Solar Guardian, starting it off in a very, very prolonged fight. Suddenly, Execution 4K network lead.
Spellcasting for Execration just looking very solid. They try and get some control onto Palos here, but he just walks back in. He's not afraid of a thing. Gonna try and land a high bring onto you even. Just walks away from the Serpent Wards. Drake, he's the one in trouble now. Palos tanking quite a bit, maybe a bit too deep now on the Kunkka. Admiral's Rum is gonna prop, but surely he goes down. Ken will get the kill. Meanwhile, the Batrider able to TP out to safety, so full on escape. They lose their carry, but so much space being created.
Pango is going first item Lotus Orb.
Radiant's
Okay.
middle
I guess-
tower is under attack.
I guess it's just so you don't get cancelled during roll.
I
He's kind of
think he's-
poor.
I think he's getting it for the clean. I think he's getting it so that he nullifies both supports, right? Because you think about it, you pop a Lotus Orb on someone, suddenly the Fiend's Grip, all these Bane spells, it's not really gonna happen.
It
Same
kind of
thing
works
for the
both ways.
lasso.
Oh, that's a very fast grip.
Radiant's bottom
Rest in
tower
peace.
is under attack.
I don't need praise from you.
I swear that Bane's hands went up faster than normal.
I will say that what just happened
Radiant's
to
bottom tower
Aizen,
is falling.
the Dawnbreaker just kind of splatting on top of him. I know there are some sick freaks out there who would love that. I remember when Dawnbreaker just came out, everyone was saying, "Oh my
Dire's
god,
middle
Sun
tower is
Mommy."
under attack.
Alright, Mike.
We'll see.
Hold it. Look at this.
We'll
grip.
see that again.
That was so
My
fast.
god. No, I'm pretty sure that the Bane saw him before he walked out.
No, I'm saying that his hands went up really
No,
fast.
I know, but I think he was pre-casting, you know what I mean? I think he
No,
was
but that
spam clicking, I
doesn't,
think he was...
that doesn't make your hands go up faster.
Radiant's middle
You don't know
tower is
anything
under
about that.
attack.
Okay.
Radiant
I'll
structures
click
are
faster next time.
fortified.
Yeah. Excuses for your delayed reactions, come on. You're not a real gamer like CML, look at him go! Brain sap at the speed of light, bye-bye Drake.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Shaman and Naga.
Radiant's top tower
Shaman, the
is
biggest
under
bait.
attack.
It's always, dude, it's always like this. People spam pick a support, and then it gets so good that it gets first phase
Radiant
banned,
are
and then when it
scanning.
finally gets let through in the draft, people are like, yes, I finally get my hands on this very highly prized pick. Everyone knows how to play against it already. Like, people know what to do
Radiant's
against it
top
because
tower is
it's
under
obviously the support that everyone has their eyes on, and you need to think about a way to deal with it.
Radiant's
It's
top
not like
tower
Shaman is this
has fallen.
insane sleeper
Dire
OP
are
hero that can't be
scanning.
countered, right? You just find ways to cancel the shackle, find ways to beat him in these early skirmishes, and he looks miserable.
Indeed, he does. I just feel like if I'm playing Shaman and in 14 minutes my opponent has all their towers, I'm doing something wrong. That being said, they did lose both side lanes. They had an advantage to play through mid lane though, but they just kind of gave it away at some point.
Yeah. And that's with them bringing so many heroes as well. I think, honestly, props to Palos, right? I think you could have just gone a very AFK farming Kunkka approach and been like, yeah, you know, my team's ahead, I'll just chill. But I think he understands just how strong his spells are and how much he can bring to the table as a body, and he just keeps running over to the mid lane, putting on pressure. I mean, he's even walking over here, blocking the Ancients just to be annoying.
That's probably his biggest strength as a player, right? This guy is he knows how to fight. Like he's, I think, probably better at his semi carries than his actual like hard carries.
Damn.
Like when we saw it, and that's why it fits Tino so much too, because Tino's a bit more I don't want to say greedy, but he's a bit slower paced of an offlaner, right? He plays for his items.
I mean, he certainly doesn't look slow-paced this game. He is looking fast, ramping up the pressure on this small plane, burning away all the mana, with all the stuns in the world, nowhere to go. They even had a lasso if needed. Just very easy setup, and the Bane's actually the one going for the Spirit Vessel this game.
Gets the shrine. Will
He's gonna die
probably
for it,
lose his life though. Look at the
Yeehaw.
damage. What the hell? Crazy.
Yeah, Shanks is level 9 with a Power Treads and Arsonist, so his sticky napalms go crazy. He's going for a Witchblade on this Bat Rider.
Radiant's
Why not,
bottom
man?
tower is under attack.
Probably gets to solo kill the Quap or the Pango at some point. Who knows? We shall see where this goes.
And speaking of solo kill the Pango, I think Lewis managed to help
Palos was there
Talos
too.
find him. Yeah.
Game not looking
Very
good for
easy.
Ivory.
No, not at all, not at all. Another Leon Arthur Masterclass where I fear. 7k gold lead already, instant blink out because the Nature's Prophet gave it away with a bit too early of a TP. Love to see it.
Looking grim. Oh, Bane. Rushing
Dire's
Aghanim
middle
Scepter.
tower is
That's a
under
new one.
attack.
I mean, what else do you want him to get this game?
Nope. No complaints.
Yeah?
Oh, Palos.
Roll.
I don't know if they have damage to kill me. Yes, Singe.
I mean, they know they don't have Solar Guardian.
They definitely have damage.
They get a nice sleepwalk save. It's not going to be enough. Rupido with the Rolling Thunder now, trying to set up onto the Bane. But retreat is the call.
True
They
carries
know that
here.
Solar Guardian is probably up now, so if they continue to make a go, they're going to get punished for it. Not too bad. Nice pick off onto Palos.
It's a big kill for them. Nowhere near comeback territory yet, but it is a start. My problem is they have to blow like all their spells to get any kills at the moment. But
Dire
a kill
are
away from
scanning.
Morphling is space for Aizen.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's
They're
middle tower
kind of
is
unhappy
under
with this.
attack.
We'll smoke up, sweep the map a little. They see no one top, so they'll make their way down here to Tino. Bye, Mr. Grims.
Yeah, I don't even know whether I can blame the Prophet pick this game. I don't think it was actually a bad pick. I just... Maybe that Bat Rider just really caught them off guard with the amount of damage that he could put out. Now, Drake gonna get found again. Both supports really, at this point in the game, easy pickings for their opponents.
Top tower is under attack.
More kills go in the way of Drake, trying to get a neutral deny, not gonna happen. Palos strikes him down.
I don't know the reason for this Bat Rider pick though. There's no way they're like, oh, I'll pick Bat Rider because we lack damage, I'll just buy Witchblade. That doesn't seem like the thought process that went into it, right?
I think it was just a good pairing, right, with the Dawnbreaker. As we saw, you know, ways to keep you in the different fires and flames. Solar Guardian coming in, burn to a crisp as Ken. And now Aizen being bumped back as well. You will get a return kill with that Rolling Thunder, but nice grip holding him in place, basically wasting the entire duration. Aizen taking the full ire of his opponents, looking for a waveform to the high ground, will find a journey into the sky. And you know what happens when rainwater gets evaporated? It no longer exists. Aizen is gone.
That's not true. It turns back into condensation and goes into the clouds.
Yeah, sure. And then when it comes back down from the clouds, it can be the tears on Ivory faces as they go into the lower bracket out of this game, because it's a 10k gold lead now.
Radiant's bottom
Execration,
tower
they have
is
taken
under
firm
attack.
control of this game number 3. This series might just be theirs for the taking. See a replay of that, just so easy, even with the blade mail. Lasso, Solar Guardian, not enough HP in the world to survive that one.
I actually really like this eggs on Dawn. The fact that it like lets you come down faster. The problem with the whole eggs is that you're not there, you know.
That took a while. I think when this new axe first got added, everyone was talking about how it was a downgrade. Same thing, right? Because the Dawnbreaker innate used to be, okay, you get full vision of the map every time it turns day. And they realized just how broken that was. So now they just give her a damage buff during the day, which is still pretty significant. Look at how much she's pumping out. They smack the shit out of Drake. Rolling Thunder, not available just yet. 11 more seconds until Solar Guardian. It's gonna come out now. Trying to turn around onto Tino. He is a bit too tanky for them to deal with, and nice timing on the Starbreaker. CML will be the price to pay though. Ivory punching back at least a little bit, get themselves a support kill.
Lowest complete for Rapido too, so guaranteed roll.
Yes, bounty.
I don't think they're really hitting a timing, but the fights do look a bit more even. Execution, obviously, they have the power to just kind of blow up someone, but the fights after the blow up
Radiant are scanning.
that drag on do favor Ivory a little bit.
I mean, now with Ivory, the game plan is simple, right? You just need to itemize to the point where you're not getting a hero blown up. Because the second a hero gets blown up, Execration are just surging forward like a pack of hungry rats looking to nibble on you. Look for the next kill, look for the next kill. It's very difficult for Ivory to stand up to that.
This is the second shrine he's stolen, by the way.
He's getting EXP, only from the shrines though, not from anything else. He is level 9.
Takes
More
it,
EXP
gives.
going Palos' way. Very, very unfortunate.
Manta done for Aizen. Still an item or two away from carrying this game. He's just kind of chilling, expects Rishon to make a move for probably the Tormentor and the Roshan at some point. Although a bit slow with their heroes. That's kind of the problem with their draft, right? Other than this Arsonist Bat Rider, they don't really have the most tower damage. I guess Tree Grab Tiny is also damage.
It's awkward damage. You don't want to be punching a tower as time, at least not this game.
They walk into a Roche pit. Grim's also TP is down here. I wonder if he knows this is happening.
Thinking about it.
What are he's trying to accomplish here?
Yeah, neither. He's trying to look at him. He's going to farm. Bam. There he goes.
Bang.
Take
Came
no
in,
call
dropped
off the
the
map.
board.
Get that sneaky vision, King. Get that one camp a minute, King.
Oh, Satanic queued up. Will make him pretty damn unkillable.
I do think that every minute that passes though,
Dyer's top
Ivory's
tower
chances of winning are getting higher and higher. Mid lane, in comes Tino, crushing onto Drake. There's nothing much you can do as a Shadow Shaman in this situation. Lewis, a bit of trouble though. Needs some help. Still has the sleep save. Yeah, okay, well, I lied. He's not in any trouble whatsoever. He's completely
Dyer's
fine.
turret has been killed.
Calculated. Just no damage. As in not there. Cannot there.
Radiant's middle tower is
Oh,
under
Guardian
attack.
heals coming in. Execration. They want to keep sweeping the map though. Smoke comes out. They know Aizen's up here.
Radiant are scanning.
Nice little ward sees him farming.
So again, Lewis getting initiated on, but there just isn't enough damage to do into it. Ken trying to find an angle, but now Ken, I think he very quickly realizes that that's not a fight he can take. Meanwhile, they found Aizen! Cool! More kills! To the way of Execration, they're making this look simple. Everywhere they go, they just find kills. I mean, even when they're not finding kills, the kills are finding them. Drake's gonna come get a try at the setup. This is an Aegis Conquer, by the way, just refreshing everyone's memory. Palos, and he's gonna turn around and beat the shit out of Drake. How dare you shackle me?
How dare you pick Shadow Shaman?
How dare you pick Shadow Shaman? You lose for that one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Palos looking real nice on
Radiant
the Conquer.
structures are
Proving,
fortified.
you know, this hero still very strong, especially when you ban out the heroes that can counter it. The Doom, the Ringmaster. I mean, all these X-Marks initiations have just landed just because there's no counterplay,
Radiant's middle tower
right? There's no
has
disruption,
fallen.
there's no save, there's not even a sleepwalk.
Shanks always looks like he's having fun.
You think so?
That's pro players, man. Always good to have fun. You think I'm wrong?
You think,
Let's play this last pick Bat Rider by which way?
Is under attack.
you
Okay,
think
Arsenal's
Drake's having
pro.
fun right now, though?
That's true.
He's a possible
Pick
player.
Shaman though. It's on him.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
Rolling
tower
Thunder, being wound out, Rukido thinking about it. Drake will start. Palos does have the Aegis though. They're trying to focus down the Bat Rider. The run's gonna code him. He should be fine. Turn around, get the grip onto that poor Pango. And would you look at that? A Morphling to boot. Buyback on the Pango, but it's far too late. You're losing heroes, you're losing this game. Ken being tossed up into the air, tossed up into the sky for real this time, not the Yules. They get the first life of the Conquer, but that's just about all they'll get. Tino on a sliver of HP. They need to watch themselves. The last thing you want to do is give over a fat bounty to this Queen of Pain who can buy back. I think they understand the shithole that they're in. This is tough. 20k gold lead up. Execration looking amazing in this game number 3.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Game looks pretty over. This morph just can't fight into them anymore. They're way too far behind. The early game didn't go too well. It looked like Ken was off to a very, very promising start, but just couldn't get the silence into the game. With people having a really tough matchup against Paul because I think it's been down by 20.
It looks so bad for Lewis at the start, but again, another situation where Tiny can just join the game just because his side lanes went so well. Doesn't really matter if you lose when, you know, you have Eno Dawnbreaker just raining in from the sky and absolutely obliterating anyone.
That's what enables these heroes, right? Like CML's Bane pretty much becomes a solo assassin. He just walks around in the night. Gets a sleep off and suddenly Solar Guardian comes in and 4 dies. Shanks has the Dragonlance now. Moonshard queued up next. Wait man, plus 4 players.
Alright, brother. You can be the core too if you want. 21,000 gold advantage. I think Palos must have had the Satanic in his, or at least pieces of it in his courier, because it's dead and he doesn't have a next item after the SNY. That's a bit... I don't know where that gold went, but... They can buy back perhaps in the worst case scenario.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, in case Ivory pull off a crazy...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It can't be too safe, you gotta be disciplined, you know, Adam. It's important.
Yes, he's satanic, no?
Radiant's top tower is under
The full
attack.
one? On the courier?
Dire's middle tower is under
How do I
attack.
check his career?
One piece mention.
Dire are scanning.
Wait. There has to be a way to check, no? Observer help. Should be an expert at this, Mr. Observer.
There we go.
There you go.
Grey Burger Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen. Jeez, my goodness.
Alright, man.
What the hell?
Calm down.
Our Observer all chat is the most exciting thing that has happened.
I knew what was happening, but I just wanted to give my Observer a chance to shine, you know? Very underrated talent.
The talent of opening the dashboard, like the sidebar.
Alright, anyway, we saw
Radiant's
Grip
top
come
tower
up
is
all
under
in.
attack.
I think he got morph off for Dawn just didn't
Dire's
want to hop
courier
in.
has been killed.
They will... Grims? They
Is he
will
still
not
enough?
give him the 4th Shrine of Wisdom. So he's gonna
Oh,
get
get
out.
wrecked!
Yeah.
Get wrecked! ETV's out, he's free. Get his ass. Ivory are sweeping over here to try and punish Shanks. There is a Solar Guardian that can come in. Do they want to try and save their Bat Rider? I think they just accept that he's forfeit. Save the Solar Guardian for a brighter day.
Goodbye, Shanks.
Oh, Palos? You don't want to grit a Lotus Orb, but you will raise some duration with a sleep. Just full collapse onto Ken. Ken's down. Rupido will try for the roll. CML doesn't have the grit because he used it earlier on. City Me, but Ken with the buyback. They can try and put out a fight. Palos actually dropping pretty low
So
here.
low, we can't-
They might get the kill onto Palos. Aizen's starting to come online, doing the damage, but they have the grip onto Ken's buyback. Lasso up
Shanks.
now, onto the Morphling, holding him in place. Where's the damage? It's right there.
Bat Rider, look
ready
at
to
him
rain
go.
in the hammer. The Bat Rider laying it on, and that's about all she wrote. Drake gonna drop as well. That's a dieback on your Queen of Pain. Rupido trying to do his damn best to do any form of damage. But this is a Pango with a Lotus Orb, and there's nothing else he can really do. Lewis gonna try and blink down to the low ground. Nope, you want to be in the fight, I promise you. Rupido trying to get through the defender's gate. Will manage to do so. Low mana on everybody on the side of Execration, but still enough to get the job done. Rampage for Tino. What a performance from him. And Lewis gonna buy some
Once
time with
more.
the Yules. Nothing that Grims can do. Find one more, why don't you? Tino with a double Rampage on his Dawnbreaker. What a performance. Slamming them from start to finish, and the tips come through. They are feeling good about this one. Execration looking to be the ones to move on in this upper bracket. Really a very quiet and muted performance from everyone on Ivory so far.
Way too ahead right now. Execration in general, way too ahead. Palos played that whole fight without Satanic in anything. He couldn't get a hit off. gonna hit the Rolling Thunder. Maybe
Radiant's top tower has
do a good
fallen.
job of taking him down, but again, it's just not enough. There's a buyback from the Queen of Pain as well.
Radiant's top
They basically
barracks
cleared
are
that
under
fight like
attack.
4v6. Right, because Paddles died so quick. But he'll be back
Shanks
now.
got back too, right?
Drick bought back. Drick and Grims both bought back.
Radiant's
So
top barracks has fallen.
it's actually a triple dieback, which is
Just
very cool.
Die and respawn.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
No BKB, no
Radiant's
cares.
middle
I hit
tower
high
is
ground.
under attack.
Where's the arsonist bat? Come on, Shanks.
Alright. Ivory fans, they've lost 2 racks. If there's any hope at all for them to pull off an impossible comeback, they need your energy. Channel it right now. In comes the Rolling Thunder. This is gonna be the fight where they pause the game to think. Oh no.
How like Pango.
The guy initiating is lagging.
It is what it is, man.
And what it is awful. I mean,
It's like you're driving and you just feel dizzy. What do you do now? You pause.
well, on the road, maybe you might take a pit stop. I guess this is the Dota 2 equivalent of that. Maybe pull over at a gas station, clear your head. Because driving under the influence obviously is a crime. Don't do it, kids. Rupido, he's looking a little drunk right now, just rolling in like that. And while we have a pause, we'll see a replay of that fight as if we needed to live through any more Ivory misery. Palos actually getting smacked around by Aizen, so really nice target prioritization from the Morphling. Managed to burst him down, but I mean, that's the Bane Ags, right? Just fully controlling Ken, not able to provide more damage, and meanwhile, they just turn around, burst down the Morph. Look at Shanks and the damage he's doing. My goodness, this bad. Also, one thing that we didn't mention this entire time is Tino actually opted for the Star Search. We're back to live now. I don't know what's going to happen because they're just jumping Aizen on the back line. Nice heads up onto the Tiny though. Solar Guardian coming in for the save. Healing up Lewis. Nightmare as well with the save. And Aizen. Jesus, Tino. He is smacking the shit out of them. Aizen can't survive. In comes the Dawnbreaker and down goes the Morphling. You know now. As he overextended a little bit, they use all the saves to bail out Lewis. They will lose their Dawnbreaker. That is a godlike 10 times kill streak going the way of the Shadow Shaman. Ken being bumped back. Beautiful toss ever.
Bad Rider's damage.
It's way too much. Bad Rider, he's the real carry. GG is called. They tap out. Ivory is done. And Execration will continue their run in the upper bracket to face off against the winner of Tech 3 versus Blue.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Well played by Execration. Had a pretty rough start, especially in the mid lane, where the two sides did well. They did a really good job recovering, just enabling, I would say, both Tino and Palos trying to help out their mid lane, playing better as a team as a whole. Whereas Rupido and Aizen just couldn't seem to find their footing way back into this at all.
Yeah. I think the two supports on Ivory, Grims and Drake, they were really suffering at the hands of their counterparts, right? Like, Shanks did so much work in the game. In the bot lane, just setting up kills. They were finding this Morphling, they were finding this Nature's Prophet. I think in any other orientation, Nature's Prophet might actually be able to stabilize the lane, but not into a Dawn, not into a Bat. And I think that's just superior drafting coming out from Execration, them knowing that their lane setup would be this powerful. Just drag them all the way to a big win.
Yeah, it looked like they really knew what they were doing. I feel like the safe lane as well, this Pulse playing this Kunkka against the Pango. I guess nothing really happened, but once Drake went for the 4-minute rune, he got punished so hard he had to walk back to base, and from there he just couldn't. When you lane Kunkka with a level disadvantage, it becomes so hard, the time breakers start building up, and then eventually the rotations come in. It's just so difficult to kind of stand in the lane.
Yeah, it just ended up being quite a miserable game for Ivory. A lot to fix up, not just in the draft, but I think figuring out what they're going to bring into the next day's games, because more difficult opponents lie ahead. Now, Execration, like we said, they will be moving on to the upper bracket. Let's have a look at just how things have shaken out so far in this road to the EWC over here in Southeast Asia. Of course, we started the day in the round of 8. We saw Tech Free Gaming take a very convincing 2-0 win over Yangon. I think Boom Esports, despite Kukuis being able to take the game off, very clearly were dominant as the better team. Same situation for Execration, and they continue that dominance here, dropping one game to Ivory where it felt like their draft didn't really quite hit the mark. But Execration, able to be your first semi-finalist. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the lower bracket. Of course, these teams will be fighting for their lives tomorrow. And for us, we'll be catching Castaway Esports versus Interactive Philippines, followed by the winner of that match versus whoever ends up losing in that second bout that we haven't found the result of yet. It's either Boom or Tech Free Gaming, and that's still going on at EWC_Platinum, so be sure to hit there and watch. I believe Meswa is also going on now. If I'm not mistaken, Team Secret versus Virtus Pro is happening, so you want to head over to EWC_Platinum_EN3 if you want to catch that action. But yeah, before we sort of sign up for the day, I do want to ask Adam, who do you think is the MVP for you in this series between Execration and Ivory? Who do you think really stood out on Execration?
Hey, damn, that's a tough
Don't say
one.
Leon Arthur.
That's a
Don't
tough
say
one.
Leon
Yeah,
Arthur.
I was gonna say it. What do I do now? No, Leon, he won't let me say it. Okay, just for record that I was stopped. Okay, I'm gonna go with the supports. I feel like the supports had huge impact.
Just to refresh your memory, Game 1, Execration,
Doctor,
it was
Rubik.
Shanks on the Rubik, and then it was CML on the Witch Doctor. Tino had a pretty solid game as the offlane Kanka as well, but you know, it was mostly controlled by Lewis.
I feel like
on that mid
Execration
whistle.
look good as a team most of the time. There's no like really one outright player, so I think as much as I am trying to dodge it, I just gotta give credit to the coach. You know?
Okay, well, I can answer that question for you. Shout out Shanks, man. What a performance from him on that Bat Rider and the Rubik. I think there were many clutch moments. It's like a Rubik player's dream, right? That game that he played in game number 1, all these small little margins, all these last minute lifts to seal the deal, a steal on the ether shot to secure a kill, all these little moments really, I just have to give my hats off to him. Did very well, and hopefully Execration are able to continue that performance going into day number 2. But yeah, I mean, at least for us, at least for this stream for today, we're gonna call it quits. We're gonna call it a day. We'll be back here at the same time tomorrow, 12 p.m. Singapore time. To be precise, that's in around 14 hours from now, 13 and a half. It's been Sneeze and Adam bringing you the action. Be sure to hop on to the rest of the EWC streams to keep up with the rest of the qualifiers. I'll see you guys tomorrow.